We are Novels Hall Dynasty. If you want to listen to more novels or more chapters of this novel, visit a path with the name of Novice Hall Dynasty. We continue with the novel.
Myth Beyond Heaven. Part 1. Chapter 1, Prologue. Earth, 2020. Farewell, Linton. Rest assured, for those who harmed you, I won't let any single one of them go, said a dignified, mature woman stood beside a large wooden coffin. In the coffin lay the body of a man. His face was pale, void of blood, and several vicious wounds destroyed his original, handsome face. A strong wind kept blowing, making the woman's long black hair fluttering in the air. She had a beautiful oval face, slender figure, brimming with a heroic aura. Her bloodshot eyes kept staring at the lifeless body in the coffin. Her hands clenched into fists tightly, filling with immense hatred as blood slowly seeping up between her fingers. She took a deep breath and turned to her subordinate behind before she nodded her head lightly. Several men immediately moved the coffin into the prepared grave, closing the lid down, and carefully buried it with soils under the woman's reluctant gaze. "Are you sure you want to take this road, miss?" A white-haired old man who stood one step behind the woman asked concernedly. The woman looked away into the distance. A pair of her bloodshot eyes were filled with boundless determination as she replied, "Uncle Yang, you've taken care of me since I was born. Do you think I am joking?" The butler, Yang Wu, looking at his young miss back with his cloudy eyes for a while before he let out a soft sigh. "Please, let this old servant accompany you on the road." The woman turned around to face Yang Wu. The latter could see her current expression clearly. It was icy as her body seemed to exude immense killing intent, making the surrounding temperature seem to drop significantly. She uttered, "Let's go." After she'd finished the sentence, she immediately walked to the black Rolls-Royce car that parked distant away, followed closely by Butler Yang and her subordinates. "What an emotional girl." A female voice rang out from one figure. The voice was soft and seemed ethereal. Another figure said nothing in reply. Instantaneously, the surrounding white mist suddenly swirled, and the grave started to shake. In the next moment, the coffin that was buried earlier had magically appeared on the ground. The lid automatically opened up, revealing the man's body inside. A beam of golden light shot out of the white mist, enveloping the lifeless body. Following that, the enigmatic scene had occurred, the vicious wounds on the man gradually healing and his body slowly shrinking in size. The once 30-year-old looking man gradually turned younger, bit by bit. It was as if time had turned back. A minute later, the golden light wholly dispersed, and the man's body earlier was nowhere to be seen. There was only a tiny male infant left inside the coffin, and he appeared to be alive as he moved his small limbs slightly. Around the infant's neck, there was a silver necklace with a rectangle shape in the middle. It clearly belonged to the man before. The white mist around the figure became thinner, revealing a pair of slender hands, bringing the infant up into them. Caressing the infant's face for a while, the white mist figure handed him to the female on the side. "Bring him to the place and keep him safe." An incomparably cold female voice came out of the mist. "Yes, master." Another female with the infant in her arms responded solemnly. She hesitated for a second before she asked, "Where are you going, master?" "Please, let this servant go with you." The female master didn't reply to her question. Instead, she said, "Remember, never reveal your existence before he has completely awakened the power. Go." She waved her hand after she'd finished her sentence. A strong force condensed around the female servant and the infant, and the space behind them started to crack like a spider web. "Understood, master." The female servant reluctantly replied before she, along with the infant, vanished into the space cracks, leaving behind the female master alone. With a soft sigh filled with helplessness, the female master waved her hand once again. The grave magically turned back to its original appearance, as if nothing happened before. Following that, her figure was also disappeared from the place. Chapter 2, A Man from Earth. Azure Calendar, July 23, 10199, Northern Continent, Azure World. It's been almost 16 years since I came to this foreign place with such a typical name, Azure World. Until now, I still can't bring myself to believe that I was caught in such a cliché situation, similar to the novel I'd read before. Who would have thought that transmigration is real? As a man who grew up in a science-based civilization, I firmly believe there is no such an unscientific phenomenon as this. But yeah, here I am. Looking back to my journey on this world, there is nothing much to talk about it. Besides reading and studying medicine and profound formation, I have done nothing else. You might wonder why did I so adamant about studying these two profound knowledge, right? Well, it's not that I am trying to pursue Tao of alchemy or anything. Actually, if you came from Earth just like me, you won't find it strange at all. Why? Because I have read many Xiangxia novels before, and the protagonists in these novels are either becoming a god-level alchemist or a universe-level formation master. Giving a face slapping to some classic young masters left and right. I want to be like that too. Talking about this, I am so angry. To my hundreds of novel reading experiences, this kind of transmigration often comes with a cheap device. It could be something like a pure emperor's inheritance or a super-duper god-level physique. However, I don't have many of them. Although I didn't start as a cripple, living in a big clan and having a fiancé try to annul a marriage contract, my cultivation talent is too ordinary. In the world where the strong eating the weak, with my current qualification, undoubtedly, I will die in no time. Fortunately, the god of transmigration gave me a good starting point. 16 years ago, when I opened my eyes, I already found myself living in a baby boy and was adopted as a foster son by the current Misty Cloud sect master. My life here is so comfortable. Surrounded by thousands of beauties while being the only man in the sect. This is simply a paradise on earth. However, I am aware this will not last long. If I wanted to dictate my fate, I have to rely on my own strength. To whoever accidentally picking this diary up and expecting it to be an inheritance or some sort of secret technique, I'm sorry to disappoint you. There is nothing but my rents here. However, if you had a chance to travel through the universe, don't forget to visit a blue planet called Earth. Young Lyndon, a man from Earth. Putting a brush down and closed his diary, young Lyndon leaned back on a chair, looking at a wooden ceiling in a daze. He absentmindedly touched a silver necklace on his neck. The necklace's chain was made with unknown material, silver in color and smooth as jade. There was a tiny square-shaped locket at the center, smooth and surface with no pattern. It might look ordinary, but this necklace had somehow traversed together with him from Earth. This was quite bizarre, and he had a hunch there was something hidden beneath this seemingly ordinary-looking necklace. The early morning sunlight passed through the log cabin's window, landing on his exceptionally handsome face with a hint of childishness. His dark hair naturally hung over his broad shoulders, giving a faint shimmer. Despite being only 15 years old this year, his growth was quite fast as his height had already reached 185 centimeters, making him look like an adult. Young Lyndon had a handsome face that would make people stop their tracks upon seeing him. A well-ratioed face and a prominent jawline. Striking eyebrows with a pair of eyes full of sadness and vicissitudes, seemingly mismatched with his age. A slightly high-bridged nose and thin lips. Even in this azure world, where people were greatly enhanced by profound energy from heaven and earth, people with a good-looking appearance could be found everywhere, like clouds. Young Lyndon could still be ranked at the top in terms of appearance alone. Bang. Bang. Just as young Lyndon was lost in thought, an urgent knocking coming from the door's direction, bringing him back to his sense. Young Lyndon immediately stood up and walked toward the door. When the door was opened, he saw a delicate figure stood before him. She was one of his many junior sisters, young Johan. Senior brother Young. Please help Tongton. She was poisoned. A 13-year-old looking girl, young Johan, said anxiously. She had a petite body with a delicate face. Her hair was tied into a big bun, looking cute and brimming with youthfulness. At this moment, her common Misty Cloud sect's uniform was slightly tattered, showing she had engaged in a battle before she came here. Slow down, Johan. What exactly happened? Young Lyndon asked calmly while patting young Johan's hands, trying to calm her down. I don't know what happened. Tongton and I went to the village this morning. Just as we reached the foot of the mountain, suddenly, we were attacked by the fire spirit snake, and Tongton got big bite. Where? Senior brother Young, please save Tongton. Young Johan hurriedly explained and sobbed at the end. Hearing this, young Lyndon's eyebrows raised in surprise. He comforted. Relax, it's not a big deal. Let me fetch my toolbox first. Young Johan nodded her head vigorously and let young Lyndon went to get the toolbox. They were quickly set off afterward. It was already midsummer, but the weather on the misty cloud peak hadn't changed in the slightest as it was snowing all year round. There wasn't much vegetation beside an endless snowfield and several simple yet artistic buildings around the place. Young Lyndon and young Johan hurriedly passed through a huge square before arriving at a small ancient-style building with a recovery hall nameplate above the entrance. The hall's interior was quite spacious and decorated with simple furniture. On both sides of the aisle, there were many ice beds arranged neatly. At this moment, several women dressed in the Misty Cloud sect's uniforms gathered around one bed nearby the entrance. Through the crowd, young Lyndon immediately recognized a red-skinned young girl lying on the ice bed. She was young Jedin. "Sisters, please make way," young Lyndon said. "Great. Senior brother Young has arrived." A group of women turned around to see young Lyndon, and they exclaimed loudly with joy. In the Misty Cloud sect, everyone knew besides being the only male disciple, young Lyndon had another identity, a genius doctor. His attainment in the medical profound art had already reached an extraordinarily high level. He could even be regarded as a once-in-a-millennium genius. It wasn't because he was a doctor when he was on Earth or having a high comprehension, but rather the medical knowledge here in this world was too easy to understand. It was to the point where young Lyndon thought anyone from Earth with good logical thinking should have no problem learning them, and this applied to other arts such as the formation profound art and the alchemy profound art as well. Young Lyndon arrived at the bedside, putting his toolbox on a small table, and then examined the girl in front of him. Except for her skin had turned fiery red, other features on her body were 90% resembled young Johan. That's right, both of them were twins. At this moment, young Jedin was covered in sweat, and she would occasionally twitching in agony. Young Lyndon grabbed a hold of young Jedin's wrist to check her pulse. He could feel a raging heatwave kept rampaging within her body from time to time. Undoubtedly, this was the characteristic of the fire spirit poison. This poison was capable of making people felt as if they were trapped in a volcano, and it would also inflict damage to the target's soul. After confirming it was indeed the fire spirit poison, young Lyndon quickly picked up a brush and wrote something on a paper before turning around to the crowd. He said, "I need someone to fetch medicinal ingredients according to this list from the treasury for me. Any volunteer?" "I'll go." A young, energetic girl who stood nearby raised her hand quickly. Young Lyndon nodded and gave her the paper along with a hexagon-shaped YJ token. Seeing the girl went out of the hall, young Lyndon opened his toolbox and picked up 2 silver needles from it. A gleam of deep blue light appeared on the silver needles, releasing a cold mist before young Lyndon pinned both of them on young Jedin's heart area and between her eyebrows area. They were heart gate and soul gate, respectively. Following that, young Jedin instantly calmed down, stopped twitching. The surrounding girls let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. "I don't know which senior sister accompanied them down the mountain." Young Lyndon turned to ask the crowd. Usually, there would be someone with high profound strength accompany a junior down the mountain to prevent an accident from occurring. "It's me." A tall woman suddenly stepped out of the crowd. She had a standard beautiful oval face, straight nose, and thin lips. Obvious guilt was written all over her face, as she blamed herself for the incident. She lowered her head slightly and said, "It was my fault. I failed to notice the fire spirit snake. I am willing to be punished." Young Lyndon shook his head and gave her a smile. "You don't have to blame yourself, senior sister Eugia. We all know the fire spirit snake is capable to hide its presence from our spiritual sense. Who would have thought that it would appear here in the snow region? This is an abnormal occasion." Seeing young Eugia still lowered her head, he said further, "Besides, this fire spirit poison isn't without remedy. I can guarantee it won't affect Jedin's foundation in the slightest." Only then young Eugia raised her head to look at young Lyndon and asked, "Is that true?" "I've read it before. The fire spirit poison would cause damage to the practitioner's soul and that would affect their foundation as well. Especially a practitioner who hasn't reached the spirit profound realm yet." Young Lyndon chuckled. "It's true as senior sister said, but I can deal with it without affecting her foundation. You can be at ease." He paused for a moment before he continued, "By the way, did senior sister bring the snake's remains back?" "Yes. Over there." Young Eugia nodded and pointed at the center of the hall. Young Lyndon followed the direction she pointed to and saw a 4-meter-long rat snake lying on the ground. It had shiny scales with a fatal sword wound on its gigantic head. Young Linden walked toward the snake's remains and touched it. Instantaneously, his expression changed, and his brows couldn't help but crease together by the discovery. Chapter 3, Looming Crisis. Because young Linden's back was facing the crowd, thus, no one noticed his current severed expression. Young Linden frowned deeply, thinking of something until the girl came back with the medical ingredients. Young Linden retrieved all the medicinal ingredients and started to concoct a pill with a small copper cauldron. An intense fragrance immediately spread through the hall upon young Linden finished refining the medicinal ingredients. The concoction was smooth sailing, and he also took this chance to teach everyone from time to time throughout the process. 30 minutes later, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron slowly blended together under young Linden's complicated hand seals and began to take shape, forming into 9 thumb-sized blue pellets shortly afterward. Young Linden brought the 9 pellets into a jade bottle and went to young Jidding's side before feeding her 1 pellet. Following that, he poured his profound energy on the tip of his index finger and pointed at the silver needle between eyebrows to protect her soul gate while waiting for the pill to work. In the next moment, a cold current gradually spread throughout young Jidding's body, her former red skin slowly returned to its former color. It took 20 minutes before the effect of the pill had reached its limit. Young Linden retracted his hand, observing young Jidding again. After confirming everything went well, he turned to young Johan and gave her the jade bottle. He said, "Give her a pellet every half an hour, a total of 3 pellets, and call me again after it's done." Young Johan gripped the jade bottle tightly and nodded her head firmly. "Understood. Thank you, senior brother Young." Her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Young Linden waved his hand dismissively, walking to the snake's remains, and took it along with him, went out of the recovery hall. He headed to a building that stood at the topmost of the Misty Cloud Peak. The Misty Cloud sect had around 1,000 disciples and was entirely made up of females. The sect would select only females as their disciples. It was a long tradition since the sect's founding date over 5,000 years ago. The arrival of young Linden broke this tradition, and he became the first male disciple in the sect's history. However, this limited within the sect only. The outsider never knew about his existence at all. Young Linden grew up under the status of the sect master's foster son. Surprisingly, no one opposed him even once. The relationships of everyone in the sect were extremely harmonious. It was to the point that turning young Linden's belief upside down. Young Linden had witnessed many dark sides of humans while he was on Earth. Even blood-related siblings could kill each other in front of benefits, and this happened in a modern society that was abided by laws and rules. Then, what about here, at a world where lives were worthless than grasses? He firmly believed no organization in the world entirely without internal conflict. Perhaps it was because the Misty Cloud sect mainly recruited orphans most of the time, and everyone had regarded this place as their home deep down in their hearts, allowing the sect to reach this level of harmony. Anyway, it was a myth to young Linden until now. The hierarchy of the Misty Cloud sect was similar to other sects. Except there was no vice sect master. The sect consisted of sect master, supreme master, 4 hall masters, and 12 elders. As for a disciple, there was no other classification except for a direct disciple, which could be counted in one hand. Young Linden wanted to change this hierarchy system initially, but his authority and status were too low. It could easily cause a conflict among them if he were to suggest changing. Therefore, he gave up on this matter thoroughly in the end. Arriving in front of a unique building made of ice, young Linden stood before an ice curtain and said calmly, "Disciple young Linden asking for permission to see sect master." "Come in." A cold and arrogant female voice sounded from within the ice chamber. As the voice fell, the ice curtain before young Linden slowly opened. Countless ice crystals dispersed out from within the room and didn't fall for a long time. In the center of the chamber, a woman with a devilish figure sat upright on a blue-colored ice throne. The throne constantly emitted an ice-cold aura, shrouding our entire body within the hazy fog of ice. Upon young Linden walked into the chamber, her closed eyes opened gently. This was a pair of magnificent eyes brimming with boundless coldness and arrogance deep in the bone. It was as if nothing could be worthy in her eyes. She had a long black as ink hair stretched all the way to her waist, gleaming with a misty blue light. A celestial countenance, alluring to the extreme. Crescent eyebrows, cherry-thin lips that could be compared with the most delicate petal in the world. Wrapping with snow-white robes, blue ribbon around her waist, highlighting our seductive curves and abundant chest. Her body exuded an indescribable charm that could easily bewitch any man in this world. She was the current Misty Cloud sect master, Snow Cloud Fairy, young Kyongsu. Her cold and indifferent expression quickly dispersed when our gaze landed on young Linden's body. It was replaced with a gentle, full of love and affection instead. Her lips parted gently. "Come here, let Mom take a look at you closer. Mom hasn't seen you for a day. I don't know how much you have grown." Young Linden was speechless. Although he was accustomed to his godmother's unusual behavior, he would frustrate every time facing her. Young Linden admitted the woman in front of him was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen so far in his 2 lifetimes. As a man, of course, he often had a wild thought about her. It's just that, unless he could become stronger than her, it could be only a dream to bring this goddess down. Ah, here we go again. While young Linden thought of this, a unique body fragrance immediately assaulted his nostrils. With a couple of soft sensations, it made his blood start to boil. Young Linden calmed himself down quickly and pulled himself away from the embrace slightly. He spoke. "Mom, please stop doing this already. Are you not afraid someone will see this?" Young Kyongsu smiled charmingly as she replied in a domineering tone, "Who cares? I am the sect master anyway. Whoever dares to peek, I'll punish them." Young Linden was rendered speechless once again. He let go of this topic and quickly explained the matter. "Mom, I've discovered something. You can check this snake." Young Kyongsu tilted her head to look at the snake's remains slightly. Her expression hadn't changed in the slightest as she asked, "How did you find it?" Young Linden briefly recounted young Jitung's situation and Ada's conjecture in the end. "So, I think the Sacred Flame sect should have reached an agreement with other sects already. From my estimation, they should take action during the Blazing Sun Mythical Realms exploration." Young Kyongsu nodded her head slightly and motioned with her chin, telling young Linden to go on. "I can finish the heaven-suppressing formation within this week. Unless they could find a older profound formation master, there shouldn't be a problem dealing with any heaven profound realms practitioner." Young Linden paused for a moment and continued. "I'll take part in this Blazing Sun Mythical Realms exploration in the next 2 months. Mom will have to sacrifice your reputation a bit. I hope you don't mind about it." Young Kyongsu laughed gently. "Since when did I care about my reputation? However, are you sure you want to expose your identity now?" Young Linden nodded. "There is no better time than this. We could delay them in attracting their attention by doing this. The problem is that many senior sisters have to take risks in this operation." Young Kyongsu pondered for a moment before she responded, "Let Mom go with you then. It's too dangerous." Young Linden shook his head. "No, Mom. You need to stay here. Let Third Aunt send us there. Her spatial technique is unrivaled throughout the Heavenly Fortune Nation. She could easily escape from the siege. Besides, I will look for a place to set up another secret transmission point to bring everyone back as soon as possible. Naturally, when they are attacking our sect, they definitely set up a formation disruptor, but I have a way to bypass it. You don't have to worry about this. I only have one request. I want to choose people who are going to participate in this exploration by myself." Listening to young Linden's plan, young Kyongsu nodded her head approvingly. At the same time, she was proud of her son. Although his talent in profound ways was ordinary, his mind and other aspects were far surpassed his peers. "Let's do as you said," young Kyongsu said softly while patting young Linden's head lovingly. Her action annoyed young Linden a little. Being treated like a kid like this, it made him uncomfortable deep down. Then, "Mom, I'll take my leave first." Young Linden stepped back and hurriedly slipped away under young Kyongsu's reluctant gaze. The room returned to its usual calmness as well as young Kyongsu's expression had returned to a previous cold and indifference. She frowned, pondering on something briefly before she asked, "What do you think?" All of a sudden, a hazy mist gradually formed at the empty space beside young Kyongsu, and a female figure instantly emerged behind it. She had a tall, slender figure, dressing in snow robes. Her long lustrous hair sprayed freely on her shoulders, and there was a black veil covering her entire face, hiding most part of her features except for her sparkled eyes. She was the Supreme Master of the Misty Cloud sect, young Milan. He could detect a trace of spiritual imprint left within the fire spirit snake, despite he has profound strength at the third level of Essence Profound Realm. This said his perception is extremely keen. I have always doubted his soul power since he was young. If I guess correctly, he should possess an unprecedented soul, and this incident has proved it once again. Young Millen paused briefly before she continued. As for the plan he proposed, it was because he can't access crucial information, and this led him in the wrong direction. Her voice was incomparably cold, without slight emotion. Young Kyungsu did not respond right away. She thought of something for a while and said, "What I mean is, should I become more proactive?" Young Millen glanced at Young Kyungsu, speechless. Young Kyungsu sighed, "Alas, I shouldn't have made him my foster son in the first place." Young Millen was silent for a moment before she uttered, "Old cow." One following that, her figure instantly vanished from the place. Chapter 4, Hall Masters. After leaving Young Kyungsu's chamber, young Lindin went straight to the treasury located on the west side of the misty cloud peak. The treasury was a 7-story pagoda with its outer appearance made by simple ancient woods. On the ground lay white marbles, looking extremely clean and vivid. This place might look unsecured by its ordinary appearance, but young Lindin knew there were countless traps around the vicinity, and some of them could easily take his life at any time. At the center of the first floor was a simple 2-meter-long wooden counter. Sitting behind it was an elegant, mature woman. Influenced by the sect's profound art, most of the women in the Misty Cloud sect would possess an incomparably cold temperament, but this woman emanated an extremely gentle aura, making people feel at ease when they were around her. Her countenance could be described as a noble beauty. A pair of slender eyes were filled with boundless tenderness, soft arch-shaped eyebrows, and a gentle smile hung on her petal-like lips. She was the second Hall Master, young Kingru. All the 4 Hall Masters of the sect were specialized in different profound knowledge. They had a unique trade and were approachable despite they possessed a high status. The first Hall Master, young Ruanu, was an expert on teaching profound ways. Every disciple in the sect was taught by her, and when it came to battle tactics, she was also the most reliable one. It could be said she was the brain of the sect. The second Hall Master, young Kingru, was an excellent doctor, and she had high attainment of alchemy. It could be said that she was young Lindin's master in the medical profound art, and she was one of the closest persons to him besides young Kyungsu and young Millen. The third Hall Master, young Hwangsan, was an expert in the spatial technique. It was because of her unique profound vein, the heavenly void profound vein, allowing her to master the space element, which is extremely rare among profound practitioners in Azure World. Lastly, the fourth Hall Master, young Lingwit, was a heaven profound formation master. Every profound formation around the sect was her effort. Normally, she was serving as a treasury guardian. Unless there was a new profound formation for her to set up, she rarely leaving the treasury. "Eh? Second Aunt, why are you here?" Young Lindon said as he walked into the treasury. He was surprised to see young Kingru behind the counter instead of the fourth Hall Master, who usually served as a treasury guardian. With how close the relationship between him and all the upper echelons, young Lindon always treated them as his aunt. Young Kingru raised her head slightly. A smile bloomed on her lips upon seeing young Lindon. She replied, "Your fourth aunt is about to make a breakthrough." She went to prepare herself. Young Lindon smiled, "Then, I have to congratulate her in advance." She'd love to hear that. Young Kingru responded and asked further, "What brings you here?" "I came here to retrieve some materials for the heaven-suppressing formation." "Can you give me the list, Second Aunt?" Young Lindon walked to young Kingru's side and sat down on a vacant seat. "Here, you can take a look." Young Kingru passed him an ordinary-looking big leather book. Young Lindon injected a trace of profound energy into it. The complicated ancient writing instantly appeared on the book's cover before it magically flicked open by itself. There was a ton of information written on each page. It was the list of the currently available treasures storing in the treasury. Skimming through the book for a while, young Lindon's brows creased together as he discovered the essential materials for the heaven-suppressing formation were missing. He turned to young Kingru and said, "Second Aunt, we are short in many materials. I think we need to take a trip to the capital city." "Oh? Really?" Young Kingru was surprised. She rarely served as a treasure guardian. It was natural she knew little about the treasury's situation. "I heard our disciple was attacked by the fire spirit snake in this morning. I don't think we should go out during this period." Young Lindon nodded. "It's true. Our movement might arouse their suspicions." He thought for a moment and spoke, "How about a go? We can activate a secret transmission point." Young King Ru had a thoughtful expression. "You should ask Sectmaster about this. Although they don't know you, it doesn't mean you are safe out there. Your strength is too low to go out alone. I'll be careful. You don't have to worry, Second Ant. No one would pay attention to an ordinary boy like me, and I don't think I would cause any problem by myself." Young Linden responded, Why do I feel like I'm going to cause a problem out there? No way, I shouldn't have the legendary protagonist's problem at Aura, right? It's useless to say this to me. Your mother, Sepmaster won't be at ease letting you go alone. You should know about that. Young King Ru gave a light chuckle. Young Linden smiled wryly when he heard this. Thinking back to the past when he first went down the mountain. Young Kyungsu had mobilized 6 elders and 2 Hall Masters to protect him in secret. Young Linden did not know if there was any poor soul who died trying to rob him under this insanely powerful lineup back then. Well, I will talk with her. Young Linden spoke uncertainly. Young King Ru said nothing further on this matter. Instead, she asked, "How is your progress? Is there any problem?" Young Linden shook his head. "There is no problem with my practice. Rather, the problem lies in my limited talent." There wasn't a slight agitation in his voice when talking about how untalented he was. Young King Ru comforted, "Don't worry. I believe you will soar into the sky one day." "Thank you, Second Ant." Young Linden accepted with a smile while he was cursing in his heart at the god of transmigration for leaving him without a plot armor. During this trip, he needed to purchase a large number of materials, and some of them were precious treasures. With his identity, he might not be able to get them even hit money. Thus, he needed to come up with a concrete plan. "What are you thinking?" A familiar female voice suddenly rang out behind young Linden. He quickly turned around and saw young Kyungsu slowly approaching him with a smile. "Mom, I need to go to the capital city to buy something." Young Linden stood up and said. Young Kyungsu pulled young Linden's hand to sit on his wooden bed, and she replied, "Why do you need to go in person? Why don't you let your Aunt Millen go instead?" Young Linden shook his head and said with a severed expression, "No, we can't let anyone know of our movement. I am the most suitable to go. It's just that I can't figure out how to purchase it. You know that among them, the heavenly yin iron is very precious. I don't think they would sell it to me." Young Kyungsu nodded her head, expressing her understanding. She asked, "How much do we need?" "At least 5 kilograms. Young Linden answered. Just as young Kyungsu was about to say further, her expression turned back to her usual cold and indifferent before she spoke, "Come in." Outside of the cabin, young Jo-hung was startled for a moment. Earlier, she was about to knock on the door, but she heard young Kyungsu's voice coming out from the cabin, shocking our witless. She calmed herself down, opened the door, and walked into the cabin. Disciple Young Jo-hung, "Greetings, Sectmaster." Young Jo-hung quickly bowed her head before young Kyungsu. "What's the matter?" Young Kyungsu asked. "This disciple has fed all the 3 pellets to my sister, Young Jidong, according to senior brother Young's instruction, and come here to report." Young Jo-hung answered cautiously, as she was extremely nervous inside. Young Kyungsu turned to look at young Linden curiously. The latter smiled and said, "I've told her to call me if she finished feeding junior sister Jidong the pills. I need to go check on her." "Alright, you can come to see me later." Young Kyungsu stood up and vanished into thin air upon finishing our sentence. "Let's go." Young Linden stood up and beckoned young Jo-hung. Both of them immediately headed toward the recovery hall. "She should be fine now. You don't have to worry about it." Young Linden wiped the sweat on his forehead and said to young Jo-hung beside him. He had finished treating young Jidong and spent a considerable amount of his profound energy. His current expression was quite pale, and he looked fatigued. "Thank you, senior brother Young. I'll definitely repay this," Young Jo-hung said with gratitude. Young Linden waved his hand dismissively. "You don't have to. It's just a matter of raising my hand." "Alright, I will go now. Making sure to give Jidong a proper meal. She needs good nutrition, and tell her to stop practicing during this week." "Understood, senior brother Young." Young Jo-hung nodded her head firmly. Young Linden gave her a smile and walked out of the hall. He then made his way to young Kyungsu's chamber once again. When he arrived at the chamber, he saw young Milan sitting beside young Kyungsu, looking at him. "Greetings, Aunt Milan." Young Linton gave her a slight bow. "Come, take a seat," young Milan said, and motioned him to take a seat. Young Linton did not stand on ceremony. He sat on the ice chair around the ice table and put himself a cup of fragrant tea. "I have discussed with Milan. She will accompany you on this trip." Young Kyungsu put down a cup of tea and spoke. Young Linton nodded his head, "No problem." He knew that the Supreme Master, young Milan, was an expert in concealment and could be said she was the most terrifying assassin in the Heavenly Fortune Nation. With her accompanying him on the trip, his safety would be more secured. "What about the purchase problem?" young Milan asked. Young Linton smiled confidently and answered, "I think I have a plan. However, it depends on luck a bit. If this plan doesn't work, I will take another way. Both of you can rest assured." Young Kyungsu and young Milan glanced at each other and didn't say anything, expressing their approval. Chapter 5, Heavenly Fortune Capital City. The following day, young Linton finished the breakfast unhurriedly and headed to the transmission point near the Treasury Building. When he arrived, young Kyungsu and young Milan had already waited for him. "You're here." Young Kyungsu greeted young Linton warmly, while young Milan only gave him a nod. Young Linton smiled and said, "Let's set off." Young Kyungsu stepped forward and handed a mystical design golden-colored ring to young Linton. "This is the interspatial ring. Mom will give it to you." Young Linton was surprised slightly. To his knowledge, the interspatial ring was very rare and insanely expensive. Even among the top clans in the Heavenly Fortune Nation might be unnecessary to have it in their possession. He took the ring and examined it carefully. The body of the ring was made with an unknown material that young Linton didn't recognize. There were ancient writings around the ring, and a hexagon-shaped amethyst was put in the middle. An exquisite phoenix pattern was engraved around the base of the amethyst, making the ring appear to be more imposing. When he wore it on his right ring finger, it was surprisingly fit, as if it was tailor-made for him. Young Linton injected his profound energy into it and discovered a vast space within the ring. It was too spacious, estimating hundreds of thousands of cubic meters. It could easily contain anything that young Linton could think of. At the corner of the space, there was a mountain of gold coins and gold notes stacking together, estimating more than hundreds of millions, which made him stupid for a while. This? Young Linton was shocked. Although he never saw the interspatial ring before, according to his knowledge, most of them only had around 10 cubic meters. However, the space inside of this ring had clearly surpassed all of them by unimagined margins. Not to mention the astonishing sum of money piled up at the corner. This enormous wealth was even far beyond the total amount of the golds in the Misty Cloud sect's treasury. Young Kyungsu laughed at his reaction. There is nothing to be surprised. This ring is the best interspatial ring in the entire world. Young Linton was silent. He didn't know why young Kyungsu suddenly gave him this. He looked at her questioningly, waiting for the explanation. "You want to know the origin of this ring?" young Kyungsu asked. Without waiting for young Linton to answer, she said further, "When the time comes, Mom will tell you. Right now, you can drip a drop of blood onto the amethyst above the ring." Young Linton immediately bit his finger and dropped a droplet of blood onto the amethyst on top of the ring. Instantaneously, all the ancient writings lit up in golden light, and the ring mysteriously disappeared from everyone's sight. What? Young Linton was confused. He clearly felt the ring was still on his finger, but he could not see it. This is the unique ability of the ring. It can hide its presence from people's spiritual sense. Even the Monarch Profound Realms practitioner won't be able to detect it. Young Kyungsu explained. Young Linton gasped in the cold air. This invisible ability was too heaven-defying. He took a small silver needle box out of his sleeves and stored it into the ring. Apparently, he could take and keep the item while the ring was in its invisible state. With this, he didn't have to fear anyone would covet his ring anymore. "Thank you, Mom." Young Linton spoke warmly. "It's belonged to you in the first place." Young Kyungsu replied. Young Linton was puzzled a little, but he didn't have time to further pursue the matter, as young Milan had already walked into the transmission profound formation. He had to follow her hurriedly. "Be careful out there," young Kyungsu said and waved her hand. A pattern on the transmission profound formation lit up, emitting a wide light wrapping around young Lyndon and young Millen. A moment later, their figures immediately disappeared from the place. Young Kyungsu stared at the disappearing spot for a while before her figure vanished into thin air afterward. Young Lyndon slowly walked toward the city gate. Earlier, he had appeared in a secret place nearby the capital city, and young Millen had disappeared before he could say anything. However, young Lyndon was well aware she should be nearby around him. As he was approaching the city gate, a colossal archway became more apparent to his sight. There was a huge golden-colored sign written as Eastern Heavenly Fortune City Gate on it. Before the gate, various carriages and people were queuing up into a long line, going through the identity-checking process before entering the city. Young Lyndon had also joined the line upon he arrived at the gates area. "Move away." All of a sudden, a burst of sharp cry came from behind everyone. A middle-aged man in gray clothes riding a white one-horned profound beast roared while dragging a luxury carriage behind. From afar, it looked like a bolt of lightning over a white shadow. Everyone hurriedly dodged to the side, paving a way for the incoming profound beast carriage. Seeing this, the city guards didn't dare to say anything as they let the carriage pass through the gate with no attempt to check the identity of the carriage. As the carriage passed by young Lyndon, he clearly saw a sharp Luo character on top of a spear symbol engraving on the carriage's body. Luo clan. They indeed enjoy the privileged hunt. Undoubtedly, the person in the carriage was either an arrogant young miss or a classic young master who failed to see Mount Tai as usual. He thought to himself. When the carriage disappeared into the city, the calmness it returned to the scene once again as the guards continued to check everyone's identity one by one. It took another hour before young Lyndon's turn had come. "Name?" asked a stout guard. "Young Lyndon from Verton Town." Young Lyndon replied calmly. "Oh? You came from the Verton Town?" The stout guard looked up and down at young Lyndon. "Yes. I took a carriage from there to Mapletown before walking to the city afterward." Young Lyndon came up with a lie without blinking an eye. He took out a gold coin and stuffed it into the stout guard's hand before he said, "Brother guard, can you tell me where is the best inn in the city?" The stout guard glanced at the gold coin in his hand and immediately gave young Lyndon a friendly smile. "Sure, little brother. The best inn in our Heavenly Fortune capital city is undoubtedly the Sleepless Inn. You can take a carriage from here. It will cost you around 10 silver coins." 1. Young Lyndon had a weird expression on his face. Sleepless Inn. What kind of this place? It's not a brothel, right? Seeing young Lyndon's expression, the stout guard chuckled. "I know. The name is quite strange, but you can rest assured, it is definitely not a brothel. I never had a chance to stay there before, but from what I heard, the food, services, and environment there are absolutely top-notches. I can see that little brother is quite rich, so I think you should have no problem enjoy the services there." "I see. May I ask, which clan is the inn belong to?" Young Lyndon nodded his head and questioned. The stout guard raised his brows slightly. "It's Huet clan." "Why did little brother asking this?" Young Lyndon smiled while waving his hand. "It's nothing. As you can see, it is my first time being here in the capital city. I know little about the situation here. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't offend anyone from these powerful clans." The stout guard's brows relaxed. "I see. Little brother can go to any miscellaneous store and buy a city map from there. You can learn a piece of general city information from it." Young Lyndon cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, brother guard. I'll take my leave now." The stout guard nodded and turned to resume his duty. Young Lyndon gradually walked through the city gate, and the city scenery immediately came into his vision. The Heavenly Fortune capital city was very prosperous, worthy of being the nation's capital city. All the streets crisscrossed symmetrically, with each main street being very spacious on both sides. These streets intertwined together much like a well-designed spider's web. On both sides of the street, there were a variety of shops and stores. Many of these stores were selling things that young Lyndon often heard about but never had a chance to see it. Most of the shops were engaged in sales and purchases of various profound beast materials, low-rank spiritual grasses, and there were also some stores that sold weapons. Some of the stores were high-end, they sold various high-graded artifacts and medicinal elixirs. As for those restaurants, ordinary clothing shops, and brothels, they were just too many to count. There were all kinds of buildings in the capital city. Most of them were built with an ancient Chinese architecture theme, arranged neatly on both sides of the streets. It made the capital city appear extremely magnificent and decorative. Young Lyndon found a random miscellaneous store and immediately walked in without thinking much. When he came out, a leather mat could be seen in his hand. "I see, there are 6 major clans, huh?" Reading the map attentively, young Lyndon thought to himself. Chapter 6, 6 major clans. From the information on the map, young Lyndon's understanding of the Heavenly Fortune capital city's power ranking increased drastically. There were 6 major clans dominating the capital city, namely, Li, Hua, Wo, Yang, Chen, and the Qi royal clan. Each one of them had controlled their own territory and engaged in various businesses throughout the city. On the surface, they appeared to be harmonious and harmless to each other. However, even a fool could see a fierce struggle between them behind the scene. Young Lyndon didn't surprise about it at all. Whether it was Earth or Azure World, fighting for resources was a common thing. Those who had better power in their hand naturally wanted to possess more. Such a thing was the nature of humans. Among the 6 clans, young Lyndon had an impression of the Wo and Hua clan. One because of the earlier rushing carriage, another was famous for the accommodation business. As for other clans, he could only investigate slowly. Strolling around the street for a while, young Lyndon arrived at an ordinary-looking restaurant with a big golden smoky fragrance character written on the nameplate. He gazed into the building and saw the dining hall was crowded with people. Many of them seemed to be ordinary practitioners as they dressed coarsely into the level of profound strength. Young Lyndon decided to make this place his first destination. In a world without the internet and broadcasting, gathering information was a hard job. Unless he could set up his own intelligence network himself, young Lyndon had no other choice but to take the simple way to gain a piece of information. "Hello, sir. Are you alone?" As young Lyndon stepped into the hall, a young female receptionist came forward to greet him with an enthusiastic smile. Young Lyndon gave a reply, "Yes, I am alone. Please come with me, sir. I'll arrange a table for you." The receptionist replied and led young Lyndon into a vacant table nearby the window. Young Lyndon looked at the menu and ordered 4 simple dishes. When the receptionist went away, young Lyndon started to look around the hall. At the same time, his ears concentrated on various discussions among the crowd. "I heard that Hua Winter Fairy is about to marry Wukong later this year. Is it true?" A young man with a machete on his back said to another young man in blue robes opposite him. The blue-robed young man responded, "Yes, it's true. They should announce it soon." The young man with a machete sighed, "Poor Yang Chen. First, his profound vein was destroyed by the Wukong and now his fiancée has been robbed away too." The blue-robed young man only gave a chuckle in reply, unwilling to express his opinion on this matter. Young Lyndon didn't know who were Hua Wen, the Wukong, or Yang Chen, but he was pretty sure they should be a member of the 6 major clans. Otherwise, these people won't pay attention to them in the first place. This Yang Chen is probably defeated by the Wukong guy and got his profound vein crippled along the way. Since he became a waste, his fiancée, Hua Wen, probably has no choice but to choose a Wukong. TSK, 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 what a cliché drama. And this Yang Chen's name is very protagonist-like, similar to a novel I had read before. Is he going to make a counterattack later after encountering a peerless treasure? Young Lyndon was amused by his own thoughts. There were plenty of these dramas in the novel he had read before. Unknowingly, all the dishes had been served while young Lyndon continued to listen to the discussion. He was aware that he had a slim chance to obtain the news about Heavenly Iron by relying on these people alone. After all, the Heavenly Iron was considered as a scarce material in a small place like Heavenly Fortune Nation. However, young Lyndon didn't mind about it. After listening for an hour, he had gained a lot of news and rumors, making his understanding of the general situation of the capital city increasing tremendously. For example, the third prince, Qi Feng, was crippled since birth. Heavenly Fortune Academy was the place where geniuses all over the city gathered, and the most famous treasure store was operated by the Yang clan. Young Lyndon remembered all of this information and went to settle the bill before he headed toward Yang clan's territory direction. A new plan had formed in his mind after he heard about Yang Chen's incident, coupled with the fact that the Yang clan might have the Heavenly Iron in their possession. Young Lyndon could take this chance to make them owe him a favor and ask for the Heavenly Iron in return. Did young Linden have a way to repair a damaged profound vein? The answer was yes. For over 10 years of experience in the medical profound art, young Linden's attainment was remarkable. Repairing a damaged profound vein was not that hard for him. However, he had to see Yang Chen's current condition first before he could judge anything. Of course, he definitely won't approach Yang Chen blindly. No one would believe a no-name Essence Profound Realms practitioner like him, and his safety might be at risk. Thus, he came up with an idea, building his reputation, and wait. Fortunately, the Yang clan was coincidentally located on the eastern side of the city. Young Linden walked for an hour until he arrived in front of the Yang trading hall. He thought for a while before he decided to check it out. Young Linden took out a list from his sleeves and handed it to the clerk. "I want everything on this list." The clerk carefully read everything on the list and gave young Linden a professional smile. "Please wait for a moment. I'll go fetch your items." Following that, she disappeared into the door behind the counter. Young Linden was surprised slightly. He didn't expect everything to be smooth sailing like this. After all, the items on his list were not cheap, and some of them were quite rare. Young Linden used this time looking around the trading hall and discovered a few customers walking around the place. According to the information, this place should be the most famous trading hall in the city. It should be crowded with customers. However, the current situation didn't seem to match the reputation, causing young Linden to ponder deeply. Here are the items you need. A total of 7,030,000 gold coins. We can give you a 10% discount. May I know how a esteemed customer would like to set a bill? The clerk came back with a large leather bag and put it on the counter. Young Linden checked the items and quickly paid directly with several gold notes before he asked, "Do you have heavenly iron here?" The clerk was surprised when she saw young Linden casually paid with several gold notes without hesitation. When she heard his question, she quickly replied, "Dear esteemed customer, I'm sorry, we currently don't have it here. However, if you really want it, you can check this out." She then gave young Linden a piece of paper. On the paper, it was the announcement from the Yang clan, saying they were currently looking for someone to treat the current patriarch from a dreadful disease. The rewards were 10 kilograms of heavenly iron, along with other precious treasures. Young Linden snickered in his heart, as everything seemed to get in his way effortlessly. However, he won't jump into the muddy water directly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how he died. Who knows how many enemies the Yang clan had? This Yang patriarch definitely suffered from someone's scheme. He didn't want to get into others' trouble. Young Linden retrieved the leather bag and politely said, "Thank you for telling me this." Then he walked out of the hall under the clerk's scrutinized gaze. "What are you going to do next?" young Linden asked. After young Linden leaving the Yang trading hall, he found a random inn to stay. "I plan to set up a stall to treat people for free and wait." Young Linden replied casually. "Why are you so sure that they won't be able to trace back to you?" Young Linden understood his plan, but she couldn't understand where his confidence came from. Young Linden chuckled. "I don't expect to conceal everything. All we need is to delay them. When they found out it was me, I would be long gone by then." Young Linden nodded her head and looked at young Linden weirdly. As she watched him growing up, young Linden rarely stepped out of the sect. She didn't expect him to be this meticulous and seemingly very experienced. Thinking about this, her mind drifted to the memory of young Linden's arrival at the sect for the first time. "I'm going to rest now, and Millen. You should rest too." Young Linden yawned, as he didn't notice the change in her mood. Young Millen nodded her head and vanished from the room, leaving young Linden to scratch his head and wondered where did she go. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to absorb profound energy. In the Azure world, profound strength was divided into 9 realms. Foundation, Essence, and Spirit Profound Realm were regarded as an early entrance of all practitioners, following with Origin, Earth, and Heaven Profound Realm as a true profound practitioner. As for the last 3 realms, they were Ruler, Ascent, and Monarch Profound Realm. Each one of them comprised 10 small levels. Young Qianzu, young Millen, 4 Whole Masters, and 12 Elders of the Misty Cloud sect all had the strength at the Heaven Profound Realm, which could be considered one of the strongest forces in Heavenly Fortune Nation. The most fearsome was naturally be the current ruler of the nation, Qianxing, as the rumor said he had profound strength at the 3rd level of Ruler Profound Realm. Normally, the mediocre one would be stuck at the 10th level of the Foundation Profound realm, and the promising genius would reach the 6th or 7th level of Essence Profound realm by the age of 16. Thanks to the resources that young Kyungsu had piled up for him, allowing a slightly above average talent like young Lindemann managed to reach the 3rd level of Essence Profound realm before 16. A moment later, young Lindemann exhaled a long breath in disappointment. He had tried every possible means to strengthen himself since the first day he came to this world. However, he failed in the end and could only accept this fact. Therefore, the only way he could preserve his life was to stick with the Misty Cloud sect. This was the biggest thigh for him to grab a hold onto, and this was also the reason why he'd worked so hard to study the profound formation and medical profound arts. As long as the sect was safe and sound, his life would be preserved. Young Lindemann shook his head, getting rid of the sour mood, and habitually touched the silver necklace on his neck. This necklace had accompanied him through 2 lifetimes. Undoubtedly, there was a secret behind it. However, no matter how he racked his brains, he couldn't get anything from it. Chapter 7, Treatment Stall. Young Lindemann had a simple breakfast at the 84. He headed to the biggest market in the Yang clan's territory. On the streets were thousands, if not tens of thousands of people, and there were countless stalls aligned neatly at both sides. Looking at the bustling scene in front of him, young Lindemann's mind drifted to the past where he was on Earth. At that time young Lindemann had opened a fight stall as a hobby, and his main job was reading a novel. It was simple, yet full of happiness. If he hadn't grown up in the Misty Cloud sect, perhaps he might choose a peaceful life and secluded himself from the world. "This uncle, how can I set up a stall here? Do I have to ask for permission?" Young Lindemann put a messy thought aside and went to ask a middle-aged man behind a breakfast stall nearby. The stall owner looked at young Lindemann in puzzlement as he saw young Lindemann's clothes were spotless and he looked like a young master from a wealthy family. Nevertheless, he replied, "You can go to the operation hall over there, paying a fee and they will assign a place for you." "Thank you, uncle." Young Lindemann responded politely and gave the stall owner a gold coin, leaving the stall owner in a daze. When the stall owner came back to his sense, young Lindemann had already blended into the crowd, disappearing from his sight. Young Lindemann passed through the dense crowd and arrived at the operation hall. He went straight to the counter and quickly applied for a stall permission token. He didn't have to wait for too long before he got the permission token in the assigned location to set up his stall. Young Lindemann didn't know why everything seemed rather smooth to him. He often thought that he would encounter some arrogant young masters and into conflict with them. To his surprise, he never met one until now. The assigned location was located at the end of the market streets, which could be considered a good place. Young Lindemann bought a small wooden table and 2 good wooden chairs, one with a backrest and another without it. He set up a simple stall and put a big signboard, treating every illness for free, in front of the table. Following that, he sat calmly, closing his eyes, and waited for the target to hit the bait. The passers-by had various reactions when they saw young Lindemann's stall. Some of them didn't believe in his skill as he was too young, and some of them even gave him a contemptuous gaze. However, people who were hesitant could also be seen among the crowd. One had to know that the expense for general treatment was extremely high. Especially for an established doctor, treating simple flu might cost them more than 10 gold coins. An ordinary citizen with a low income definitely couldn't afford the insanely high price. Therefore, when they saw young Lindemann's stall, they had the thought of trying in case he could really cure them. After all, it was free. "This little doctor, can you check my condition?" At this moment, the middle-aged woman in fiery red clothes approached young Lindemann with a smile as she asked politely. Young Lindemann opened his eyes to look at her and nodded his head with a smile. "Yes, I can. Please take a seat." The middle-aged woman sat on the chair without the backrest and raised her hand for young Lindemann to check her pulse. Young Lindemann didn't need to examine her, as he had already figured out her illness. The woman had pale skin, hollow eyes as if she hadn't slept for a long time, combined with a gloomy aura that emanating out from her body. He was pretty sure this woman had suffered a disease called Jinn hallucination. "Did you often see something like a ghost or an illusion whenever you closed your eyes?" Young Lindemann asked. The woman's eyes lit up and nodded her head quickly. "Yes. It started a month ago. I always seeing a scary ghost in my dreams every time I closed my eyes. I have visited many famous Taoist priests and spirit doctors, but none of them could do anything about it. I happened to see little Dr. Stall here and come to give it a try." Please tell me, do you have a way to get rid of it? The woman looked at young Lincoln expectantly. Young Lincoln was puzzled in his heart. He didn't understand why those spirit doctors and Taoist priests couldn't get rid of the simple ailment. To his knowledge, yin hallucination might be a bit tricky, but it shouldn't be that hard to expel it. In fact, it was because young Lincoln couldn't grasp a clear picture of the overall level of the doctors in the entire nation, and it made him overestimated them greatly. The woman thought for a moment before she replied, "I never go to that kind of place. However, my husband went to the ancestral tomb last month. Is it because of him? But he seems fine. Why am I the only one who is it?" She started to get angry and harbor resentment toward her husband. Young Lincoln nodded, "Certainly. Your husband is a man. He definitely has yang energy in the body more than you. He can easily resist this level of yin aura with no problem. Unlike you, you are a woman. The nature of woman's body comprises yin energy which happen to be aligned with the yin aura from the tomb." The woman immediately understood the cause and effect of this matter. The resentment toward her husband gradually disappeared. No one could understand the torment she had been through during this month. Had she been an ordinary mortal, she would have died a long time ago. The profound energy in her body was the reason why she could hold on until now without sleeping. "I will help you erase the yin aura in your body." After finishing the sentence, young Lincoln took out 6 silver needles from his toolbox on the table and quickly pinned them down on the woman's body. The speed was too fast. The woman didn't even have time to react before all the silver needles were already attached to her body. The 6 needles formed into a symmetric hexagon shape from her forehead to her belly. A trace of heat slowly seeped into the woman's body, causing her brows to crease together. In the next moment, the gloomy aura around her started to disperse at an obvious rate. The woman was overjoyed when she noticed the change in her body. The sluggish feelings she had before were slowly leaving her. "It worked!" she exclaimed loudly. Her voice immediately attracted the onlookers as they looked at young Lincoln in amazement. They never thought that this young spirit doctor could actually treat the woman's illness. Young Lincoln retracted the silver needles and used profound energy to clean them before putting them back on the table. Afterward, he took out several talisman papers from his sleeves and began to inscribe several ancient symbols on them. "Congratulations, you are free from illness now. When you go back, put these talismans around your house for a day. There shouldn't be a problem anymore." Young Lincoln handed the talismans to the woman. The woman received them gratefully and gave a deep bow to young Lincoln. "Thank you, Senior, for treating my illness. My name is Huang Shaoi. If you have a problem, you can visit my house anytime and please, accept this." She then gave young Lincoln a gold note worth 1,000. Young Lincoln was amused by the way she called him a senior instead of a little doctor like she did before. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Take your money back. I don't need it. If you are uncomfortable, you can use this money to buy clothes and food for orphans." Hong Zhao looked at young Lincoln admiringly. "Senior, you are too kind. Rest assured, I'll donate this money to an orphanage as you wish." Young Lincoln snickered in his heart. It wasn't because he was too kind, but rather he urgently needed to build up the reputation and he didn't lack money right now. Hong Zhao kept bowing a few times before she left the stall in a good mood. Seeing this, the onlookers immediately reacted. They hurriedly came to young Lincoln's stall for free treatment. A minute later, a long line of people appeared in front of the stall. Yang clan was renowned for the treasure trading business throughout the Heavenly Fortune Nation, and the income from this business alone was capable to send them to the top of the wealthy ranking effortlessly. Even the Qi royal clan might not be able to compete with them in this aspect. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind one. Yang clan's wealth, without a doubt, had aroused greed and envy from all directions. In the past, there were countless accidents occurring in the Yang manor. Assassination and robbery had happened from time to time endlessly. However, with the enormous wealth that Yang clan had accumulated, they had successfully nurtured many talents within the clan and became one of the local behemoths among the 6 major clans. Yang Chen, the eldest son of the current patriarch Yang Gaming, was labeled as a generation genius. His attainment in the sword profound art was extremely high. Moreover, there was a rumor saying he had already achieved a sword in 10 despite he was only 16 this year. No matter how people looked at him, he was, undeniable, going to take the helm of Yang clan in the future. However, all of this had become the past now. 2 months ago, Yang Chen had accepted a challenge from Luo Kun, the young master of a Luo clan. Luo Kun's status in his clan was almost the same as Yang Chen's in Yang clan. He was proficient in spear arts and inherited his father's brilliant talents at a young age. The battle between the two started because of a woman, Wu Wen'er, from Hue clan. Originally, she was Yang Chen's fiancée, and they were childhood sweethearts, growing up together. Later, Luo Kun was infatuated with her to the point he asked his family to step forward, helping him break the marriage contract between Hue Wen'er and Yang Chen. But how could Yang Chen let them do that? As a prideful person like him, Yang Chen never let anyone challenge his dignity easily. Therefore, a conflict between them was inevitable. On the appointed date, both Yang Chen and Luo Kun had a fierce battle with a marriage contract as a stake. The battle ended with Luo Kun as a winner, and Yang Chen's profound vein had been destroyed afterward. A generation genius had fallen overnight, causing a tremendous commotion to spread throughout the capital city. Since then, Yang Chen had become an object of ridicule, and he never showed up in the public again. Chapter 8, Yang Minglari at an isolated courtyard somewhere in the Yang Manor, an 18-year-old looking woman sat calmly on the bed while trying to absorb profound energy around her. She had an almond-shaped face, a delicate nose, and thin lips. Her long, slender brows creased together involuntarily with her eyes closed. Her face was quite pale, droplets of sweat were covered all over her beautiful face. She currently looked somewhat agony. Who? Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, along with a long exhalation. A dejected expression appeared on her face. She was extremely disappointed in herself. Bang! Miss! Miss! All of a sudden, a young girl in green robes barged into the room as she shouted loudly. The woman frowned slightly. What happened? Why are you so hurry, Lingling? The girl, Zhao Lingling, panted heavily while she replied, Miss, there is a miraculous doctor appearing in our market. So far, he can treat every ailment with ease. Even Madame Hong, who suffered an unknown insomnia disease, has been cured by him. We should bring young Master Yang Chen to see him. The woman was surprised upon hearing this. Of course, she knew Madame Hong's condition very well, even the most famous doctor in the capital city could not cure her. However, this appeared out of nowhere. Doctor managed to do it. This showed the doctor's attainment on medical profound art was extremely high. The woman fell into silence for a while. She was Yang Minglari, the eldest young mistress of Yang clan, and she was also Yang Chen's older sister. Her talent in profound ways might not be high, but her thinking ability and business management were unrivaled among her peers. Even though she knew Yang Lilin could cure Madame Hong's illness, she remained skeptical. After all, Yang Chen's condition was 100 times worse than Madame Hong's. Yang Minglari pondered for a moment before she decided to give it a try. Let's go. I will meet this doctor first before deciding further. With that, she stood up and went out of the room with Zhao Lingling followed behind closely. It's done. After you go back, you can give your grandma a medicine according to this prescription. Young Linden retrieved the silver needles back from an old woman in Rades and said to a young girl on the side. The young girl nodded her head vigorously and carefully stored the prescription paper in her dirty sleeves. She bowed her head deeply. Thank you, Senior, for helping my grandmother. I'll remember this kindness forever. Young Linden glanced at the young girl's tattered clothes and sighed inwardly. He then took out 5 gold coins from his sleeves and stuffed them into the young girl's hand. The medicine shouldn't cost more than 50 silver coins. You can use the rest for food and clothes. The young girl was startled for a moment, and her eyes grew misty. While the old woman had already cried as she knelt on the ground directly, Thank you, little doctor. Thank you. Young Lindemann was embarrassed seeing the scene. He hurriedly helped the old woman up and said, This is nothing, Grandma. You should live well from now on. He turned to the young girl and continued, All right, don't cry. Take your grandmother back. She needs proper rest. The young girl was choked with tears while nodding her head. She escorted her grandmother out of the stall, vanishing into the crowd. Young Linden turned to the crowd and said calmly, I hope there won't be any bad news such as robbery on a young helpless girl for me to hear later. Everyone should understand, right? The crowd glanced at each other and expressed their understanding to young Linden. Earlier, when they saw young Linden gave the young girl gold coins, they were quite tempted. However, when they heard a warning from him, those ill thoughts had been dispersed instantly. no one would be willing to offend a doctor. Especially a genius doctor like young Linden. If something happened to the young girl, without a doubt, young Linden could use public power to put pressure on a culprit directly. Needless to say, there would be someone willing to offer their help to gain favor from him. Young Linden nodded his head and sat back in his chair with a satisfied smile, preparing to continue his work. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure coming in his direction. She wore exquisite blue robes with a wide ribbon on her waist. Her hair hung down on her shoulder neatly and there was a veil on her face, hiding half of her countenance. With a glance, young Linden knew she should be someone from a big clan. "Isn't that young Miss Yang Lei?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. "Yes, it's her." "Why did she appear here?" another person said. "Idiot. Haven't you heard about young Master Yang Chen's situation? She definitely comes here for the genius doctor." Yang Minglari passed through the crowds as they paved the way for her involuntarily and arrived in front of young Linden's stall. The scene when young Linden gave gold coins to the young girl had been seen by her, and it made her have a sense of respect toward young Linden. Not only he didn't ask for a treatment fee, he even gives money away to the poor. Such a benevolent and kind heart, he truly deserves to be a doctor. She thought to herself. Before she could say anything, young Linden had spoken first. "Miss, I don't care who you are or what is your background. If you want me to treat you, please get into the line." After finishing a sentence, he paid no more attention to her and continued to treat the patient beside him. Yang Minglari was taken aback for a second, and she gave young Linden a slight bow before retreating to the back of the line. "Miss, isn't he a bit arrogant?" Zhao Lingling whispered in dissatisfaction. Yang Minglari replied softly, "No, he is not. We are indeed in the wrong." Her eyes fixated on young Linden without blinking. This was the first time she saw someone who hadn't sucked up on a descendant of a major clan. This doctor was abiding by his principle through and through. It was exceptionally rare, especially in the capital city, where people would do their best to flatter anyone from the 6 major clans. Moreover, she was curious about young Linden's origin. To her knowledge, there wasn't anyone with a surname Yun in Heavenly Fortune capital city that proficient in medical profound art. To possess such a high skill at a young age, his background shouldn't be ordinary. As for his low profound strength, she didn't think about it much because normally a doctor rarely pursues the profound ways. There were many famous doctors out there possessing such low profound strength. Young Linden wasn't aware of Yang Mingli's thoughts, as he was overjoyed in his heart. While he was treating the patient, he had secretly written something on paper and stored it in his invisible interspatial ring. An hour passed by quickly, and Yang Mingli's turn had arrived. When people saw her, they surrendered their positions and let her pass voluntarily. No matter how Yang Mingli refused, they would still insist to let her go first. Thus, she had no choice but to accept their kindness, or rather, their flattery. "Greetings, Senior. My name is Yang Lei. I would like to ask Senior to treat my younger brother." Yang Mingli spoke politely as she went straight to the main point. Young Linden glanced at Yang Lei for a while and a weird expression appeared on his face. He said, "Are you sure you don't need my help?" His words directly confused Yang Lei, and he said further, "Did you feel pain on your profound vein whenever you try to absorb profound energy? And you would feel a piercing cold on your lower body every night, making you unable to sleep?" Yang Mingli's eyes immediately widened open. She had an exact problem as young Linden said. In the past, her talent in profound ways could be considered a genius level. However, 5 years ago, her profound vein seemed to have a problem all of a sudden. Every time she tried to absorb profound energy, she would feel intense pain in her profound vein. Moreover, every part of her body from her waist down to toe would feel an unbearable cold every night, causing her to suffer to the point she couldn't even have a proper sleep in a single night since then. Her father, Yang Geming, had mobilized the clan's resources to seek for a doctor throughout the Heavenly Fortune nation, but it was futile in the end. Nobody would be able to cure her. This was a sentence from the most famous doctor in the nation. Since then, Yang Mingli was forced out of the successor competition, and other elders in the clan also used this chance to attack Yang Geming because he had wasted too many resources on her. And this incident caused Yang Geming's patriarch position to shake. She had always been guilty toward her father for all this time. Yang Mingli regained her composure as she asked uncertainly, "My illness can be treated?" Young Linden motioned her to sit down. He responded, "Let me check your condition first." Yang Minglari calmed herself down and stretched out her hand for young Linden. The latter grabbed her wrist with a thoughtful expression. Sure enough, all the women here have smooth and elastic skins without using any skincare, unlike women on Earth. Young Linden thought while he flicked his hand slightly and a piece of paper had slipped into Yang Mingli's sleeves. Yang Mingli's face abruptly changed, and she looked at young Linden questioningly. When she saw him staring at her with a serious expression, she seemed to understand something immediately. Young Linden retracted his hand and uttered helplessly, "I'm sorry. I can't help you. Your condition is too abnormal. I doubt if there's anyone in Northern Continent who can help you. You should go back and read more medical records. Maybe you can find something." As a woman who had engaged in business management since a young age, she was smart enough to understand a subtle hint behind young Linden's words. She quickly got into an act as she lowered her head and said dejectedly, "I understand. What about my brother? Does Senior have a way to treat him?" Young Linden pretended to ponder while giving a thumb up to Yang Minglari in his heart. "Looks like this girl is quite smart." He responded, "I heard that your brother's profound vein has been destroyed. I don't think I can help you with that." Yang Minglari let out a helpless sigh. She stood up and cupped her fists. "Thank you, Senior. Even though Senior can't help me, I am grateful to you. I'll take my leave first." Following that, she turned around and left directly. Xiaolingling took a deep look at young Linden before she hurriedly followed Yang Minglari out. The crowd heard the conversation between them clearly. They shook their heads in disgust in a low voice. They had already expected this outcome. It would be a surprise if someone could repair a destroyed profound vein. After all, it only existed in a legend. Chapter 9, Sneak Out. After leaving young Linden's stall, Yang Minglari didn't hurry to go back to her residence. She strolled aimlessly with a sad expression hung on her face. Xiaolingling wanted to comfort her, but she didn't know what to say. She could only accompany her young mistress silently. In the distance not too far away, a man in gray clothes stared at Yang Minglari for a long time before he took out a transmission jade from his pocket and said in a low voice, "Master, the doctor can't cure her. Do we need to monitor him further?" "No need. Come back." A faint, aged voice resounded back into the man's mind. Instantaneously, his figure blended into the crowd and disappeared from the street. It took an hour later before Yang Minglari went back to her courtyard. She told Xiaolingling to go out and carefully set up sound and spiritual sense isolation barriers in her room. After confirming there was no one around, Yang Minglari took out a paper from her sleeves and read it. It was the paper that young Linden secretly put into her sleeves earlier. "I can help both of you. However, you have been watching by someone and I don't want to get into your trouble. If you want me to help you, come to me at night. I will wait in the Autumn Wind Inn, room number 7. Remember, be careful when you go out and come with your brother alone. Don't bring your servant along with you." Yang Minglari burned the paper directly after she'd finished reading. Her face was full of awe and excitement. She never thought that young Linden would be this cautious because she didn't even notice there was someone watching her all this time. Thinking of this, her eyes turned cold as her hands clenched into fists. She was not a fool and well aware there was someone within the clan specifically aimed at her. It's just that they hit too well, rendering her to be helpless. In fact, young Linden had purely guessed about it. When he saw Yang Minglari coming from afar, he managed to identify her condition right away. Yang Minglari was clearly poisoned by a rare poison, ice-threading poison. Without a doubt, she was a victim of a conspiracy. He didn't need to use his brains to know she was being under someone's watch. Yang Minglari closed her eyes and tried to think of a way to sneak out without leaving a trace. Her profound strength was a mere 8th level of the Essence Profound realm. There was no way she could hide her presence from any experts within the Yang Manor. All of a sudden, her eyes lit up as she found a solution. She immediately called Xiaolingling to come in. "Lingling, I need your help," Yang Minglari said. Xiaolingling was the person she trusted the most. Asking for her help shouldn't be a problem. "What is it, miss?" "Please, do tell." Xiaolingling was curious. The current Yang Minglari seemed to be different from before. "I want to go out to do something tonight. I need you to cover for me by replacing me. I don't want anyone to know my whereabouts. Can you do it?" Yang Minglari said with a serious expression. Zhao Lingling was confused, but she still nodded her head. No problem, miss. What should I do? Yang Minglari smiled and explained her plan. In a courtyard 100 meters away from Yang Li's courtyard, a young man with disheveled hair sat on a chair, drowning himself with a jar of wine. He had a prominent handsome face, long sharp eyebrows, and a straight nose bridge. His eyes were sunken, losing their usual lusters. A gloomy aura kept emanating out of his body as if he had long given up on himself. He was the once-generation genius, Yang Chen. Gulp. Yang Chen drank wine directly from the jar as if he was drinking plain water. After he was defeated by Luo Kung, he never stepped out of his courtyard again. Drinking was the only way for him to relieve himself from all the pain and depression. If it wasn't because for his sister, Yang Minglari, he might commit suicide a long time ago. You should stop drinking already. At this moment, Yang Minglari walked into the room as she said. Looking at her younger brother became like this, her heart ached as if it was torn into shreds. Yang Chen put the jar of wine down and glanced at Yang Minglari with his drowsy eyes. He asked, "What brings you here, sister?" Yang Minglari didn't reply right away. She carefully set up barriers to prevent sound from leaking and sat opposite Yang Chen. "I found a way to repair your profound vein. You have to follow me out tonight," Yang Minglari said calmly. Yang Chen was stunned. His mind jolted awake for a second before he gave a slight chuckle. "You don't have to lie to me, sister. There is no one in the world who can repair a destroyed profound vein." With that, he took another gulp of wine, appeared as he didn't believe in her words. Yang Chen's hand stopped moving while he stared at Yang Minglari, trying to find something out of her expression. Upon seeing her dead serious expression, he put the jar down and asked uncertainly, "Is it true?" Yang Minglari gave a nod in response, causing Yang Chen's hands to tremble. He shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of drunkenness, and took a deep breath before he spoke. "What shall we do?" A smile bloomed on Yang Li's face and she handed a servant uniform to him. "Change your clothes into this. Where are you going?" At the entrance of Yang's manor, a tall guard asked a young girl and a young boy in front of him. Both of them wearing veils on their faces. The girl was no other than Zhao Lingling, and the boy was a servant under Yang Minglari. If you looked closely, the young boy had a figure similar to Yang Chen. "Young miss told me to buy something. Is there any problem?" Zhao Lingling replied in a dissatisfied tone. The guard frowned. "What about him?" Zhao Lingling was angry. "What's wrong with you?" "I need him to help me carry things." "Do you want me to call young miss to give you an explanation?" The guard shuddered and shook his head hurriedly. No. You can go ahead." Zhao Lingling snorted coldly and was about to move away. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead as she spoke. "Ah! I forgot my pouch." Following, she turned around and brought the boy with her back to the manor. The guard looked at them for a while. He shook his head and muttered, "This girl is still fierce as usual." 10 minutes later, Zhao Lingling and the boy came back and passed through the gate while the guard didn't bother to look at them for fearing to provoke her anger once again. However, because of this, he had failed to perceive a peculiar change in both of them. Zhao Lingling seemed to be slightly taller than before. Young Linden finished his sumptuous dinner at the Autumn Windens dining hall and went back to his room afterward. Today, he had spent an enormous amount of profound energy dealing with patients. He was quite exhausted and wanted to take a rest for a while. "You've worked hard." Young Millen appeared in the room and looked at young Lindemann with a smile underneath the black veil. She had witnessed everything he had done for today and was admired his kindness. Young Lindemann was already accustomed to her come-and-gone out-of-nowhere behavior. He responded while pouring 2 cups of tea for both of them. "It's nothing." He handed 1 cup of tea to young Millen and asked, "Anyway, Aunt Millen, I don't quite understand. Why is the level of doctors here being too low? Today, I found that many patients have a simple ailment, yet those doctors can't do anything. This is the capital of the nation, doctors here shouldn't be this incapable, right? This is too strange." Young Millen sipped the tea while listening to young Linden's question. A smile emerged on her lips as she replied, "It's not that their level is too low, but rather your level is too high." Upon hearing this, young Linden frowned slightly. "Yeah, maybe it's true. So, it's not that those doctors' skills are too low but I, myself, have a wrong common sense. I always thought that my medical knowledge is good, but haven't reached that unprecedented level, and I never compared myself to other sisters in the sect before. No wonder those girls looking at me as if I am a monster whenever I perform treatment. He thought to himself. Seeing young Lillian had a thoughtful expression on his face, young Millen continued, "You rarely come out of the sect. It is normal for you to think like this. In the sect, your mother and others rarely tell you about the outside world information because they want you to live carefree without any concern. Take the Sacred Flame sect's incident, for example. If you haven't discovered it by yourself, they will never tell you about it. I am always objecting on this matter because it will harm you in the future, but your mother insists on doing this. Therefore, everyone has to compile her wish. You probably won't believe what your mother has told me before we came here." Young Lyndon raised his brows and asked, "What did she tell you, Aunt Millen?" Young Millen laughed slightly. "She told me to prevent you from acquiring any information as much as I can. However, after I saw your operations during these 2 days, I found out that I should let you do it. When you first bribing the city gate guard to distract him and get a little information out of his mouth, I was quite surprised at how smooth you were. The reason why you asked him where is the best inn and who was the owner, because whoever controls the inn is likely to have a ton of information in their possession. Hence, I think your first plan is to approach you at clan." Young Millen took a deep look at young Lyndon while the latter appeared to be calm without changing his expression in the slightest. She said further, "Instead of going to the Sleepless Inn directly, you probably think it might be too hard to gain anything in a short time. Hence, you chose a relatively small and popular inn instead to learn a general situation first. Coincidentally, you heard something about the young master of Yang clan, and they happened to have heavenly iron. Consequently, you changed your original plan and chose to set up a treatment stall in the end. I must say, your luck is too good. Everything seems to get your plan effortlessly." Young Lyndon took a sip of tea and gave a light shrug to young Millen, confirming her conjecture. Just as young Lyndon was about to say something, young Millen suddenly frowned and said, "Your targets have arrived." She stood up and vanished from the spot. Chapter 10, Treatment. "It's me, Senior." A female voice rang out from the outside. Young Lyndon immediately recognized Yang Li's voice. He went to open the door, welcoming 2 guests into the room. Upon seeing young Lyndon, Yang Chen's eyes narrowed as he had a doubt in his heart. Young Lyndon was too young to be described as a miraculous doctor. If it wasn't because of Yang Li, he would never believe it. Young Lyndon led both of them to the living room, motioning them to sit down and personally poured them a tea. "This must be young Master Yang Chen?" Young Lyndon asked as he looked at Yang Chen, who was covered in a gray cloak. Yang Chen didn't say anything in reply. He gave a slight nod, unwilling to say any word. Seeing this, Yang Li took a veil off and smiled apologetically at young Lyndon. "This is my younger brother, Yang Chen. He becomes like this since that incident. I hope Senior don't mind about it." Young Lyndon shook his head. "It's fine. I understand." He took a sip of tea and continued, "Are you sure no one is trailing you?" Yang Li nodded firmly. "When I came out, I had prepared a countermeasure beforehand. Besides my trusted servants, no one knows about it." Young Lyndon had a thoughtful expression, and he changed his tone a bit. "All right, we should start as soon as possible." He then took out a jade bottle and handed it to Yang Li. "I'll start with you first. Take this pellet and lay on the bed." Yang Li glanced at the jade bottle, and she didn't hesitate to open it as she took a crimson-colored pellet directly. If she hadn't witnessed young Lyndon's kindness today, she would never take a risk using an unknown pill. Even young Lyndon had an ulterior motive. She was confident of defeating him. Yang Chen's body tensed up when he saw his sister took the pill. He wanted to stop her, but it was too late. He could only stare at young Lyndon wearily as he was helpless to do anything even he wanted to do. Such a decisive girl, young Lyndon thought, and nodded his head approvingly. He ignored Yang Chen's glare and went to the bedside, taking out a set of silver needles from his sleeves. When young Lyndon grabbed several silver needles, his expression turned solemn immediately. A red light gleamed on the silver needles as young Lyndon quickly pinned them down on Yang Li's profound entrances one by one. Each time, his movements were so quick that the young siblings could only see a faint shadows pass by. On the side, Yang Chen was astonished by young Lyndon's swift actions. When he was young, he was also interested in medical profound art. Even though his talent in this aspect might not be high, he could still recognize young Linden's level. Seeing that young Linden didn't have any malice, the vigilance in Yang Chen's heart had reduced a lot. Ah! A soft moan slipped out of Yang Li's petal lips. At this moment, she could feel a raging heat rampaging within her body, as if she had been trapped in a hot cauldron. The soft moan made Yang Chen embarrassed, but it hadn't affected young Linden in the slightest. Droplets of sweat emerged on his forehead, his eyes were focused on each silver needle while he constantly poured profound energy onto them. The moment young Linden saw Yang Minglei, he immediately discovered she was poisoned by the ice-threading poison. This poison had a unique characteristic, tasteless and odorless. When the target was inflicted by this poison, their profound vein would become clogged and their progress would be stagnated. Every night, the target's lower body would feel a piercing cold, and it would disperse in the morning. "Go fetch water for me," young Linden said in a deep voice. Yang Chen frowned slightly, but he still complied in the end. Young Linden snapped his finger, and a small fire condensed on the tip of his finger. He quickly tapped on several spots around Yang Li's thighs. The latter let out a loud moan from time to time whenever young Linden's finger tapped on them. Deep down, she was embarrassed to death, but she couldn't prevent it. The only thing she could do was to keep hypnotizing herself, as it was for treatment. Although young Linden was itchy slightly when he heard the heavenly voice, his mind never distracted from what he was doing. When Yang Chen came back with a water bucket, young Linden instructed, "Put it here." Yang Chen went to the bedside and put the bucket down. When he saw his sister's clothes were drenched in sweat, revealing her exquisite figure, Yang Chen had the urge to kick young Linden away, but he had to endure it. After all, young Linden was trying to help her sincerely. Young Linden flickered his hand, all the silver needles flew out of Yang Li's body. He quickly urged, "Hurry up, put your feet in the bucket." Yang Li, who was drenched in sweat, quickly reacted. The moment her feet plunged into the water bucket, a cold mist slowly emanating within the bucket. The water in the bucket gradually turned cold and froze in the end. Young Linden threw a small fireball into the bucket and told Yang Li to pull her feet out. Only then he wiped the sweat on his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. "It's done," young Linden uttered with a fatigued expression. Yang Li hurriedly examined herself. Upon she tried to concentrate on her profound strength, the pain that haunted her for many years was nowhere to be seen. Instantaneously, she grabbed young Linden's hand and cried excitedly, "Thank you. Thank you, Senior." Yang Li came back to her sense when she heard this. She looked down at her clothes, and her face immediately turned red in shame. She hastened back away from young Linden and circulated profound energy to dry her clothes. Young Linden turned to look at the astonished Yang Chen and said, "Let me rest for a while. I'll take care of you later." He closed his eyes, trying to replenish his profound energy. "Yes. Senior, can you really help me?" Yang Chen spoke in a trembled voice. His respect toward young Linden had increased tremendously after witnessing young Linden's brilliant skill. Young Linden ignored him and focused on replenishing his lost profound energy. Yang Li patted Yang Chen's shoulder and shook her head, indicating that he shouldn't disturb young Linden. Both of them turned around and walked back to the living room. "Sister, are you really fine now?" Yang Chen asked in a low voice. Yang Li nodded with a brilliant smile. "Yes. I don't feel pain anymore. It's much less congested and faster than before." Yang Chen nodded in reply and fell into deep thought. "I know you still have some doubts. However, as you can see, even my impossible-to-cure disease has been taken care of by Senior. You have to believe in him. It's not like you have a choice anyway." Seeing her younger brother's expression, Yang Li said. Yang Chen said nothing. His hands under the table secretly clutched into fists. "Luokang, I'll definitely pay you back," he vowed in his heart. Yang Li clearly perceived her younger brother's moves. She looked at him without saying anything. "What about our father?" Yang Chen suddenly asked. Yang Li frowned slightly. "I think Senior should have a solution. However, he doesn't want to be involved in this matter and we cannot bring our father out to see him. I don't know what to do as well." The two fell into silence. They couldn't find a solution for this matter. An hour later, young Linden opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Earlier, he had a faint feeling that he was about to have a breakthrough, but it disappeared in the end. He shook his head, getting rid of his disappointment, and headed to the living room. Senior. Both Yang siblings quickly stood up and greeted young Lyndon upon seeing him. Young Lyndon nodded and motioned them to sit down. Let me check your profound vein. He then grabbed Yang Chen's wrist. Young Lyndon's brows creased together briefly before his expression loosened afterward. Yang Chen's condition was better than he thought. He spoke. You are quite tough, huh? As expected from a generation genius. Yang Chen and Lang Mingli were confused. Young Lyndon explained, your profound vein isn't completely destroyed. I guess you should use some methods to preserve your life when your opponent trying to cripple you, and it also protected your profound vein along the way. Yang Chen nodded admittedly. Senior, what do you mean by this? Young Lyndon retracted his hand and said, it's mean your condition isn't that hard for me. I can repair your damaged profound vein. However, I want to ask you a question. Yang Chen immediately became excited. Senior, please ask. Why would you choose to accept Wu Kun's challenge? In my opinion, you can just ignore him. With the strength of Yang clan, he won't be able to break the marriage contract between you and Wu Wen anyway. Young Lyndon asked curiously. Yang Chen's body trembled slightly as he lowered his head in shame. Yang Mingli took this chance to answer in her younger brother's stead. I presume that Senior doesn't live here in the capital city. Seeing young Lyndon gave a light nod in reply, Yang Mingli continued, so that's the case. Actually, among the 6 major clans, our Yang clan might appear to be second after the royal clan in terms of strength. However, in truth, we are actually inferior to Wu clan. Mainly because they have support from the royal clan. Hence, even if Yang Chen declined the challenge from Wu Kun, the royal clan would interfere in the end. I see. Young Lyndon suddenly enlightened. The Qi royal clan probably feels that Yang clan could threaten their reign in the future and want to keep them in check by colluding with the Wu clan. Whether it fails or success, it won't affect their reputation. TSK, with power in their hand, it's so easy to control everything. Young Lyndon thought to himself. Yang Mingli said further, even though the Wu clan is our allies, in the end, they can't resist Wu clan and the pressure from the royal clan. It's normal for them to have no objection. She stopped talking when she saw young Lyndon raised his hand to interrupt her. It's fine. You don't have to say further. I don't care about these messy political struggles between all of you. Young Lyndon chuckled. I'll get to the point. The reason why I came here and specifically chose to interact with Yang clan is that I want something from your clan. Yang Mingli was surprised slightly, and she quickly calmed down as she replied, please do tell, Senior. I want heavenly iron. Young Lyndon spoke calmly. Chapter 11, Breaking Profound Vein Heavenly Iron. Yang Mingli and Yang Chen were surprised. Young Lyndon nodded his head. Yes. I need around 5 kilograms. When I heard that your Yang clan has issued a reward for treating your patriarch, I decided to come here to take a look. Yang Mingli suddenly stood up. Senior, do you have a way to cure my father? Young Lyndon's brows raised slightly. I have to see your father by myself first. However, as you can see, I don't want to get involved in your disputes. You can just tell me his condition and I will try to give you a method. Yang Mingli was about to say something, but young Lyndon interrupted her. We will talk about this later. Let's treat your brother first. He turned to Yang Chen and said, I have 2 choices for you. First, I will repair your damaged profound vein and you will regain the ability to practice. Second, besides repairing your damaged profound vein, I can use a method to improve it. Your profound vein will be tougher and the absorption rate will increase as well. However, this method is extremely dangerous and very painful. You may die in the process. Moreover, I haven't done this to anyone before. So, the choice is yours. Both Yang siblings' expressions changed drastically. Yang Mingli looked at Yang Chen worriedly. With her younger brother's temper, he definitely chose the second method without hesitation. She didn't want him to take a risk. Yang Chen clenched his fists and answered firmly, I choose the second method. Young Lyndon wasn't surprised about this. As someone with a protagonist-like name and was driven by a revenge plot, it was normal for Yang Chen to choose this way. He took a small leather bag out, handing it to Yang Mingli and said, very well. I need you to prepare hot water and throw all of these medicinal ingredients into it. Yang Minglari hesitated for a moment as she wanted to persuade Yang Chen to give up this choice. However, when she saw an unwavering determination in his eyes, she could only swallow everything back and went to prepare the water. Young Lindan looked at Yang Chen for a while. He said, "Are you ready?" Yang Chen stared back at young Lindan and uttered firmly, "Let's do it. Senior doesn't have to worry. If I died, my sister won't do anything to you." Hearing this, young Lindan shrugged his shoulders without care. He never believed in something like oaths or promises. If Yang Chen died in his hand, he was quite sure Yang Minglari won't let this matter rest. "Come." When young Lindan saw Yang Minglari came back, he beckoned Yang Chen to follow him to the bathroom. In the bathroom, there was a wooden tub with translucent water mixing with various medicinal herbs, emitting a medicinal fragrance spread throughout the room. "Get in," young Lindan told Yang Chen. Yang Chen slowly got into the wooden tub. The moment his body soaked into the medicinal water, he could feel an extremely comfortable sensation seep into every pore of his body. Young Lindan came to the wooden tub side. After he took a deep breath, he spoke, "I'm going to start now." Without waiting for Yang Chen to reply, a bright green light lit up on the top of young Lindan's finger as he struck on Yang Chen's left shoulder. Poof! Erg! Yang Chen let out a painful cry involuntarily. Blood spurted out of his mouth, turning the water red. His face was constantly distorted in agony. Young Lindan raised his finger once again and struck Yang Chen's arm, making the latter screaming in pain once again. According to a medical profound art, the remnant record of life that he studied for all these years, there were 3 ways to repair a damaged profound vein. First, using a divine elixir. Young Lindan didn't know what was the divine elixir because the highest level of the elixir he had seen before was only rank 9. And even he did, he won't be able to find it anyway. The second method was simply connecting every profound entrance on the profound vein one by one. In this method, the doctor needed to be a wood element user and extremely proficient in medical profound art. The complication in this method was how to handle the complicated profound vein when connecting them together. However, for young Lindan, this method was the easiest one. Lastly, the current method that young Lindan had performed right now. Young Lindan called it the breaking vein method. This method was basically destroyed everything and rebuilt it with the help of medicinal elixirs. It was perilous, as the target might not be able to hold on because of the immense pain and died before the process was completed. While the treatment continuing, Yang Minglari couldn't bear to see her younger brother in pain. She bit her lips hard and turned her head away. At this moment, young Lindan was already covered in sweat entirely. He constantly popped up energy, replenished pills into his mouth from time to time throughout the process. It took young Lindan 30 minutes to completely snap every profound entrance on Yang Chen's body. The next step was to connect all of them together. Yang Chen was now pale as white paper. His upper body was covered in blood, and his eyes turned bloodshot. The past 30 minutes was the most painful moment he had ever experienced since he was born. Even when Wokan destroyed his profound vein, it was miles behind this. There were several moments he thought he would step into the death gate. The reason he could hold on was that he wanted revenge. He was unwilling to die like this. Even he had to die. At least he needed to repay his hatred first. Young Lindan let out a long breath while trying to replenish his profound energy. Meanwhile, Yang Minglari on the side was relieved after seeing Yang Chen was fine. No one could understand how nervous she was earlier. After young Lindan regained his profound energy, he quickly used several silver needles on Yang Chen. Both of his hands were covered in bright green profound light before he started to connect Yang Chen's shattered profound vein together piece by piece. His movement was insanely fast and precise. Every time young Lindan touched, Yang Chen could feel an obvious change in his profound vein, causing him to become ecstatic and had completely forgotten all the pain. Thud. An hour later, young Lindan suddenly slumped onto the ground after he finished connected all Yang Chen's profound vein. His face was pale as white sheets, drenching in sweat. He had spent every ounce of his profound energy in order to perform this technique. Senior. Yang Minglari hurriedly came to young Lindan's side, trying to pull him up. Young Lindan currently had no strength left in his body. If Yang Minglari wanted to kill him, he won't be able to put up any defense at all. At the corner of the room, young Millen stared at young Lindenman with a worried expression underneath her black veil. She was ready to take action at any time if something happened. Fortunately, she was the one who accompanied young Lindenman on this trip. Had it been young Kianzu, both Yang siblings would have been dead by now. "It's fine." Young Lindenman sat on the ground, leaning on the wall, and said faintly. Yang Mingleri was agitated. At the same time, she was deeply moved by young Lindenman's action. He had spent great efforts to help her and Yang Chen. Disgrace was too heavy. What young Lindenman had done for them was akin to giving them a new lease on life. She understood there was no way she could repay him with her current status. "Senior, both of us siblings will engrave this kindness into our hearts forever. In the future, if Senior need us to do anything, please don't hesitate to tell us. As for heavenly iron, I will bring it to you tomorrow," Yang Mingleri said solemnly. Splash. At this moment, Yang Chen jumped out of the wooden tub, examining himself excitedly. He discovered that he could feel the profound energy around him once again, and his strength had slowly recovered bit by bit. His body was full of vigor and vitality like he never had before. "Stop! Don't absorb profound energy," young Lindenman shouted. Yang Chen was startled for a second before he nodded his head. "You need to wait a week before you can start practice again. Also, it would be better to hide your condition. You should understand what I mean," young Lindenman said and gave them a meaningful gaze. Yang Mingleri and Yang Chen looked at each other and nodded their heads in agreement. If this matter was to spread out, all of them would face endless trouble in no time. At the same time, as long as they couldn't find the hidden threats within their clan, the history would definitely repeat itself once again, and this time Yang Mingleri might not end up only being poisoned. As for Yang Chen, Luo Kun would never stop at destroying Yang Chen's profound vein. "Senior, you gave me a second life. I, Yang Chen, will remember this grace for the rest of my life." Yang Chen walked to young Lindenman and knelt down in front of him. Young Lindenman smiled slightly. "This is just a transaction. You don't have to take this matter to heart. Anyway, I wish you good luck on your redemption." His strength had returned a bit. He slowly stood up and went to the living room. "Let's talk about your father's condition." Young Lindenman poured himself a tea and said. Yang Mingleri had a serious expression as she spoke. "5 months ago, we don't know what's exactly going on. Suddenly, our father never woke up again. The doctor said, his body is fine but there's something happened to his soul. No matter how many doctors have come, they can't do anything about it." Young Lindenman's brows creased together while he contemplating this matter. The information was too vague and useless. Even his medical knowledge was vast as the ocean, he couldn't pin down the right judgment. Yang Chen hesitated briefly and said, "I don't know if this is related to father's condition. Back in the day, I saw a small black flower shape on his chest. I don't think our father has it before he becomes like this." Young Lindenman's brows raised. "Black flower pattern? Is it like this?" He then took out a paper and brush, drawing something on it. On the paper, it was a flower pattern with 5 leaves similar to a lotus shape. When Yang Chen saw it, he immediately exclaimed, "Yes! This." Yang Mingleri's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Young Lindenman apparently recognized this strange flower pattern. She was confident that he definitely had a way to deal with it. Her faith and trust in young Lindenman had already reached an unprecedented height at the point she blindly believed there was no element in the world that he couldn't deal with. Young Lindenman exhaled a cold breath. 5 leaves soul extinguished poison. He looked at the siblings and explained, "This is the incredibly rare poison. It's an extremely cruel one. When the target was poisoned by this, the target's soul will be trapped within the soul gate and losing control over the body. The 5 leaves represent the remaining times of the target. Each leaf equal to 1 year. This means your father has 5 years left. Usually, this kind of poison will be deployed to torture the target. Even though that target couldn't control the body, he could still perceive everything around him." The Yang siblings looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. They immediately understood what it meant extremely cruel by young Lindenman's word. Whoever had been poisoned by this 5-leaf soul-extinguished poison had to witness everything that happened around them, but they couldn't do anything. There was nothing more tormented than watching your family and comrades dying in front of you while you were helpless to save them. Chapter 12, Welcome, Winter Senior, I'm begging you. Please help my father. Yang Minglari cried agitatedly while Yang Chen lowered his head as his fists were clutching in anger. Young Linton smiled faintly. Don't worry. I have a way to detoxify it. However, I need several medicinal ingredients. I will give you a list. He then wrote something on another paper. Both Yang siblings' faces flushed red in excitement upon hearing this. They didn't know what to say anymore. Young Linton in front of them was simply a reincarnation of a saint doctor. It seemed he could deal with any ailment in this world. When young Linton handed the list to Yang Minglari, the latter quickly skimmed through it and gave a reply excitedly, "We are lucky. Our Yang treasury has all of them." "Really, sister?" Yang Chen grabbed Yang Minglari's hand in elation. Yang Minglari nodded firmly. "Well, that's good. Tomorrow you can bring all the ingredients for me. I'll concoct a pill for you. Also, don't forget about the heavenly iron." Young Linton said. "Rest assured, Senior. I will send them to you." Yang Minglari answered with a serious expression. Young Linton nodded. "You should be cautious during this time. When you go back, you can eat this pill." Young Linton gave Yang Minglari a jade bottle and said further, "This will help you appear like you still have the poison in your body. Your enemy won't be able to detect it. As for young Master Yang, it would be best if you never stepped out of your room before you could regain your former profound strength. My last advice is that both of you should never trust anyone in your clan." Yang Minglari took a deep breath and replied, "Understood, Senior." She was not a fool to poison her and her father without a trace. Undoubtedly, the culprit must be someone within the clan. She had to identify the culprit first before she could reveal anything. "All right, you should go back." Young Linton waved his hand. He was so tired and needed a rest. "We will take our leave now. Rest well, Senior." The Yang siblings stood up, giving young Linton a deep butt before they left. When the siblings left, young Linton's figure appeared in the room, staring at young Linton and spoke gently, "Are you okay?" Young Linton smiled weakly in reply before he fell out of the chair and fainted directly. Young Linton quickly caught him and brought him to the bed. After confirming there was nothing wrong with young Linton, she let out a sigh of relief as she muttered, "What kind of monster are you?" On the next morning, young Linton slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his forehead and tried to recall what was happened last night. The last thing he remembered was young Linton asking him something, and his consciousness immediately blacked out afterward. "How are you?" Young Linton's voice rang out from the side. She was sitting on a chair and leisurely enjoying a cup of tea. Young Linton got up and asked, "How long did I sleep, Aunt Millen?" 12 hours. It's noon now. Young Millen answered. Young Linton stretched his body lazily and walked to the table, pouring himself a tea. He could still feel a wave of fatigue within his body. "What are you going to do next?" Young Millen gave him a warm water bucket and asked. Young Linton happily received the bucket and washed his face before he replied, "Set up a stall again. We have to make it as nothing happened. If my guess is correct, there should be someone staring at me all this time. It should be the conspirator behind Yang Clan's incident." Young Millen nodded. "You are right. I found at least 2 of them. One came from Yang Clan, another is Luo Clan's lackey." Young Linton laughed slightly. "This Luo Clan is probably getting nervous." Young Linton then stood up, "Aunt Millen, I'm going to find something to eat now." Young Linton sat on the chair and beckoned the crowd to line up. He then started to treat them one by one. 2 hours later, a commotion suddenly occurred among the onlookers because of the arrival of a group of people. Leading was a handsome young man clad in luxury white robes embroidered with a dragon pattern. His eyes were sharp, brimming with confidence. Following him was a beautiful young girl in green clothes. Her long hair was tied neatly on the back, revealing her snow-white neck. She had an almond face, bright eyes, slender brows, and cherry lips. Every movement irradiating a noble and delicate charm. Behind them, there were 3 masculine men dressing in guard uniforms with a war badge on their chests, showing the identities of the 2 in the front were not normal. The crowd voluntarily paved the way for them as they recognized this group's identity. The 3 guards quickly formed into a formation, blocking people from approaching their master. The young man saw young Lin didn't pay attention to him. He took a step forward and introduced himself. Yesterday I heard there was a miraculous doctor appeared here in our capital city. Today, I've seen you by myself. Young doctor is really extraordinary as the rumors said. My name is Luo Kung, may I know your name? His voice was loud, full of arrogance. Young Linden retrieved the silver needles from the patient in front of him and said, "You are fine now. Go back and take a good rest." The patient hurriedly bowed his head and quickly slipped away. Luo Kung frowned slightly upon being ignored by young Linden. A moment later, he suddenly smiled and said, "Sure enough. I heard that this young doctor gave no one face. Looks like it's true. You sure have character. Truly admirable." Young Linden took a sip of tea and finally took a glance at Luo Kung with a smile. He said, "I don't know what brings young Master Luo here. From my observation, you don't seem to have any ailment." Just as Luo Kung was about to reply, young Linden said further, "However, the young lady behind you, there is a certain poison in your body. May I know, do you want me to help you get rid of it?" His words caused the young girl to look at him in surprise. A ray of hope flashed across her eyes shortly before it dimmed down. Luo Kung's face abruptly changed when he heard this. He glanced at the young girl behind him and turned to look at young Linden with a serious expression. His eyes narrowed. "You deserve to be called a genius, doctor. However, the so-called genius in my opinion is nothing. Without strength to protect themselves, they are no better than an ordinary mortal. I think you should pay more attention to your safety more from now on. After all, I don't want to see such a young talented doctor become a corpse in the following day." Perhaps the crowds were already accustomed to Luo Kung's arrogance. They didn't surprise at all when they heard him blatantly threatening young Linden like this. Damn! The classic young master finally appeared. I thought this Luo Kung guy would be different from the typical young master. It turned out that he is a brainless kid in the end. Everything he did is exactly according to the script. Dare to threaten me? Heh, let's see how I am going to play with you. Young Linden snickered inwardly. An amused smile appeared on young Linden's lips as he responded, "Thank you for reminding me, young Master Luo. I presume that the young lady must be young Miss Luo Wen, am I correct?" The young girl glanced at Luo Kung for a second before she gave a confirmed nod in reply. Young Linden said further, "The poison in your body is actually very easy to detoxify. You can boil 5 grams of 30 years old 3 leaves lotus, 10 grams of blood ginseng, 3 grams of blue spirit grass, and a pinch of essence profound beast's bone powders. One blow of this, the poison in your body will be gone." Young Linden was wondering in his heart, why there are so many poisons here. Don't tell me they don't have any other methods to harm each other. Maybe this Luo clan is proficient in poison besides spear art? Many questions appeared in his head. Luo Wen looked at young Linden with an incredible expression. She quickly recited young Linden's words in her mind without caring about the angry Luo Kung on the side. Luo Kung's face turned red from anger. However, instantaneously, his expression returned to normal, causing young Linden to raise his brows in surprise. Luo Kung suddenly laughed and said, "Heh, young doctor is too kind. I heard that yesterday you gave several gold coins to many people. I don't know if you've ever followed the news recently." Young Linden looked at Luo Kung calmly without changing his expression, but there was a bad premonition in his heart. Luo Kung wrapped a smile and continued, "Last night, there are many robberies occurring around the city. All the victims were the people that received your money yesterday. TSK, 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 I wonder what are you thinking at that time to give them something that cost them their lives?" Luo Kung suddenly patted his forehead and said with a false shocked expression, "No way. Don't tell me, you already expect this? Pretend to help people, but the reality, you sent them to death. TSK, I must say, doctor, you are quite insidious." Young Linden's brows creased together shortly upon hearing that news. In fact, he'd thought of this before, but he also thought that there was no one stupid enough to challenge the city's security team. However, he had underestimated and miscalculated it. He'd overlooked a young master like Luo Kung. Undoubtedly, the death of those people was related to Luo Kung. Young Linden's eyes turned sharp. "Indeed, I have already expected this to happen." His words caused a clamor among the crowd as they looked at him in disbelief. An evil smile emerged on Luo Kung's lips. He was about to speak, but young Lyndon suddenly interrupted him. I thought that the security in this city is good enough to protect them, but I am wrong in the end. I had overlooked that there is indeed someone who could ignore the rules and do whatever he wanted. Even killing someone would be a simple task for him. The onlookers were not a fool. They had figured out instantly when they hearing this. Many of them instinctively glanced at Luo Kun. The meaning in their eyes was clear. Luo Kun was without a doubt behind all of this. It was no wonder he had come to provoke young Lyndon today. Thinking of this, everything seemed to make sense. Luo Kun's face instantly turned unsightly. When he received the information about young Lyndon yesterday, he had decided to bring young Lyndon to serve Luo clan directly. However, when he thought of young Lyndon's extremely kind and indifferent to the people from major clans, he was certain young Lyndon would reject him. Therefore, he came up with this plan, killing every patient and using this to subdue young Lyndon. Now his plan failed miserably. Young Lyndon did not become a subject of public anger, but he was exposed instead. "Shut up!" Luo Kun yelled out. The crowd instantly quieted down. Luo Kun glared at young Lyndon with a wicked smile as he said, "It seems you can't be subdued by a little mean. Then what about using force? Capture him." He gave an order to his 3 bodyguards. Young Lyndon's eyes narrowed as his profound energy surged, preparing to engage in a battle. "I want to see who dares to make a ruckus here in our Yang's territory." Just as young Lyndon about to shoot, a thunderous female voice roared out from afar. Chapter 13, Departing Young Lady passed through the crowd along with several guards following behind her. Her arrival caused Luo Kun's guards to stop their movement. "Oh! Isn't that young Miss Yang? It's me who makes a ruckus here. What are you going to do?" Luo Kun turned to look at young Lei and gave a provocation. Yang Lei arrived at young Lyndon's stall and ordered her guards, "Capture these 3. "Yes, young miss." The guards responded and quickly shot forward at the trio. Luo Kun's expression changed drastically. He never thought Yang Lei would be so decisive and ignored him completely. "What are you going to do? Are you trying to provoke my Luo clan?" Luo Kun yelled loudly in anger. Yang Lei didn't bother to reply as she watched her guards subdue Luo Kun's subordinates effortlessly. She then turned to young Lyndon and said with a smile, "Senior, I'm sorry. I was late." Young Lyndon cupped his fists. "Thank you, young Miss Yang, for helping me. Otherwise, I would be doomed by now." Yang Lei smiled faintly. She didn't believe young Lyndon did not have any trump card in his sleeves. When she saw him being so calm despite he was surrounded by 3 people with strength entirely above his realm, she believed he had a way to deal with him. Seeing his subordinates were captured, Luo Kun gritted his teeth angrily as he said, "I see. It seems young Miss Yang hasn't put my Luo clan in your eyes. I'll let our elders deal with your Yang clan later." Following that, he flicked his sleeves and walked away without looking at his subordinates. "Greetings, Big Sis Ming Lei." Hua Winter stepped forward and greeted Yang Lei. Yang Lei gave her a smile and replied softly, "Wen, you have suffered all this time." Hua Winter shook her head. "I'm fine, Luo Kun didn't dare to do anything excessive to me." She turned to young Lyndon and gave him a bow. "Thank you, Senior, for giving me the prescription. Wen will definitely repay this kindness in the future. Wen will take my leave first." Hua Winter nodded her head gently at Yang Lei and walked away in Luo Kun's direction. "Such a good girl." Yang Lei lamented softly. Young Lyndon didn't care much about the drama between them. He looked at Yang Lei and inquired, "What about the items?" Yang Lei replied in a low voice, "I've sent all of them to Senior's room already. Senior can go back to check it." Young Lyndon nodded his head. "Okay, you can come to retrieve the pills tonight." He turned to the onlookers and shouted, "My apologies, everyone. I am tired today. I will take my leave first." With that, he headed back to the autumn wind indirectly. Yang Lei waved her hand, ordering her guards to release Luo Kun's subordinates. She said, "Go back and tell your master. Next time, he shouldn't come here to make trouble. Otherwise, he won't be able to leave freely like he did today." She then turned around and left the scene. Young Lyndon arrived at his room and saw several wooden boxes lying on the living room's floor. A smile appeared on his face as he hurriedly checking all the boxes. "Finally, I can go back." Young Lyndon smiled in a good mood while looking at a deep blue-colored chunk of iron in front of him. This cold irony was no other than the heavenly iron he was looking for. Congratulations. Young Lyndon's figure appeared in the room. She looked at young Lyndon and asked, "Why did you intentionally anger that Khan? Did you see his men? Each one of them could easily take you down. Why are you so impulsive today?" Young Lyndon laughed slightly. "I'm sorry for making you worry, Aunt Millen. I can't help it. When I see his arrogant attitude, I just wanted to tease him a bit. At the same time, I know there would be someone informing Yang Minglari after I showed up on the street. I'd long expected her to come." Young Millen took a deep look at young Lyndon and finally let the matter go. She sat down on the chair and brewing a tea without a word. Young Lyndon knew he had done something wrong earlier and made her worry. He quickly changed the topic. "I'll start to concoct the pill now." He took out a copper cauldron that he bought yesterday on the way back to the inn and started refining all the relevant ingredients. The concoction process was smooth sailing and extremely fast. It took an hour for young Lyndon to refine all the ingredients and another 2 hours to concoct the pill. The pill young Lyndon refined was a rank 5 soul return pill. During his stay in the Misty Cloud sect, young Lyndon had refined this pill several times under young King Ray's guidance. Thus, it was no problem for him to do it again. Wiping sweat on his forehead, young Lyndon took 9 azure-colored pellets into a jade bottle before he closed his eyes, replenishing his profound energy. Young Millen observed the entire process on the side and was amazed by young Lyndon's concoction speed. "What kind of monster are you? Even Sister Kingru might not necessarily have this kind of speed. What is your origin exactly?" Several questions popped up in her mind. Young Lyndon opened his eyes and looked toward the door until he heard Yang Li's voice coming from the outside. "Senior, it's me." He went to open the door and let Yang Li come in. When she stepped into the room, Yang Li could smell a strong medicinal fragrance, causing her to look forward to the pill. Without waiting for her to say anything, young Lyndon handed the jade bottle to Yang Li. "Here, this is the pill. Give your father at least 3 pellets in 1-hour intervals. He will be fine." Yang Minglari clutched the jade bottle tightly as she gave a deep bow to young Lyndon. "On behalf of my clan, I sincerely appreciate your kindness, and from now on, Senior will be our friend forever." Young Lyndon didn't have much reaction on this matter. He only gave her a slight nod. "All right, I appreciate that. My task here is done and I will leave tonight. All the best to you and your clan." Yang Minglari took a deep breath and said, "I understand, Senior. I wish you a safe journey. Also please be careful when you go out of the city. I fear that Khan might deploy someone to deal with you. If Senior needs my help, please don't hesitate to tell me." "It's okay. I don't need your help. I can deal with it," young Lyndon replied calmly. A strange light flashed across his eyes. In fact, he was looking forward to it. "By the way, I think you better tell your father to stay in that state for a while before you found the mole. In my opinion, whoever has the most ambition should be the culprit in this matter. I believe you can figure it out by yourself. Good luck," said young Lyndon. Although he didn't want to get involved in their dispute, he still cared about the Yang siblings a bit as he firmly believed this Yang Chen would become a noble figure in the future. It won't be a waste to befriend them. "Thank you, Senior. I think I have already known who was the inner ghost," Yang Minglari answered solemnly. Young Lyndon could see strong confidence from her expression. He said, "You should go back." Yang Minglari took a deep look at young Lyndon as if she wanted to engrave his image into her mind. This departure might last forever. Who knows if they would come across again in the future. Young Lyndon didn't say anything further and started packing everything, preparing to go back. Before Yang Minglari walked out of the room, she turned around and said, "Senior, I hope we can meet again in the future." Young Lyndon turned around and let out a chuckle. "Who knows, that future might be sooner more than you think." Yang Minglari gave another deep bow to young Lyndon and strode out of the room. Upon seeing her departure, young Lyndon quickly stored everything into his interspatial ring and left the inn, heading toward the eastern city gate. At the corner of the street, a tall figure kept staring at young Lyndon before he followed him behind silently. Young Lyndon walked unhurriedly while he appreciating the night scenery of the capital city. His mind once again drifted to the distant past when he was on Earth. The last 3 years before his death, his life was simple: wake up in the morning, doing some exercise before eating his favorite breakfast at a market street. In his spare time, he would read all kinds of novels and went to open a fright rice stall in the evening. His life at that time was fulfilled and peaceful. I kind of missing that life. Young Lyndon muttered to himself in a low voice. An hour later, young Lyndon finally left the capital city, and he headed toward the forest 10 kilometers away, ignoring the man who trailed behind him all this time. This forest was known as the Crimson Mysterious Forest, and it was inhabited by a variety of profound beasts, making it very dangerous. Even the heavenly fortune capital city's military unit and practitioners, who practiced in the profound ways, who were known for their strength, only dared to move around in the outermost parts of the forest. When one ventured deeper into the forest, higher-level profound beasts would be encountered, and this often ended with narrow escapes. The reason why the forest was named the Crimson Mysterious Forest was that all the trees around this place would magically turn into crimson color no matter what species the tree was. Passing through a dense tree path, young Lyndon arrived at the small hill with a dead end. He paused his movement, turning around, and said calmly, "Come out. I know you have been following me for a long time now." Behind a shade of tree distant away from young Lyndon, a tall man slowly emerged from a shadow. He dressed in gray robes with leather armor. His facial features couldn't be seen because of the weird wooden mask on his face. In his right hand, there was a long sword, looking very sharp. "Since you already know I have followed you, why don't you try to stay in the city instead of coming out? Is it courageous or stupid?" the masked man said with a hint of ridiculous in his voice. Young Lyndon smiled faintly. "Let me guess, Lwakan sent you here." The masked man chuckled. "Who else?" "At first, young Master Elwa wants to keep your pitiful life by letting you serve our Lwa clan wholeheartedly. What a pity, you choose to offend him instead. Serving Lwa clan? Are you guys worthy? Come on, don't waste my time." Young Lyndon replied as he took out a wooden bow and arrow from his interspatial ring. The moment he knocked the arrow, a powerful aura instantly burst out of his body. He aimed at the masked man shortly and quickly released the arrow. The arrow shot at the masked man with the ear-piercing sound of space being torn apart, but he didn't seem to bother about it as he laughed wildly because he discovered young Lyndon in the interspatial ring. It seemed he was about to or big tonight. A red profound light flashed across his longsword while he slashed at the incoming arrow. Bang! The arrow was promptly cut in half, and the masked man dashed forward at young Lyndon. In a span of 2 seconds, he already arrived in front of young Lyndon and swung his sword at young Lyndon's head without hesitation. However, before the sword could touch the target, his movement abruptly stopped midway. His eyes widened open in disbelief as he looked down at his chest. On his chest, he could see a tip of a short sword piercing through his heart from behind along with a burst of profound energy, rendering him to lose all of his strength. Poof! Instantaneously, the masked man's head was cut off, his body slowly falling down onto the ground. Behind a curtain of blood, young Lyndon's figure appeared in young Lyndon's vision. The short sword in her hand was smeared with scarlet blood as droplets of blood slowly ticking down drop by drop. Under the illuminated moonlight, her figure appeared to be illusory, blending into the surrounding shadow. Chapter 14, Unavoidable Crisis. What kind of origin profound realms warrior is this? Why is he so poor? Young Lyndon rummaged through the masked man's remains, searching for something. He couldn't help but curse when he couldn't find any valuable item on his corpse. Young Lyndon looked at young Lyndon speechlessly. This was the first time she saw him acting like a greedy bandit. "Let's go, Aunt Millen," young Lyndon said while throwing out a fireball at the corpse. Both of them faded into the deep forest afterward. Misty Cloud Sect. "You lose." In the ice chamber, an elegant woman in snow robe said to young Kianzu, who sat opposite her as she moved a piece of chess across a chessboard. The woman's countenance could be described as heroic beauty. Whether it was her long, sharp eyebrows, prominent nose bridge, and rosy thin lips, everything was flawless. Her curly black hair hanging freely on her shoulders added to her charm. She exuded a cold and calm aura, making her appear aloof, transcend the dust of the world. She was the first Hall Master, young Ruanu. "I don't want to play anymore." "You are bullying me, Sister Ruanu." Young Kyungsu pouted annoyingly. If someone saw her current appearance, they would definitely be shocked to the core. The dignified and always remained indifferent sect master was capable to act like a young girl in her youth. Young Ruanu shook her head with a faint smile hung on her lips. Your mind is not in the right place. With Milan on his side, except for Kiki Ongsing, there is no one could threaten his safety. You should put your worry down and be at ease. I know, but I am helpless to deal with it. I just can't get rid of this uneasy feeling in my heart. Young Kyungsu replied while her eyes kept looking in the transmission point's direction. Young Ruanu laughed helplessly at Young Kyungsu's restless appearance. She changed the topic. What is the latest situation? Young Kyungsu turned her eyes back to Young Ruanu as she answered, that old bastard who has reached an agreement with the profound sword sect yesterday. They fought each other for 1,000 years, but now, they are banding together. I guess that idiot surname G is probably having a hole in his brain. Young Ruanu sighed, it's inevitable. After all, Ki Kyungsing is standing behind the sacred flame sect. How could Ji Mukan dare to disagree? This time, I'm afraid, we are going to face the greatest calamity since the sect has existed. A silence descended as both of them fell into deep thought. The incoming crisis was unavoidable, and it was hard for them to resist. With the combination of the Ki Royal Clan, Sacred Flame Sect, Profound Sword Sect, and possibly Luo Clan, the Misty Cloud Sect might face an annihilation threat this time. However, with the heaven-suppressing formation, we could hold on for a while. Unless Ki Kyungsing takes action by himself, I don't think anyone has the ability to break it. Young Ruanu broke their silence. Young Kyungsu shook her head. No matter how strong the formation is, it won't last forever. As a sect master, I couldn't always hide behind the formation like a turtle and watch them insulting us. Otherwise, how am I going to face our ancestors? During their reigns, no one is allowed to insult us, and it will be the same during my reign. A strong killing intent flashed across her cold eyes while she was speaking. Young Ruanu nodded her head in agreement. She said with great determination, you are right. Even we have to die, we won't let them get what they wanted. At this moment, there was a fluctuation occurred around the transmission point, causing Young Kyungsu's eyes to brighten instantly. With a flash, her figure appeared before the transmission profound formation nearby the treasury. A white light around the formation slowly dispersed, revealing two silhouettes behind it. Naturally, they were Young Linden and Young Milan, who just returned from the trip. Mom, I'm back. Young Linden spoke upon seeing Young Kyungsu. Young Kyungsu moved to embrace him with a charming smile on her lips. It's good, you are back. Mom worried to death. Bug. Young Linden was suffocated by a soft sensation. He was helpless inwardly by her clingy habit. Were you hurt somewhere? Let Mom see. Young Kyungsu asked concernedly while her hands moving up and down on his body. Mom, I'm fine. Young Linden was embarrassed and quickly slipped out of her embrace. As a man, how could he let a woman molest him freely? He had to be the initiator. It's just that he didn't dare to do anything back to Young Kyungsu. Young Kyungsu scanned his body up and down for a moment. When she saw a stain of blood on his sleeves, her eyes widened open. Where did you get this blood stain from? She turned to Young Milan and yelled angrily, Young Milan. Give me an explanation. Young Milan and Young Ruanu, who just arrived earlier, looked at each other speechlessly. Young Linden pulled Young Kyungsu's arm and said softly, Mom, this is not my blood. It's the enemy's blood. And Milan killed him and I touched his corpse when I was searching for his belongings. Young Linden patted his forehead helplessly as he quickly changed the topic. Mom, it's okay. You see, nothing happened to me. Let's go. I am hungry now. Only then Young Kyungsu's complexion loosened a bit as she grabbed Young Linden and headed to a chamber under Young Milan and Young Ruanu's gaze. You made a wise decision to prevent her from accompanying him on the trip. Otherwise, the capital city would turn upside down because of her by now. Young Ruanu said gently. Young Milan. ... Let's go. Tell us what you got. Young Ruanu beckoned. The two of them walked toward Young Ruanu's chamber direction. So I tried to make you serve his clan and even sent someone to kill you. HMPH. What a good Luo clan. Young Kyungsu's expression turned cold upon hearing Young Linden's narration. An immense killing intent flashed across her eyes. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop significantly, causing Young Linden to shiver slightly. Young Linden hurriedly patted her hand and said, Mom, calm down. You don't have to be angry at them. They are not worthy. Come, let's eat. He then using chopsticks to pick a vegetable up and put it in her bowl. Young Kyung's knitted brows loosened slightly. She asked, "Are you sure you still want to take part in this Blazing Sun mythical realm? Once they see you again, I don't think they will let you go easily." "No, Mom forbid you to go." Young Lyndon drank a mouthful of water before he replied, "I have to go, Mom. You have to believe in me. I have a way to deal with him. Let alone will come, even if there are 10 of him, I don't think they could do anything to me. You should know about that. Besides, it's not that I'm going alone." Young Kyungsa shook her head. "I know, you can use a profound formation to deal with them at ease, but you can't rely on it all the time, right? What if they caught you in surprise? How could you have time to set up a formation?" Young Lyndon nodded. "Well, what you said is correct. However, Mom, my concealment ability is not weak as you think. Although I can't hide my presence from those in Spirit Profound Realm, I have no problem dealing with anyone in the Essence Profound Realm. If you don't believe, we can try after this meal." He was confident in his ability to conceal himself. After all, he was training under young Milan's guidance for several years. Young Kyungsu stared at him for a while until she was finally convinced. "All right, Mom won't stop you anymore. However, you have to practice with me every day from now on. Deal?" Young Lyndon accepted with a smile. Meanwhile, in another chamber distant away, in addition to young Milan, young Ruanu, and young Kingru, there were another 2 persons gathered together around an ice table. One was a petite woman with shoulder-length short hair. She was the 3rd Hall Master, young Huangxin. Another one was a chubby woman with her hair tied into a ponytail. She was the 4th Hall Master, young Lingwu.
"Hurry up,
Sister Milan. Tell us about it." Young Lingwu urged while her hand continuing to stuff pastries into her mouth, making her cheek bulge like a gluttonous baby. Her big, rounded eyes, staring at young Milan without blinking.
"Hey,
Fatty 4th. Aren't you preparing for a breakthrough? Why did you suddenly come out?" Young Huangxin asked annoyingly. Her small hand trying to grab the pastry on the ice table, but she was slower than young Lingwu. Young Lingwu turned to young Huangxin. With a smirk, she replied, "Do I have to tell you, Flatty 3rd? She then glanced at young Huangxin's chest area and her smirk grew wider. "Were you looking for death, Fatty 4th? Young Huangxin's face darkened. A terrifying light flashed across her limpid eyes. "Enough, you two. Seriously, why did both of you have to quarrel every time seeing each other?" Young Ruan reprimanded, causing young Huangxin and young Lingwu to shut their mouths. Of course, they didn't stop chewing pastries. On the other hand, young Kingru smiled without care, as she was accustomed to both of them already. She looked at young Milan and said, "Now, please tell us the news, Sister Milan." Everyone turned to young Milan as the latter replied, "Keep Kyungsing is currently in seclusion. The rumor said he is about to make another breakthrough." When young Milan's voice fell, the expressions of everyone in the chamber immediately turned heavy. Originally, they thought they could put up a resistance when facing Kyungsing, but now, it seemed to be an impossible task. If Kyungsing managed to break through into the middle level of the ruler profound realm, the entire sect would become a lamb waiting for him to slaughter. Young Milan continued, "Jimukin and his son appeared in the capital city yesterday. He went to propose marriage to the 2nd princess. Che, he wants to climb Ki clan." Young Lingwu snorted disdainfully. Among the Hall Masters, she had a deep grudge with Jimukin, the sect master of the Profound Sword sect. In the past, Jimukin killed her closest junior sister during the mythical realm exploration. She vowed to take revenge, but her strength was slightly inferior to him. She couldn't achieve her goal until now. Lyndon has formed a connection with Yang Gaming's children. They owe him a big favor. Young Milan said further. Everyone was surprised upon hearing this. They were curious how did young Lyndon manage to do that. Seeing everyone looked at her eagerly, young Milan explained, in order to get Heavenly Yun Iron from Yang clan, Lyndon set up a treatment stall in their territory. Coincidentally, Yang Chen, Yang Gaming's son, was defeated by the Wukun from the Wu clan and his profound vein was destroyed. His older sister, Yang Minglei, came to young Lyndon, asked him to help Yang Chen. In the end, Lyndon successfully restored his profound vein. What? all the four Hall Masters exclaimed loudly in unison. Chapter 15, Linden's Origin. You said Linden could restore damaged profound vein? Young Kingra asked in a trembling voice. She could be considered as young Linden's mentor on the medical profound art. Of course, she understood what it meant to be able to repair a damaged profound vein. She studied the remnant record of life since she was young, but she couldn't comprehend the repair method until now. Young Millen nodded her head in reply. She was astonished as well when she first witnessed the miraculous operation that occurred in front of her. Young Linden could easily accomplish something that could only be heard in a legend. If it wasn't because she had experienced it by herself, she would never believe it as well. Young Kingra took a deep breath and said, I am well aware Linden has an unusual strong soul power that rivaled the Origin Profound Realm's practitioner, despite he has profound strength at the Essence Profound Realm. His comprehension is also the best among his peers. However, I never thought he could actually practice the remnant record of life that was left behind by our founder to this extent. What on earth is him? The remnant record of life was the unknown great medical profound art that was left behind by the Misty Cloud sect's founder. The reason it had remnant in its name was that it was an incomplete profound art. It had only 1/3 of its original scripture. This remnant profound art was divided into 3 levels, and the most dazzling medical genius in the sect's history could achieve the 2nd level only. Now, a 16-year-old youth managed to comprehend the 3rd level. How could they still stay calm upon knowing this? Not only that, I bet he has already learned everything on the remnant myriad formation scripture as well. You know that I can't set up the heaven-suppressing formation, but he can. Young Lingui said solemnly. She had already stopped eating at this moment. Everyone nodded their head in agreement. They watched young Linden growing up since he was an infant. He was already sensible before he reached 1 year old. His thought process and learning progress had surpassed his peers, leaving them in the dust. Now, he had once again shocked them to the core. During this trip, Linden already realized we are hiding information from him. He found out that his common sense differed from others. I don't want to hide it from him further, so I told him everything, said young Millen. We should take the blame on this point. We shouldn't hide everything from him in the first place, young Huangson said softly. Her words caused everyone to look at each other with a wry smile on their faces. It wasn't because they wanted to do this, but young Qiangzu forcibly prohibited them from telling him. Has anyone remembered that day when that senior appeared here? Young Ruanu suddenly asked. She looked at everyone briefly, then continued, I really want to know what is his origin exactly. Other masters glanced at each other, as they also had the same question in their minds. Mom, can you tell me now? What is the origin of this ring? Young Linden asked while fiddling the golden interspatial ring between his fingers. He was curious. Where did young Qiangzu get this ring from? And why did she say it belonged to him in the first place? Young Qiangzu fell into silence for a moment. She stared at him and said, I guess it's time to tell you everything. She closed her eyes, trying to recollect herself. The memory of the day resurfaced in her mind vividly, as if it happened yesterday. 16 years ago, our sect suddenly had a mysterious visitor. Although I never encountered him on our profound realm's warrior before, I believed this person's strength should be countless times stronger than that. There was a white mist around that person, blocking our sights. I wasn't able to see her clearly until she spoke. Did we realize she was a woman? She didn't come alone. She brought an infant along with her. Young Qiangzu looked at young Linden and said, that infant is you. Seeing young Linden touch the silver necklace around his neck, young Qiangzu said, that senior handed you to me, told me your name, and instructed me to keep you safe. She suggested that I should adopt you as my foster son. I don't know why, but I think she wanted you to live without any sufferance because I could feel a hint of affection and concern in her voice. As for that necklace on your neck, she also told me that I should never take it off. Except for me, Millen, and the 4 Hall Masters, no one aware of its existence. Before she departed, she gave me that ring and told me to give it to you when you reached 16. Throughout the conversation between me and her, she revealed nothing much, but I have a hunch she should be someone related to our sect because I could perceive a familiar trace of the Misty Cloud profound art. Young Linden listened to her calmly while his head was full of questions. According to young Qiangzu's statement, the mysterious woman brought him here and tried to ensure his safety by telling young Qiangzu to accept him as her foster son. However, the mysterious woman possessed such a powerful strength. Why would she leave him here instead of keeping him by her side? Was she running away from a powerful enemy? He remembered back then when he opened his eyes for the first time, he already found himself being taken care of by young Kyongsu. Except for the memory prior to his death in his previous life, he had no other recollections. Where were his parents of this life? And who was that mysterious woman? Was she his mother? With a strength that surpassed Monarch Profound Realm, undoubtedly, she shouldn't belong to this world. Mom, is there any record related to other worlds here? Such as someone has broken through the void, ascending to other places? Young Linden asked. Young Kyongsu frowned as she replied, in every generation, we will pass down this sect's history record to the next sect master. There is a tiny record related to our sect's founder. It was said one day, she mysteriously disappeared from the sect and our ancestors back then had speculated she was probably ascended to a higher place. I also think it is highly possible because the second generation's sect master have described the founder's profound strength as unparalleled in the world. Unparalleled in the world? Young Linden repeated in surprise. What kind of profound strength she has to be described like this? Young Kyongsu smiled. Incredible, right? Seeing young Linden subconsciously nodded his head in reply, she said further, actually, it's not a surprise at all. Back then, our sect was a top existence in the northern continent. We had plenty of monarchs and saints in our sect. However, I don't know what exactly happened. Our sect began to decline around 4,000 years ago, exactly after the founder had disappeared. There was no record during the span of 100 years. It was as if someone deliberately hiding all the information related to that era. Furthermore, our sect never looking at the disciples' talent, and we also never openly recruited disciples like other sects. Hence, we could not keep up the talents as time passing by. From several monarchs slowly reduced to a handful of saints, down all the way until the current several heaven profound realms disciples. A sad expression appeared on her face when she talked to this point. Young Linden understood this point. The Misty Cloud sect always recruited orphans randomly without taking their potential into consideration. Meanwhile, other sects were screening candidates' talent first before picking up a top talented one into their sects. This was the gap between them and was the reason behind the Misty Cloud sect's decline. Mom, can you give me all the information related to the outside world now? I know you have deliberately hidden many things from me. Young Linden asked earnestly. A trace of guilt appeared in the depth of young Kyongsu's eyes. She let out a soft sigh. It's not that I want to blind your eyes and cover your ears. Before she could finish her explanation, young Linden interrupted. You don't have to feel sorry for me, Mom. I understand you have goodwill. I never blamed you for this. In truth, it was my fault too. I had no ambition since I was young. I don't care about the outside world, that's why I never looked for it. However, it is different now. Since the day I discovered our sect was under the threat, I realized I needed to change. My current ambition is to ensure that our sect could survive and free from any danger from now on. Since the first day that young Linden came to this world, he always living in his comfort zone. The only thing he had in his mind was to live comfortably and survive along with the Misty Cloud sect. However, his current thoughts were completely changed. After he realizing the severe situation the sect was in, a flame of ambition that was buried within his body for decades abruptly ignited, giving birth to a thirst for power. Now, he wanted to change the Misty Cloud sect into the soul-dominating fraction who was standing above all. Young Kyongsu was moved. She reached out to firmly hold young Linden's hand and said emotionally, "Thank you for understanding me. I thought you would blame me for this." Young Linden shook his head with a smile. He asked, "Can you tell me now? Why would those sects want to attack us? I don't think they are purely covering our beautiful disciples, right?" At first, he always believed the Sacred Flame sect was purely covering the beauties in the Misty Cloud sect since their primary profound art was related to fire element. By copulating with a woman who practicing in water element related profound art, their profound strength would increase by leaps and bounds and the elemental balance in their body would become more stable too. Young Linden suddenly realized his thoughts were too naive after listening to young Kyongsu earlier. The Misty Cloud sect had a long inheritance and was once a hegemony among various forces in the northern continent. Theoretically, the sect should have a trump card in possession since the sect could survive until now despite the overall strength of the sect was on the decline. The Sacred Flame sect shouldn't be stupid enough to challenge the Misty Cloud sect just for women. Unless they also did something that allowed them to ignore the Misty Cloud sect's hidden card. Chapter 16. The Crown. Young Kianzu was silent for a while. She stood up and said to Young Linden, "Follow me." Young Linden calmly followed her to the main hall that had the ice throne at the center. Standing before the ice throne, a deep blue light glowed between young Kianzu's eyebrows and gradually formed into an exquisite droplet of water shape. Instantaneously, the ice throne trembled, a hazy ice mist constantly emanating from it. In the next moment, the throne moved backward, revealing an entrance to a hidden underground passage. Young Linden was amazed by this simple yet enigmatic scene in front of him. He never thought there would be a secret entrance beneath the ice throne before. With a signal from young Kianzu, young Linden immediately followed her into the passage. The passage was quite narrow and could only contain one person at a time. On both sides was a shiny crystal ice wall, constantly producing a bluish luminescence. Young Kianzu and young Linden slowly walked along a long tapering ice staircase until they reached an open area that full of ice mist. There were several ice lanterns on the wall, illuminating the entire space. At the center, young Linden found a small ice altar covering with a golden light, making him unable to see it clearly. The droplet pattern on young Kianzu's glabella shone brightly as the surrounding mist quickly dispersed. She took a step forward to the front of the ice altar. When she stretched her slender hands out, the golden light around the altar immediately scattered and a crown silhouette could be seen on the top of the altar. The crown's body was half black and half white in color, circular in shape with 8 tassels. Each tassel was adorned with thumb-size Merkez jewels in different colors, red, blue, yellow, green, dark green, gold, purple, and gray respectively. When young Linden's gaze landed on it, the silver necklace around his neck suddenly vibrated for a second before it stopped. "What's going on?" Young Linden subconsciously touched the necklace in puzzlement. He was sure it wasn't a hallucination. His eyes kept looking between the crown and the necklace while his brain's working intensively. Young Kianzu touched the crown as she explained, "This is our sect's inheritance that passing down from the founder. We call it the crown." She turned back to young Linden and said further, "The reason why they don't hesitate to make an enemy with us is because of this. Thousands of years ago, the Sacred Flame sect's ancestor found an ancient record related to this crown. Since then, they are trying their best to plunder it from us. Naturally, they won't dare to act impetuously until our Grand Sect Master has passed away 20 years ago." Young Linden was busy trying to figure out what happened earlier. At the same time, he still listened to young Kianzu. He understood everything clearly. Even though he didn't know how precious the crown was, with the departure of the previous Grand Sect Master, the Misty Cloud sect had lost the one and only ruler Profound Realms Overseer, allowing the Sacred Flame sect to launch their operation fearlessly. The reason why they had to wait for decades was probably trying to guarantee a consequence. Young Linden hesitated briefly before he asked, "Mom, can I touch it?" Young Kianzu was confused slightly. She nodded her head, granting him permission. Young Linden moved forward to the altar. He took a deep breath and touched the crown. As soon as his fingers touched it, a twisted black and white light promptly burst out, causing young Linden and young Kianzu to freeze on the spot. The light lasted for 5 seconds before it vanished completely. During this period, young Linden could perceive a faint connection between them, the silver necklace, and the crown. However, he was unable to comprehend the situation in the end. Young Kianzu was momentarily shocked upon seeing young Linden producing the black and white light. What happened?" she uttered in astonishment. As a sect master, she never heard anyone in the sect's history could resonate with the crown before, not even the sect's founder. How could young Linden do it? Young Linden didn't reply immediately. He closed his eyes, recollecting the feeling that occurred earlier. He had a hunch that the crown might belong to him all along, and this should be the mysterious woman's intention of leaving him in this place. She should be aware of it. There was something related to him hidden within the sect. What was the relationship between him, her, the sect, and these two mysterious objects? "I'm not sure what was going on earlier. I can feel a faint connection between me and this crown." Young Linden responded uncertainly. Young Kianzu had a deep look. She suggested, "Why don't you try to drop your blood on it?" Young Linden's eyes lit up as he quickly wounded his finger and dripped his blood on the crown. However, there was no feedback in the end after waiting for 10 minutes. Young Kyungsu was puzzled. Strange. What's going on exactly? Young Lindemann was disappointed. He asked, is there any information about this crown? Young Kyungsu shook her head. No. The only information we have is this crown exists shortly before the disappearance of the sect's founder. The founder has entrusted the second-generation sect master to keep it safe no matter what. Generation after generation, we have tried to unravel the secret within the crown, but no one could produce any result in the end. Young Lindemann fell into deep thought for a while before he let out a helpless sigh. I have no clue as well. That feeling's never appeared again. It's gone completely. Young Kyungsu stared at the crown for a long time. She said, let's go back. Young Lindemann hummed softly in reply and left the place with Young Kyungsu. The room returned to its original calm and silent once again. The hazy mist slowly covered the entire place, appearing as if no one had visited this place before. However, half an hour later after Young Lindemann and Young Kyungsu departed from this place, a black and white light suddenly burst out from the crown once again. This time it was more vigorous than before as it painted the entire space into the half-black and half-white world. The jewel on each tassel instantly shone brightly, turning into multicolored light pillars amidst the black and white radiance. This phenomenon lasted for several minutes before it entirely disappeared as if nothing happened before. While Young Lindemann and Young Kyungsu encountered the bizarre event, the Yang Manor was also undergoing a major event. After Young Minglari went back to the manor, she went straight to Yang Gaming's chamber directly. My dear niece, why are you here at this late? Said a middle-aged man in luxury blue robes, standing in front of Yang Gaming's room. Yang Minglari smiled faintly, I'm here to see my father. I haven't seen him for a while now. What about you, third uncle? Why are you here? The middle-aged man was Yang Li's third uncle, Yang Gamu. He gave a light chuckle as he spread his arms. Why else? I'm here to check on Big Brother in case his condition has improved. As you know, our current situation is not that good. We need to find a way to treat him as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid, we will have to appoint a new patriarch. Right, I heard there's a genius doctor appearing on the market street. Have you invited him yet? Yang Minglari politely responded, I talked to him before, but he said he couldn't deal with it. I'm going to see father now. Let's talk another day, third uncle. Alright, go ahead. Yang Gamu stepped to the side, allowing Yang Li to enter the room. He stared deeply at Yang Li's disappearing back for a while before he turned around and left. In the room, there was nothing else besides a simple wooden table and a high-quality bed at the center of the room. On the bed lay a middle-aged man motionless. His complexion was pale. His messy hair turned completely white, making him appear as if he was in his 80s despite he was in his 60s this year. He was the current patriarch of the Yang clan, Yang Gaming. Father, I'm here to see you. Yang Minglari moved closer to the bedside and whispered softly. Her heart filled with sorrow when she saw her father's current appearance. She knelt beside the bed and carefully took out the jade bottle given by Young Lindemann. She said, Father, I have met a good senior yesterday. He is a miraculous doctor. Not only he helped me in Chenra, but he also gave me this pill to save you. I'll give it to you now. She then took a pill out of the soul return pill out of the jade bottle and fed Yang Gaming with it. Yang Minglari released her profound energy to help Yang Gaming digest the pill. Shortly afterward, Yang Gaming's body trembled slightly. His eyelids moving as if he was about to wake up at any time. Yang Minglari was overjoyed when she discovered this. It's work. Her heart filled with boundless gratitude toward Young Lindemann. Bug. Yang Gaming groaned weakly as he slowly opened his eyes. Father. Yang Minglari cried out joyfully. Yang Gaming tilted his head slightly and said gently, You've worked hard, Lear. Father owed you. Although he was in a coma, he had witnessed everything that happened around him all this time. Yang Minglari shook her head while wiping tears out of the corner of her eyes. It's not me, Father. We have to thank Senior. Oh, right, Father, I think we need to hide this matter first. I don't have a way to deal with the culprit right now. Yang Gaming was completely sobered. His cloudy eyes became clear, regaining their former luster. A flame of fury ignited within his heart when he was thinking of the culprit. He said solemnly, We don't need to do that. I can deal with him now. A strong aura emanating from his body. It was a sign showing a dignified patriarch had returned. Yang Minglari took a deep breath. Her eyes turned cold. Now, as your father had returned, it was the right time to pay back this grudge. You said earlier, you met a miraculous doctor, and he gave this pill to you? Asked Yang Gaming after he was coming down. An admiring expression appeared on Yang Li's face. She replied, yes, father. I am lucky to meet him. He is a nobleman, a true doctor. Before that, he set up a stall to treat everyone for free, and he even gave money to the poor. When he discovered I had poison in my body, he didn't hesitate to help me at all. As for the pill, I exchanged heavenly yun iron with him. She didn't tell your father that young Lyndon had approached her because of heavenly yun iron. Perhaps she didn't notice that she was getting more excited while she was talking further. Seeing his daughter, who usually remained cold and indifferent, become like this, Yang Gaming smiled. When we finish dealing with the culprit, we should invite him here. I want to personally thank him for saving us. Yang Minglari suddenly turned sad. She said softly, it's not working, father. Senior has already left the city. Oh. What a pity. We owed him. Yang Gaming sighed regretfully. Ah, I forgot about it. Father, you need to take 2 more pellets every 1 hour before you can completely eradicate the poison. Yang Minglari hurriedly said and handed the jade bottle to her father. Chapter 17, Storm Ruin. The Sacred Flame Sect was situated in the southern part of the Heavenly Fortune Nation. The sect was built on 100 kilometers of an extensive mountain range, abundant with the fire element. The sect had around 10,000 disciples, the majority of them were male, and all of them possessed profound vein with a high affinity to fire element. Similar to the Misty Cloud sect, the Sacred Flame sect's echelons, comprising sect master, supreme elder, 8 grand elders, and 20 elders, most of them had profound strength at the heaven profound realm. As for disciples, they were classified into a core disciple, inner disciple, and outer disciple. Every 3 years, the sect would recruit new disciples, and today was supposed to be the assessment day. However, for an unknown reason, the sect had announced the cancellation of the assessment, causing many young profound practitioners around the nation to be disappointed. At the highest peak among several mountain peaks, a 30-year-old looking man calmly walking into a majestic hall. His sharp eyes were calm, without a trace of urgency. The word Sacred Flame was shown on his long crimson robe. They were fluttering vividly as if the words had come to life. He was the current sect master of the Sacred Flame sect, Huan. Ancestor. Huan saluted respectfully to a silhouette behind a fire curtain within the hall. The fire curtain slowly faded away, revealing a skinny old man, who sat on a large piece of fire jade. His skins were red with strange patterns engraved all over his body, including his bald head. He was Hu Yang, the previous generation's sect master of the Sacred Flame sect. His sunken eyes opened as he looked at Huan. How's the preparation? Asked Hu Yang. His aged voice was deep and hoarse, evidently, he had lived for a very long time. We are ready to start any time. Huan replied. A trace of excitement could be seen in his eyes. Huan silent for a moment as he pondered on something. He asked, what's the situation over there? There is no major change within the Misty Cloud sect. It seems they didn't aware of it. Huan answered in a relaxed manner. During these past years, he had secretly deployed several fire spirit snakes around the Misty Cloud Peak's vicinity to monitor their movement. Except for the accident a while ago when one of his snakes was discovered by the Misty Cloud sect's disciples, there was no major activity happened in that sect afterward. A thoughtful expression appeared on Huan's face. He gazed at Huan as he asked, among them, who left the most impression on you? Huan was confused. He didn't understand why Huan suddenly asked him this question. He replied after a brief consideration, it's young Milan. Her concealment art is terrifying. I have suffered a loss from her once in the past. Huan shook his head with a trace of disappointment on his face. No matter how high her concealment art is, she will eventually appear when she launched an attack. You only need to be on guard against her. He paused for a moment to observe Huan's expression before he continued, the scariest person among them is the first Hall Master, Yan Ruanu. She was the mastermind behind our third ancestor's demise. Her ability to calculate is exceedingly terrifying. However, since that old hag is already dead, they don't have any backer anymore. No matter what plan young Ruan comes up with, it will be nothing in front of overwhelming strength. Huahan's brows raised in surprise. For him, young Ruan was indeed the most mysterious person, as she rarely showed up in public. This was the first time he came to know she was the cause of the third ancestor's death. Huayan said further, she is one of the reasons I am willing to wait until that old hag died. With a combination of her and that old hag, there is no way we could do anything to them, even with Keep Kyungsing's help. This time, we paid a huge price to lure Keep Kyungsing into the plan. We must not fail. Huahan nodded his head in an understanding manner. In his heart, he didn't think the Misty Cloud sect could put up any resistance when facing the Sacred Flame sect, Profound Sword sect, and Keep Kyungsing at the same time. If it wasn't because Huayan strictly restrained him, he would have long attacked the Misty Cloud sect since a decade ago. Huahan hesitated shortly before he asked cautiously, Ancestor, can you tell me what exactly is that relic? He wanted to ask this question a long time ago. He didn't understand why Huayan was so obsessed with the so-called relic within the Misty Cloud sect. A blazing flame suddenly appeared around Huayan's body as he replied with a trace of anger in his voice, this is not something you need to know. You helped me do the job and you can get a reward that you wanted the most. Isn't this enough reason for you? Huahan quickly knelt down on the floor while sweating profusely, please, calm down, ancestor. Huayan stared at Huahan for a while and he waved his hand dismissively, go. After the Blazing Sun mythical realm opened, we will start our plan. Huahan let out a sigh of relief. He gave a deep bow to Huayan and quickly left the hall. When he stepped out of the hall, a wretched smile emerged on his lips, young Qianzu. Heh, you'll be mine soon. At this moment, there were 4 persons sitting around a luxury 20 meters long ancient woods table in a spacious reception hall. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for breaking through in profound strength. An early 30s looking man in a white robe said. He had a handsome face, sword-like eyebrows, and a pair of sharp eyes that constantly emitting elite aura. He was the current sect master of the Profound Sword sect, Jimunkan. Besides him, was a teenager with 90% resembled him. Without a doubt, he was Jimunkan's eldest son, Ji Chang. He was a young prodigy, proficient in sword arts, and his strength had already reached the 10th level of Essence Profound Realm. Thank you, Sect Master Ji, said a dignified man in a golden embroidered robe who sat opposite Jimunkan. His face was cold. His thick, black eyebrows were like 2 unclanked sharp swords, and his gaze was as calm as a pool of still water, without any waves of motion. He was the current ruler of Heaven Fortune Nation, Keep Kyungsing. Sitting on his side was a 15-year-old looking young maiden, the second princess, Keep Tenra. Keep Kyungsing glanced at his daughter and said, I heard that Sect Master Ji came here to propose marriage to my daughter for your son. Am I correct? Jimunkan replied calmly, yes, Your Majesty. My son is 16 this year and I think it is the right time for him to get married. I don't know what Your Majesty thinks of my untalented son. He didn't talk about the second princess directly, instead, he asked Keep Kyungsing about his son. It could be seen he was quite a prideful person. Keep Kyungsing laughed and looked at Ji Chang. Your son is not bad. To be able to reach this level of 16, he can be considered as a top talent in his generation. He turned to Keep Tenra and asked with a warm smile, what do you think, Tenra? Keep Tenra's beautiful eyes stared at Ji Chang since the first time they met without looking elsewhere. When she heard her father's question, her face immediately turned red in shame as she quickly lowered her head and answered shyly, he is good, royal father. Keep Kyungsing and Jimunkan looked at each other and burst into laughter at the same time. Meanwhile, Ji Chang looking at Keep Tenra's delicate face and nodded inwardly in satisfaction. In terms of appearance and status, Keep Tenra was good enough to be his wife. Since my Tenra has no objection, I naturally approve of this marriage. We shall settle the wedding ceremony later after the Blazing Sun mythical realm's exploration. Keep Kyungsing said with a faint smile. To him, giving his daughter away for benefits was common. He didn't feel reluctant at all and even quickly approved of this marriage directly without further consideration. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jimunkan stood up and bowed his head slightly. He was overjoyed inwardly, as he didn't expect Keep Kyungsing would easily accept the marriage proposal like this. Thank you, Your Majesty. I swear, I will take care of second princess for the rest of my life and I will never let her down. Ji Cheng saluted and vowed solemnly. Keep Tenra took a deep look at her soon-to-be husband's handsome face, her heart beating rapidly. As a royal princess, she was well aware one day she had to marry out for the Saka of benefits. To be able to choose a companion by herself was already a substantial fortune. She was extremely satisfied with Ji Cheng. Whether it was his talent or appearance, all of them were top-notch. Alright, Tenra, you should bring your brother Ji to get to know our imperial palace. Keep Kyungsing told Keep Tenra. The latter gave a reply and quickly left the hall with Ji Cheng. The atmosphere turned serious after the two youngsters had left. Ji Mucken enjoyed a cup of spirit tea for a while before he asked, I presume your majesty has accepted Sectmaster Huel's terms already. May I know about your opinion on this matter? Keep Kyungsing replied nonchalantly, I have nothing much to say on this matter. However, a long-standing sect like the Misty Cloud sect is not easy to mess with. I don't think Sectmaster Huel simply wants to get a woman as it appeared on the surface. Honestly speaking, if it wasn't because I urgently needed a large portion of fire spirit stones for my son, I certainly won't take part in this. Huel Han's obsession with Yang Qiangzu was known throughout the entire nation. Every time they met, he would try his best to court her. Unfortunately, Yang Qiangzu never paid attention to him even once, and she even beat him several times in the past. No matter how much Huel Han infatuated with her, Keep Kyungsing didn't believe he would take a risk by confronting the Misty Cloud sect for the Saka of getting Yang Qiangzu. Ji Mucken nodded his head in agreement. He responded, You are right, your majesty. I think Sectmaster Huel is hiding something from us. I'm afraid he is trying to use us as a cannon fodder. Although Ji Mucken understood Huel Han sent out a lot of fire spirit stones to Keep Kyungsing in order to obtain his support, he wasn't sure to what extent Keep Kyungsing was going to help them. Keep Kyungsing sneered, using me? Heh, he won't dare. Even his ancestor has to bow his head when he saw me. A junior like Huel Han is even more afraid of me. He paused briefly and said further, as for what exactly he is hiding from us, I can't figure out for the time being. Ji Mucken frowned deeply. Besides proposing marriage, he came here to find out the secret behind Huel Han's seemingly reckless action from Keep Kyungsing. He didn't expect that even Keep Kyungsing had no clue about it. It doesn't matter. He can't do anything behind my back, anyway. Keep Kyungsing spoke. His voice was filled with arrogance and boundless confidence. Ji Mucken's brows relaxed a lot as he said, Your Majesty is right. The two glanced at each other meaningfully and burst into loud laughter, reverberating throughout the spacious hall. Chapter 18, Mythical Realm. At an open training ground within the Misty Cloud sect, young Lindern stood motionless on a snowfield. On his hands was a wooden bow as he aimed at a human-shaped wooden target hundreds of meters away. His entire being seemingly blended into the surrounding environment, as if it wasn't him who stood there, but a lifeless boulder instead. Puff, the moment young Lindern released the arrow, it went straight to the target's head silently at terrifying high speed. Moreover, there wasn't even a trace of profound energy coming out of his body. At the distance, not too far away from young Lindern, Yang Qiangzu and young Milan stood together, observing him attentively. I think he is more qualified to be an assassin than you, Yang Qiangzu said softly. Pride and amazement could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Young Milan expressed her agreement. Indeed. Somehow, I feel he is thoroughly familiar with this kind of assassination technique as if he has practiced for decades. She watched young Lindern growing up for several years and discovered he was exceptionally proficient in assassination technique, even more outstanding than his medical talent. The only thing that hindered him was his low profound strength. If his strength was the same as his peers, he could effortlessly kill anyone at will. Mom, and Milan. Young Lindern walked over and greeted politely. Yang Qiangzu pulled his arm and said, Let's take a break. Mom has something to tell you. Mom. Young Lindern hummed in reply. All of them immediately headed to Yang Qiangzu's chamber. A month had passed since young Lindern came back from the capital city's trip. During this period, he concentrated all his time to set up the heaven-suppressing formation as well as training intensively under Yang Qiangzu and young Milan's guidance. A week ago, he made another breakthrough and finally stepped into the 5th level of Essence Profound Realm. This speed could be described as terrifying as he had broken through 2 levels in a span of 1 month. All of this was due to several low-grade profound stones that young Kyungsu piled up for him. In Azure World, there was a stone that contained a small amount of profound energy, known as profound stone. It divided into 4 grades: low, middle, high and perfect grade, classified by the amount of profound energy within it. Normally, profound stone was used to maintain a profound formation, serving as the energy source, and it could be used directly by a profound practitioner to aid their profound strength. Counting on how scarce the profound stone was, using it to practice was too luxurious and wasteful. Especially in a small nation as Heavenly Fortune Nation, profound stone couldn't be earned by ordinary means. Even the richest clan in the nation, the Yang clan, had no more than 1,000 low-grade profound stones in their possession. One could obviously see how much young Kyungsu pampered her foster son. In order to raise his strength in a short time, she didn't hesitate to give him several tens of profound stones at all. The group arrived at the ice chamber and found all the 4 hall masters had already waited for them along with 12 elders. "You are here," young Ruan greeted. After sitting on the main chair, young Kyungsu asked, "How's the preparation?" Young Ruan glanced at young Linden and replied, "We are ready to set off any time. With Sister Huenxin's ability, we can reach there in 2 days." Young Kyungsu turned to young Linden and explained, "The Blazing Sun mythical realm is about to open next week. If you're ready, you can set off tomorrow." "Understood," young Linden replied. During this past month, his understanding of the Azure World was deepened significantly. Azure World simply divided into 5 continents: Northern, Eastern, Western, Southern, and Central Continent. The distance between each continent was humongous and was split by a boundless sea. In order to reach other continents, people could either cross the sea by ship or going through the continent transmission grand formation that was controlled by a hegemonic fraction of each continent. In this world, there were several independent realms which commonly known as mythical realms, locating all around the places throughout the entire world. Each one of them had a distinct name, a different environment, and various limitations. In there, people could find countless treasures and inheritances that were left behind by mighty figures in the past. The Blazing Sun mythical realm was also one of many mythical realms out there. This realm situated between Heavenly Fortune Capital City and Sacred Flame Sect. It was under the nation's control. Every 50 years, all major forces within Heavenly Fortune Nation would send their disciples out to explore it, limited for the Essence Profound Realms practitioner, and below only. It's simple. When we came out of the mythical realm, Third Ant will immediately send everyone away. Following that, we will take a secret transmission point to come back. To my knowledge, I don't think they can restrain Third Ant's spatial technique. Even if they did, we should be able to use escape talismans to get out of the place. In any way, I've already inscribed fixed coordination on the talismans. Everyone will certainly appear around the rendezvous point." Young Linden expressed his thoughts. After he understood the general situation around the Heavenly Fortune Nation, he quickly suggested giving up on exploring the Blazing Sun mythical realm as he deemed it served no meaning and it was an unnecessary risk-taking. His original plan was to attract the enemy's attention. However, with Ki royal clan joining the fray, going to the mythical realm was akin to sending food to a tiger's mouth directly. Nevertheless, young Ruanu insisted to follow young Linden's original plan. Although young Linden didn't understand her intention and thought this plan was full of flaws, he still complied in the end. In fact, deep down in his heart, he was eager to visit the mythical realm. After all, this was going to be his very first adventure. "You can follow this plan." Young Kyungsu approved. Somehow, she appeared as if she didn't think this trip would be dangerous at all. "Can you give me the detail of the Blazing Sun mythical realm?" Young Linden inquired. Everyone except young Linden looked at young Ruanu as if they were saying it's your duty. Young Ruanu smiled faintly as she explained, "The Blazing Sun mythical realm divided into 2 regions. The perimeter is a lush forest with countless essence profound beasts inside. In this region, various middle-ranked medicinal ingredients can be found. You should take this opportunity to harvest as much as you can. There are also several treasure caves in this region. You have to be careful if you want to go in because they're full of traps. The center region is a plain desert, extremely hot during the day and freezing cold during the night. Usually, only a few brave people would dare to enter this place. Here is the point. In the past, all of us had ventured to the centermost area and found a large sun-like object floating on top of an ancient altar. We suspected this object should be a supreme treasure. We tried every possible means to acquire it, but it was futile. So the reason you wanted me to go is to get this object. How am I supposed to do it when everyone in this place can't do it, and Radu? Asked young Lyndon. Young Lyndon seemed to understand young Ruana's intention, but he didn't have confidence in this matter. Any individuals in this chamber all possessed powerful strength and top talents when they were young. Compared to the current young Lyndon, it was a world apart. How could he suppose to secure that object with his pitiful strength? Young Ruana didn't deny it. She replied, "It's fine if you can't get it in the end. It's worth trying after all. Besides, this will be a good experience for you. It can be considered your first official journey outside going to the village and city." Listening to this point, young Lyndon no longer questioned further. He believed in young Ruana's intelligence and her meticulous thinking. She should have a suitable countermeasure for the incoming calamity already, which young Lyndon did not necessarily need to know about it. All he could do right now was focusing on the mythical realm's exploration. As for the other 9 disciples who were going to accompany you on this trip, I already told them everything. You don't have to worry. Young Ruana said further. I understand, and Ranu. Young Lyndon responded. Originally, he intended to choose a squad member by himself, but things had changed. This decision ended up in young Ruana's hand instead. You should go back. I'll find you later tonight. Seeing young Ranu seemed to have something to say, but it was inconvenient. Young Kyungsu let young Lyndon leave first. Young Lyndon was aware of this as well. They might have something to discuss and didn't want him to know. All right, I'll take my leave now, he said and walked out of the chamber. After young Lyndon leaving, young Ruana looked at everyone and said, the current situation is not favorable for us. Although I am certain that Kyungsung won't invest much of his force into this war, we can't forget the Sacred Flame sect's ancestor, Hu Yang. Young Kyungsu turned to young Milan and asked, do we have his current information? Young Milan shook her head. He secluded himself from the world for many years and never showed up even once. I can't find his current status. Young Ruana added, it is possible he might break through to the 4th level of Ruler Profound Realm already. Otherwise, Kyungsung wouldn't accept their terms easily like this. Everyone nodded their head in agreement. It would make sense if Kyungsung willing to negotiate with them and decided to cooperate because there was an individual whose profound strength similar or higher than him. Unfortunately, everyone in this chamber had fatally misunderstood it. They would never guess the truth behind Kyungsung's decision. It was so simple. He accepted Sacred Flame sect's terms because he was urgently needed the fire spirit stones they had offered. He never put Huyan in his eyes since the beginning. However, this is going to be our opportunity as well. Young Ruana said calmly with a strange light flashed across her eyes. Her words immediately piqued everyone's attention. They were accustomed to having young Ruana acted as a strategist. Since she suddenly said this sentence, she should have a master plan in her mind already. Sister Lingua, how long do you need to breach their sect's protective formation? Young Ruana asked while her full of wisdom eyes staring at young Lingua. You mean? Young Lingua responded uncertainly. She wasn't sure if your idea was the same as young Ruana's. When she saw young Ruana nodded her head slightly, confirming young Lingua's thoughts. Young Lingua as well as others instantly became excited. Chapter 19, Blockage. We are about to reach the destination in 20 minutes. Young Huangsun said. Her petite body sat in a coach position, controlling an ordinary carriage along the road. It had been almost 2 days since they left the sect, as they were currently on the way to the Blazing Sun mythical realm. Young Lyndon, who sat beside her, asked, Third Aunt, how long do we need to stay in there? I forgot to ask about this. 1 month. After 1 month you will be teleported out of the mythical realm. Young Huangsun replied. Young Lyndon took a note and young Huangsun said further, however, there was an unusual circumstance occurred last time. Someone trying to break through to the spirit profound realm within that place. Somehow, the entire mythical realm shaken and expelled everyone out before the time limit. Young Lyndon frowned. Is it the first time having this? There should be several people trying to do that in the past, right? He didn't believe there were no people trying to breaking through in the mythical realm in the past. After all, the Blazing Sun mythical realm existed for thousands of years. Young Huangxin explained, naturally, this is not the first time people attempt to make a breakthrough in that place. But this is the first time people got expelled before reaching the time limit. Your Aunt Ruana once trying to figure out what happened. However, she couldn't find anything in the end. As for my opinion, I think the mythical realm is probably starting to weaken because I can feel the space element around the mythical realm gate has reduced a lot. So I think there may be unforeseen circumstances during this time too. You have to be careful in there. I understand, Third Aunt. Young Linden noted everything down in his mind. He felt a bit worried after listening to this. I won't be lost in the space when the mythical realm suddenly went kaboom, right? Damn, did I just put a flag on my head? He was slightly paranoid because this kind of event happened often in the novels. As for seizing that whatever supreme treasure, your third aunt doesn't want you to think about it much. Just pay attention to your safety first. Young Huangxin said earnestly. She watched him growing up day by day since the first day he arrived at the sect. Unknowingly, she had grown too fond of him and treated him as her most important person. Young Linden could see a genuine concern within her beautiful eyes which made his heart warmed. Don't worry, Third Aunt. I love my life. I won't die easily. Young Linden answered in a relaxed tone. When it came to his own safety, he was confident he could protect himself well. Young Linden turned to look at a group of beautiful women within the carriage and said with a serious expression, Senior sisters, I know some of you probably never took anyone's life before. You only need to remember one thing, if you don't kill them, they will kill you and your fellow sisters. No matter what, never showed mercy to the enemy. The group of women expressed their understanding solemnly. It was true, some of them never killed anyone before. Since this was the first time they took part in this exploration where several forces gathered together, young Linden didn't want to see any of them losing their life because they weren't ruthless enough. These 9 women were carefully selected by Yun Ruanu. They had profound strength at the 9th level and 10th level of Essence Profound Realm, which could be regarded as the cream of the crop, considering their young age below 18. Although they possessed such a powerful strength compared to their peers, they were too inexperienced. Young Linden needed to make it clear and pointed out what they had to do. 2 hours had passed by. During this period, young Linden had gone through an in-depth discussion with 9 senior sisters. From young Huangxin's words, the entrant would be sent randomly after entering the mythical realm. It had a high chance for them to encounter an enemy right away. Young Linden told them to run as fast as they could and try to regroup with fellow sisters first before doing anything further. The carriage gradually arrived at a dense forest with a direct path to the opened area of the center. Young Linden looked around vigilantly as he perceived the group was being observed by someone. Young Huangxin stopped the carriage and snorted coldly. Since all of you have come, why are you hiding like a rat? Ha ha ha. My apologies, Hall Master Young. This old one just wants to tease your esteemed self a bit, said a tall figure emerged behind the tree shade distant away. He had an appearance as an old man in his 80s, with a long white beard and gray hair. He wore white attires with a sword symbol on his chest. In his hand was a long exquisite sword and his entire body emanating a strong sword intent. Although he gave an apology, there wasn't a bit of guilty on his face. Oh, you are still alive. Young Huangxin replied coldly. The man in front of her was Ji Yi, the Sword Profound Sect Grand Elder. We haven't seen each other for several years. Hall Master Yun's mouth is still poisonous as ever. Do you want this old one to die badly? Ji Yi chuckled, appeared to be nonchalant. His eyes swept over young Linden briefly as he wondered who was this young man. The Misty Cloud Sect's disciples were famous for remaining pure and distant themselves from the opposite gender. Why did this young man appear along with them? Are you still hiding, Hua Shan? Young Huangxin ignored Ji Yi and spoke coldly in a certain direction. I never thought it would be you who came, Young Huangxin. A male voice rang out, and a thin silhouette slowly appeared in everyone's sight. His face was skinny as his cheekbones could be seen clearly. His sunken eyes staring at young Huangxin as if he wanted to eat her alive. He wore fiery red attire with the word Scared Flame on his chest. It was clear he was someone from the Scared Flame sect. Young Linden was dumbfounded. Since when did he become a little white face? This brother was an alpha male, all right. HMPH. A good dog doesn't block the path. Get the hell out of this lady's face. Young Huangxin snorted coldly. She ignored Huashan's taunt and urged the horses to go forward. Ji and Huashan narrowed their eyes. Strong killing intents exuded out of their bodies, as they were taking an offensive stance. The pressure from the Heaven Profound Realms warrior was too great. Young Linden and his 9 senior sisters immediately felt as if they were suppressed by a colossal mountain, causing them unable to breathe. Young Huangxin's eyes turned cold. She waved her delicate hand slightly, and 2 spatial cracks appeared behind both Ji and Huashan. 2 long sword silhouettes gleaming with powerful profound energy hastily shot out from within the spatial cracks, aiming at their heads. The expressions of Ji and Huashan changed tremendously. They quickly conjured up a protective profound energy barrier around their bodies. However, Young Huangxin's attack was too fast and extremely lethal. Their protective barriers couldn't even fully form in time and were shattered right away as the swords contacted them. Bang! The impact sending both Ji and Huashan hundreds of meters away before they finally stabilized their body. Massive profound energy wildly surged out from both of them as they were going to make a counterattack. Unfortunately, Young Huangxin didn't give them a chance. Several spatial cracks appeared around them and several energy swords immediately rushed out at Ji and Huashan. Don't go too far. Young Huangxin. Huashan roared desperately as he tried his best to fend off the incoming swords. Unlike Huashan, Ji's eyes were calm. He gripped his sword tightly as his body overflowing with immense sword intents. The moment he swung his sword forward, countless deadly profound lights shot forward at the incoming swords in Young Huangxin's group. Boom! A deafening collision sound reverberated throughout the entire forest. The impact turning the surrounding trees into pieces and clouds of dust to fill the air. In front of Young Huangxin, there was a great colored protective barrier that had completely negated Ji's offensive power. Young Linden and 9 senior sisters were safe and sound under Young Huangxin's protection. When the dust settled, Ji and Huashan's figures could be seen in the distance. Their current appearance could be described as miserable. Their original luxury attires had countless sieves on them and blood oozing out of their wounds. Young Linden breathed in cold air. He looked at the petite figure in front of him with an odd expression. He didn't expect his third aunt to be this ridiculously strong. She could easily suppress the peak of Heaven Profound Realms practitioners like Ji and Huashan at the same time with just a wave of her hand. What kind of that Gilgamesh-esque ability? To it so cool. Young Linden immediately fell in love with Young Huangxin's offensive technique. Do you want to continue? Young Huangxin dispersed her protective barrier and asked sternly. Her arms were crossed in front of her flat chest, looking at her opponents calmly. Heh, congratulations, Hall Master Young. It seems your strength has increased once again. Suddenly, an aged voice resounded from the sky along with a figure slowly descended to the ground. This figure was a white-haired old man clad in a luxury white-colored robe with golden embroidered. His name was Qi Hao, the Imperial Protector. Young Huangxin had discovered this old man a long time ago. Because of him, Young Huangxin didn't try to finish Ji and Huashan off. It wasn't because he had higher strength than her, but rather he could use his status to call everyone to attack her for justice reasons. She didn't want to be surrounded at this moment. At least, it should be after the Blazing Sun mythical realm opened. The Crown Prince has personally come this time. Young Huangxin replied nonchalantly. Since Qi Hao appeared here, the Crown Prince, Qi Huanfeng, naturally came here too. Qi Hao laughed slightly. That's right. Your Highness Crown Prince is personally attending this event. He paused for a moment while looking at Young Linden. He asked, may I know this young man's identity? Similar to Ji and Huashan, he was also curious about Young Linden. Young Huangxin answered plainly, this is our young master, Young Linden. Qi Hao was surprised. Young master. Could it be? Young Huangxin nodded and proudly introduced, yes. He is our sect master's son. As her voice fell, the expression of Qi Hao along with Ji and Huashan, who just stood up, changed drastically. Chapter 20, Arrival Snow Cloud Fairy has a son? Qi Hao muttered in puzzlement. Everyone in the entire Heavenly Fortune Nation knew that young Qiangzu hated men the most. How could she suddenly have a son? Young Huangxin didn't give him any explanation. She asked while sitting back on the carriage, can we go now? Ji and Huashan looked at her gloomily and were about to make a move, but they were interrupted by Qi Hao's warning gaze instead. Qi Hao turned to Young Huangxin and said with a smile, of course. Young Huangxin immediately urged the horses, and the carriage continued to move on the forest path, disappearing from everyone's sight. "Protector Qi, why are you stopping us?" Hyo Shan asked in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Ji didn't say anything. He only looked at Qi Hao questioningly. "All of you are not her opponent, including me," Qi Hao answered calmly. His sharp eyes fixated on the disappearing carriage. Hyo Shan and Ji immediately frowned. They didn't believe young Huangxin could fight against three of them. Qi Hao noticed their disbelief expression. He chuckled. "She already reached half-step rule or profound realm." "What?" Hyo Shan exclaimed in surprise. It was no wonder he and Ji were easily beaten by her. Ji was silent for a long time before he sighed. "Sure enough. The Misty Cloud sect is not an easy target to be trifled with." After finishing his sentence, he floated away from the place. Qi Hao glanced at Hyo Shan with a meaningful smile before he also floated away, leaving Hyo Shan behind alone. Hyo Shan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He suddenly felt it was a mistake to confront the Misty Cloud sect. He quickly took out a transmission jade and reported the news back to his sect. "You're awesome, Third Ant." Along the way, young Linda sincerely praised young Huangxin. He was convinced by her strength. Young Huangxin hid a proud expression on her face as she pushed her flat chest out and said proudly, "Of course, your third ant is not easy to mess with." Young Lindemann was amused by her haughty appearance. He asked, "By the way, third ant, can you tell me about the crown prince?" "Well, he is Qi Qiongxing's beloved son. He is around 40 this year and already reached the second level of heaven profound realm. Putting his hypocrisy aside, he is indeed a talented individual." Young Huangxin replied. "I see." Young Linden nodded and fell into deep thought. To be able to reach heaven profound realm around 40 years old was indeed a talented one. It was almost similar to young Qiongzu as she reached the heaven profound realm around 35 years old. At that time, she was renowned as a genius that was hard to come by in a millennium. The carriage gradually arrived at a spacious area. At the center, there was a gigantic donut-shaped stone gate magically floating in the air half a meter from the ground. Its body was made with materials similar to amethyst with complicated ancient writings engraved all over the place. Young Linden and 9 senior sisters were immediately attracted by its mystical design. He asked curiously, "Is that the entrance?" Young Huangxing controlled the carriage to the side as she answered, "Yes." "It's marvelous, isn't it?" Everyone subconsciously nodded their head. It was true as Young Huangxin said, they had imagined about the entrance's appearance several times before coming here and the actual entrance's appearance didn't disappoint them at all. They didn't perceive any energy around it at all, but it somehow miraculously floated in the air. Young Huangxin parked the carriage at the edge of the forest. She then told everyone to come down and set up a tent. While young Linden's group was busy with their own works, Qi Hao had arrived in front of a grandeur marble house far away from the mythical realm's entrance. He bowed slightly. "I have something to report, Your Highness." "Come in." A cold male voice sounded from within the marble house, along with the door slowly opened. When Qi Hao walked into the house, he saw a handsome young man sat on an imposing chair, leisurely enjoying a cup of spirit tea. He dressed in a black and golden imperial robe with a dragon pattern on it. He was the crown prince, Qi Yuanfeng. Qi Yuanfeng waved his hand, signaling a beautiful female servant on the side to serve Qi Hao a cup of tea as he asked, "What is it?" Qi Hao received the teacup and sat down opposite Qi Yuanfeng. He said, "Earlier, Ji and Hyo Shan fought with young Huangxin. Unexpectedly, they lose miserably. It's already confirmed. Young Huangxin's strength has already reached half-step ruler profound realm." "Oh?" Qi Yuanfeng's brows raised in surprise. He smiled and asked, "Even Uncle Hao can't fight her?" Qi Yuanfeng touched his chin, pondering shortly. He asked further, "She came alone?" Qi Hao nodded, "Yes. Also, there is another news. There is a young man among her group. His name is Young Lin. Young Huangxin told me he is Snow Cloud Fairy's son." Qi Yuanfeng's eyes widened open. "Snow Cloud Fairy's son? How is that possible? Didn't she always hate every man in the whole world?" "I'm not sure as well." Qi Hao spoke uncertainly. He was curious about this as well. Yuanfeng tapped on the table, contemplating this topic. He felt there was something tricky behind this. Young Linden's status shouldn't be simple as it appeared to be. Your Highness, do we need to report to your Majesty? Qi Hao suddenly asked. He thought this information should be reported to Qi Qiangxing. Yuanfeng waved his hand dismissively. No need. Royal Father is busy right now. He paused slightly and said further, what about capturing him? Can you do it? Qi Hao was startled for a second. He replied after carefully considering, it's hard to restrain young Huangxin with our current personnel. At the critical moment, she can use her spatial technique to send young Linden away and we will have no way to stop her. So we need more people to keep her busy. Fine. I will get more people. Yuanfeng said. He then motioned the female servant to get out of the room. Father, I saw Senior over there. At another campsite, Yang Minglari rushed into Yang Geming's tent while yelling excitedly. Yang Geming, who was busy with several documents before him, was taken aback upon seeing his daughter losing her usual cold temperament. He asked, Senior? You mean that miraculous doctor who helped us? During the past month after Yang Geming had recovered from the poison, he decisively killed all the moles within the Yang clan, including one of his brothers, Yang Genu, who was one of the main conspirators behind the scene. He had fully established his authority and prestige. His patriarch position couldn't be more stable than this. Combining with Yang Chen, had regained his profound fame. No one in the clan dared to challenge his position again. Yes. However, he is staying with the Misty Cloud sect group. Yang Minglari was confused. She didn't know why young Linden suddenly appeared with the Misty Cloud sect's disciples. Misty Cloud sect? Wait, what is his name again? Yang Geming was puzzled. To his knowledge, there wasn't any man in the Misty Cloud sect. His name is Young Linden. Yang Minglari answered. Surname Young? Yang Geming's expression abruptly changed. Is he really someone from the Misty Cloud sect? He muttered in low voice. Yang Minglari also realized this as well. Throughout the entire Heavenly Fortune Nation, surname Young was exclusive to the Misty Cloud sect. There wasn't anyone outside the sect using this surname. Before this, she suspected this as well, but she denied it in the end because the Misty Cloud sect never had a male disciple before. Let's go. I want to see him. Yang Geming stood up and walked out of the tent with Yang Minglari. Before heading to the Misty Cloud sect's campsites, he went to call Yang Chen out and the group immediately set off toward young Linden's direction afterward. At this moment, young Linden just finished setting up his tent. As he was about to help other senior sisters, he heard young Huangxin said, Come here, Linden. We have a visitor. Young Linden was wondered who was the visitor. He walked to young Huangxin and immediately saw a group of people coming in his direction. Among the group, he saw two familiar faces. They were no other than Yang Minglari and Yang Chen. We meet again, Senior. Yang Minglari hurriedly stepped forward and greeted him with a bright smile. Yang Geming cupped his fists to Young Huangxin as he said, Greetings, Hall Master Yang. It's been several years since the last time we met. Yang Geming and Young Huangxin were counted as the same generation. They had met each other several times in the past. The relationship between the Yang clan and Misty Cloud sect wasn't an enemy but also wasn't an ally either. It had always remained neutral. You are still the same. Young Huangxin replied casually before turning her head away, unperturbed. Yang Geming didn't get angry at her unconcerned attitude. He knew that every member of the Misty Cloud sect was a proud daughter of heaven. They were aloof and untouchable. He turned to young Linden and suddenly gave a bow to him as he said, Thank you, young doctor, for helping us. Please accept my bow. Young Huangxin and the young siblings were surprised upon seeing this. As for young Linden, he was embarrassed and hurriedly helped Yang Geming up. Please don't, Senior. I don't dare to accept this. Helping Senior was originally a deal. I already got the rewards in exchange. Senior doesn't need to be like this. To him, this incident was simply a matter of a deal. He helped them because of the heavenly yun iron. Yang Geming straightened his back and spoke solemnly. What you have done to us is not comparable with a mere heavenly yun iron. You saved our lives and our clan. No matter what, if you needed my help in the future, don't hesitate to tell me. I will do my best to satisfy you. Young Lyndon didn't insist further. He politely accepted. All right, I accepted this favor. Yang Eming smiled in satisfaction. He turned to his children and said, Liner, Chenra, you have to help our benefactor in the future, understand? Yang Minglari and Yang Chen nodded their heads firmly. Even if Yang Eming didn't say anything, they would try their best to repay this grace anyway. Yang Minglari hesitated for a moment before she plucked her courage to ask, Senior, are you a member of the Misty Cloud sect? Chapter 21, Poison Valley Threat. Yang Eming and Yang Chen were also curious about young Lyndon as well. Especially Yang Eming, who had a higher understanding of the iron rule of the Misty Cloud sect. He was extremely confused why had young Lyndon appeared here along with young Huangson and the rest. Young Lyndon laughed slightly. You can call my name directly. I don't like being called a senior. After all, we are all around the same age. As for your question, my answer is yes. I am indeed a member of the Misty Cloud sect. When young Lyndon had finished his sentence, young Huangson added, he is our sect master's son. Yang Eming and his children looked at each other in shock. Yang Minglari and Yang Chen might not know much about young Qiangzu, but how could Yang Eming didn't know about her? 40 years ago, young Qiangzu was regarded as the #1 beauty throughout the entire Heavenly Fortune nation. She was the dream lover of countless men. However, her attitude toward them was simple. She loved all of them and didn't hesitate to kill whoever trying to approach her. Therefore, how could she possibly have a child? Although Yang Eming was extremely curious, he didn't inquire about this matter further. He turned to Yan Huangson and said, Congratulations to your sect for gaining such a genius doctor. Thank you. Yan Huangson surprisingly replied politely with a proud expression on her delicate face. Young Lyndon waved his hand. Oh please, Senior. Stop it already. If Senior continued to praise me, I might be starting to fly now. His words made everyone laugh. He said further, right, congratulations to both of you for reaching the 10th level in such a short time. Yang Minglari and Yang Chen smiled at each other. Yang Chen said, it's all because of you, Senior. Not right, I will call you Brother Yan from now on. You can also call me by my name directly. Young Lyndon nodded his head slightly. Good. I'll call you Brother Yang and Sister Yang from now on. Seeing their friendly interaction, Yang Eming smiled heartily. To be able to establish a connection with such a talented doctor like young Lyndon, undoubtedly, they had gained a massive benefit from it. At this moment, young Lyndon suddenly thought of something. He asked, Senior, is your incident related to the Wu clan? If it's inconvenient, Senior don't have to tell me about it. Although young Lyndon hadn't interested in the disputes between them, he just wanted to confirm something in his mind. Yang Eming smiled faintly, what Senior? Just call me Uncle Yang. That's right. The Wu clan is the one behind all of this. Several years ago, they secretly invited a poison doctor from the Poison Valley and they started to use poisons on other clans. I just discovered about this recently. Poison Valley. Young Huangson immediately frowned upon hearing this name. Yang Eming nodded with a heavy expression. Yes. That poison doctor is indeed coming from the Poison Valley. The problem is that Qiangxing is aware of this matter, but he chose to ignore it. No wonder. Qiangxing didn't hesitate to join the fray. Young Huangson muttered to herself. She finally understood and out of this matter. What happened? Yang Eming heard about it and asked in confusion. He had recovered a month ago and was busy dealing with the clan's internal affairs. Hence, he didn't know much about the outside situation. Especially about the Misty Cloud sect. Young Lyndon took this chance to explain, Uncle Yang is probably too busy in the past month and missed this piece of information. Currently, our sect has been under threat. Scared Flame sect has joined with Sword Profound sect and Qi Royal clan. They are planning to kill us off. What? Yang Eming exclaimed in shock. For Sacred Flame sect, he was aware of the grudge between them, but he never expected Sword Profound sect and even Qi Royal clan would join in too. Young Huangson added, it's not only them. If I guessed correctly, there should be a Wu clan and Chen clan too. Yang Eming's expression turned serious. Why would they decide to do this? Young Lyndon shrugged his shoulders without giving any explanation. Was there any need for an explanation? They just wanted to get rid of the Misty Cloud sect for benefits. Simple as that. Father. Yang Chen wanted to say something. He was an upright person. Even though he knew that involving with this matter was equal to creating an arch enemy with Qi royal clan, he still wanted his father to help young Lyndon. Meanwhile, Yang Minglari didn't say anything and only looked at her father calmly. She was a businesswoman and would weigh between pros and cons before deciding. She had analyzed everything calmly. With the strength of the Yang clan alone, it was impossible to fight with all of them. Hence, she didn't express her opinion and leave everything to her father. Yang Gaming's mind spun rapidly. He spoke after a while, since they are deciding to be your enemy. All of you here are in danger. They won't let this chance to capture all of you go easily. He paused for a second and said further, if it was me alone, I will definitely go all out and take part in this matter. However, I still have my clansmen on my shoulders. I won't be able to help you much on this matter. Sorry. Young Lyndon smiled. Uncle Yang doesn't have to feel sorry for us. I understand your decision. I told you about this isn't because I need your help, but rather I want you to be aware of this matter. I think you should understand what I want to say. Yang Gaming nodded his head. Even if Full could see a storm was about to come in, his Yang clan was destined to be swept by this storm as well. He said solemnly, although I can't help the Misty Cloud sect getting out of this calamity, I can guarantee that all of you will be able to get out of here safely. Young Lyndon cupped his fists. Thank you, Uncle Yang. But you shouldn't cross the board too far. Since we dare to come here, we naturally have a way to get out of this situation. You don't have to worry. Fine. Yang Gaming replied. Yang Chen was extremely disappointed in his father's decision, but he also understood the situation. At this moment, he was in a dilemma. His strength wasn't that great to the point he could turn the tide by himself, but he couldn't just sit and watch his benefactor facing a problem. Just as Yang Chen was about to say something, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He tilted his head and Yang Minglari shook her head, preventing him from saying. He clenched his fists and let out a helpless sigh in the end. We will take our leave first. Since there was nothing to say further, Yang Gaming immediately took his children and left the place. All right. Young Lyndon responded. He turned to Yan Huangxin and asked, Third Aunt, what is Poison Valley? Yan Huangxin, who was pondering something all this time, answered, Poison Valley is a notorious group of people with an unclear origin. Their members are proficient in poison. In the past, they were wreaking havoc throughout the entire northern continent by using innocent lives to do their poison experiment. Even ordinary people are no exception as well. Until 30 years ago, the Frozen Moon Palace sent out a decree to get rid of them, and they had disappeared afterward. Who would have thought they still exist? Young Lyndon and other senior sisters' expressions turned grave after listening to this. This Poison Valley was too cruel. In order to experiment with their poison art, they didn't even let ordinary people go. Was there any use about testing poison on a weak mortal? They just wanted to kill, that's why. Young Lyndon suddenly realized something. He quickly asked, Third Aunt, you mean? Yan Huangxin slowly nodded her head. Our enemies are not just them, but Poison Valley as well. Young Lyndon's face turned unsightly. Just the current enemies were already difficult to deal with, and now Poison Valley was added in. He didn't know how to help his sect survive this calamity anymore. Only if I have power. An unwilling thought appeared in his mind. Buzz, all of a sudden, the silver necklace on his neck vibrated briefly and stopped in the next moment. Young Lyndon was startled and quickly grabbed it. To his disappointment, there was nothing happened further in the end. What happened? Yan Huangxin saw his strange action. Young Lyndon let go of the necklace while shaking his head. Nothing. Third Aunt, let's send the news back first. Yan Huangxin agreed and quickly took a long-range transmission jade out of her pocket. Beware of Poison Valley. Their member appears behind the Wood clan. She said. A moment later, the transmission jade vibrated slightly, indicating the other sides had successfully received the message. Third Aunt, you have to be careful after we are gone. I'll help you set up a formation around here. Young Lyndon gave her a warning out of worry. All he could do was to set a profound formation around here beforehand. At least, young Huangson would be safer while young Linton was gone into the mythical realm. Young Huangson didn't refuse. They had around 5 days before the Blazing Sun mythical realm open. After leaving the Misty Cloud sect's camp, Yang Chen hesitated several times before he finally asked, "Father." He couldn't finish his sentence as he was interrupted by Yang Geming. "I know what you wanted to say, but this matter is out of our hands. It's not just them. We are also in danger as well," Yang Geming patiently said. Yang Chen became silent. He was aware of the situation, but he just couldn't get rid of the uncomfortable in his heart. Without young Linton's help, he would still be a useless cripple and Yang Geming would still lie on the bed until now. Now his benefactor was in trouble. How could he simply ignore it? Yang Geming saw through his son's current mood. He said further, "All we can do right now is providing support for them as much as we can. Remember, during the exploration, you have to do your best to help them." Yang Chen took a deep breath and nodded. "Understood, Father." Chapter 22, Mythical Realm Open. Yang Geming was visited the Misty Cloud sect's camp. A dignified middle-aged man in white clothes asked while he wiping a long golden spear in his hand with fine linen. His facial features were 90% resembled Luo Kang, who was sitting on his side. He was the current patriarch of the Luo clan, Luo Kang. "Yes, patriarch." He also brought his children with him, a butler reported. "Why did he suddenly visit them?" Luo Kang frowned slightly. The butler replied, "He went to visit a young man over there. I don't know what are they talking about, but it seems their relationship isn't that simple because I saw Yang Geming gave that young man a bow." Luo Kang's hand stopped moving, as he was surprised and curious at the same time. Who could that be? How could a man getting along with the Misty Cloud sect's members? The butler shook his head. He failed to get information because the isolation barrier around the Misty Cloud sect's camp was too strong. Meanwhile, Luo Kang suddenly thought of something. He asked, "What does he look like?" The butler began to describe young Linton's appearance. After Luo Kang listening to the butler's reply, his eyes immediately turned cold. "It's him." Luo Kang looked at his son as he asked, "Who is it?" Luo Kang quickly narrated about the incident where he met young Linton in the capital city a month ago and how did he sent someone to go after him but failed in the end. Luo Kang said with a tinge of shock after listening to his son's narration, "A genius doctor? You mean he is the one who cured Yang Geming and his children? He could even restore Yang Chen's damaged profound vein?" Luo Kang nodded his head firmly. "Definitely. Besides him, nobody dares to help the Yang clan. I admitted that his attainment in medical profound art is extremely high. I never thought that he would appear here once again. But what is the relationship between him and the Misty Cloud sect?" Luo Kang had a suspicion about this as well. Just as they were falling into their own thoughts, the tent suddenly opened and Hua Shan immediately walked into the tent uninvited. Luo Kang looked at Hua Shan with a smile. He said, "What brings you here, Elder Hua Shan?" Hua Shan unceremoniously sat opposite Luo Kang and said, "I came here to ask for your help. I need you to join us to deal with young Huangxin." Luo Kang's brows raised slightly. "How many people over there?" Young Huangxin came alone with her disciples, Hua Shan answered. Luo Kang was even more confused at this moment. Although young Huangxin's spatial technique was difficult to handle, it shouldn't be necessary to mobilize a huge lineup to deal with her. Seeing Luo Kang's puzzled expression, Hua Shan said further, "She already reached half-step ruler profound realm. I and Elder Ji are not her opponents. We've been defeated by her a while ago." He didn't tell Luo Kang about Qihao's part for fearing Luo Kang wouldn't cooperate with him. Luo Kang didn't agree right away. Instead, he asked, "Do you know the identity of the young man who came with young Huangxin's group?" "He's young Qiangzu's son. Young Huangxin told us," Hua Shan replied. He was also curious about this as well. He didn't know if it was true that young Linton was young Qiangzu's son. Both Luo's father and son glanced at each other in surprise. Especially Luo Kang. In the past, he was also one of young Qiangzu's suitors. How could he not know that the famous Snow Cloud Fairy hated men to the bone? How could it possible for her to have a son? Luo Kang stabilized his mood and spoke, "If it is the case, we should take this opportunity to capture him alive. Young Qiangzu definitely compromises with him in our hands. He intentionally hid young Linden's capability from Hyo Shan so that he could take advantage of this. Then I'll take my leave first. Hyo Shan said and quickly left. Luo Ken was pondered for a moment. He said to his son, since this young man came here, he definitely participate in the exploration. Try your best to capture him. As for others, just kill them all. Hearing this, Luo Ken smiled wickedly in reply. Young Linden's group finished their preparation and immediately set off toward the mythical realm's entrance by walking. When they reached their destination, several groups of people had already waited for them. The Blazing Sun mythical realm could contain only 100 people at the same time, no more or less. The Qi royal clan had given a quarter to each top force in the nation. They could bring 10 of their disciples to participate in the Blazing Sun mythical realm's exploration with an exceptional 20 for the Qi royal clan. Young Linden saw many familiar faces such as Luo Keng, Huo Wen'er, Ji Yi, and Hyo Shan. Aside from them, he saw another 2 unfamiliar groups of people. They were members of the 6 major clans, the Chen clan, and the Li clan. Upon seeing young Linden's group, all of them immediately looked at him attentively. Young Linden could feel several spiritual senses were rudely swept over his body. HMPH. Young Huangson snorted coldly. Her aura burst forth, dispelling their spiritual senses completely. Ha, don't be angry, Hall Master Yan. Everyone is just curious about the young master of the Misty Cloud sect. After all, he is the Snow Cloud Fairy's son we are talking about. The Crown Prince, Qi Yuanfeng, stepped forward and said in a relaxed tone. His gaze swept at young Linden as he asked, 5th level of Essence Profound Realm. It seems young Master Yan's talent is not good. Are you sure you want to take part in this exploration? With his intelligence, young Linden could guess the identity of Qi Yuanfeng right away. He smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. As for my talent, indeed, it's not good, but I still want to participate in this. His voice was calm without a slight agitation after getting insulted by Qi Yuanfeng. Qi Yuanfeng didn't say anything further, he only laughed slightly. Seeing young Linden was so calm despite he had verbally insulted him in a direct fashion, Qi Yuanfeng gave him a high evaluation. After all, there weren't many youths around young Linden's age who could endure being looked down on like this without the slightest agitation. In the Luo clan's group, Luo Keng paid attention to young Linden for all this time. When he saw Qi Yuanfeng trying to test young Linden, he immediately changed his mind and took a step forward. He looked at young Linden and said, "We meet again, Dr. Yan." Luo Keng's words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Many of them didn't know much about young Linden. Naturally, they didn't know he was the miraculous doctor that appeared in the capital city a month ago. Young Linden glanced at Luo Keng and replied, "Indeed, we have met again, young Master Luo. Last time you've sent your subordinate to escort me back to the sect. I really appreciate that. May I know if he returned to you safely?" Luo Keng's eyes immediately narrowed. His body brimming with anger. Did you kill him? Everyone present was not stupid. They instantly understood the matter between the two. Luo Keng sent his servant after young Linden, but that servant was killed by young Linden instead. The way young Linden spoke made everyone viewing him in a new light. Escorting you back to the sect? Ha. I'm afraid Luo Keng's subordinate had probably become a fertilizer under a mango tree somewhere already. Everyone was amused by young Linden's sarcastic eloquence. Young Linden raised his index finger and moving it side to side. No. You are asking the wrong question, young Master Luo. Since when did I say that I kill your subordinate? From the look of you, I assumed he hasn't returned to you yet. He then shrugged his shoulders and spread his arms innocently. Before he left, I already gave him some money for his transportation fee. Perhaps he didn't take a carriage and still on his way back to the city. Just as Luo Keng wanted to say something, young Linden suddenly slapped his forehead. Aya, maybe I give him too little? Never mind, I will burn more money for him later. PFFTTT, several people broke into laughter as they couldn't hold back anymore. At first, they were confused why did young Linden give Luo Keng's subordinate money since he had already died. Now, they were enlightened. The money in young Linden's words was referred to Joe's papers. One Luo Keng trembled in anger, his eyes burning with killing intent. This was the second time he had been toyed with. Seeing this, Luo Keng took a step forward and said to young Huangson, "My people died in your young master's hands. How do you want to settle this? The surrounding laughter abruptly stopped as they prepared to watch a good show. Young Huixing gave a chuckle. Settle. Why don't you give us compensation instead? You sent someone to kill our young master after all. Luo Kang stared at Young Huixing for a while. He snorted coldly, without saying a word in the end. However, when Luo Kang wanted to continue the conversation, Luo Kang raised his hand to stop him and said, "You don't have to say anything. Just make sure you can't return from the mythical realm." Although his voice was not loud, everyone in this place was a profound practitioner. They could hear it clearly. They subconsciously glanced at young Huixing, waiting for her to retort back. Unfortunately, the scene they were expected didn't happen. Young Huixing only smiled faintly and paid no more attention to Luo Kang. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a tide of profound energy surged out of the mythical realm's entrance. The stone gate at the center started to rotate at low speed, releasing a white light in the middle space. The original empty space slowly filled with a curtain of white light and finally became stable, with no ripple. The entrance has opened. All the participants can go in. Qi Yuanfeng said loudly while looking at everyone present. We will go now. Take care, third ant. Young Lindan said to Young Huixing. Young Huixing grabbed his hand and said with concern, "You have to be careful in there. Don't take the risk, understand?" Her beautiful eyes stared at young Linden's face as if she wanted to engrave this image into her mind. Young Linden patted her hand and replied with a confident smile, "Understood." He then beckoned the other 9 senior sisters to follow him into the entrance. Good luck. Young Master Yan. As young Linden walked past Qi Yuanfeng, the latter whispered with a meaningful gaze. Young Linden casually nodded his head in a reply and vanished into the wide light curtain along with 9 senior sisters. Chapter 23, Young Linden's vision turned completely wide for a minute before he found himself standing in a forest. The forest filled with lush pine trees and ancient woods. It was not too dense, as he could still see a pathway to walk. On the ground, young Linden discovered several rank 1 medicinal herbs. From their appearance, it shouldn't be over 40 years of age. He didn't rush to harvest the herbs, instead, he raised his vigilance while surveying the vicinity. After a while, he didn't see any sign of life around this area. He then started to move forward. Buzz, just as he took a step, the silver necklace on his neck suddenly vibrated for a second and disappeared like it usually did before. Young Linden quickly grabbed it, trying to perceive something, but the result was the same as before, nothing could be found. Come on. Don't tease me like this. Young Linden couldn't help but complain. This necklace kept vibrating once in a while, several times already. It brought him hope as he thought he was going to activate a cheap device or something that helped him become a super powerhouse. Unfortunately, the reality was too hurtful. Aside from giving him illusory hope, it left zero clue for him. Whoosh! While young Linden paying attention to the necklace, suddenly, a long iron javelin appeared out of nowhere, shooting toward his head at high speed. Without thinking for a second, young Linden instinctively rolled on the ground to avoid the incoming projectile. Boom! The javelin hit the pine tree behind young Linden, causing the tree to break apart into pieces. Oi, oi! Don't you need to perform trash talking first before launching an attack? This is clearly off script. Young Linden cursed inwardly as he quickly stood up and looked at a figure distant away. Judging from the spear symbol on the figure's clothes, young Linden immediately recognized the figure's identity right away. Without a doubt, this man should be one of the Wakan's lackeys. Not bad. You can avoid my surprise attack. Hey! Where are you going? The man slowly approached young Linden with an arrogant smile, while trying to act like an expert. However, he had to stop his aloof speech midway because he saw young Linden grab his javelin and run away hastily. Thanks for the weapon, brother. Young Linden shouted back while performing a movement technique to increase his speed. Fuck! The man from the Wa clan cursed out loud and speedily chased after young Linden. From the man's aura, young Linden knew that his strength was at least around the 8th level of Essence Profound Realm. With his pitiful 5th level strength, there was no way he could fight the man head-on. Therefore, he decided to run right away without hesitation. Young Linden scanned through the vicinity cautiously while praying in his heart, he must not encounter a profound beast. However, it was as if gods could hear his prayer and kindly granted his wish. 100 meters away in front of him, there was a green panther lying leisurely on the ground, basking in the morning sunlight.
Damn it!
I shouldn't have jinxed it. Young Lyndon abruptly changed direction and rushed forward with all his might. With a glance, he instantly knew this panther was at least a peak essence profound beast. The panther opened its eyes to glance at this human speedster with little interest before closing its eyes, continuing to enjoy the sunlight after young Lyndon vanishing from its sight. In the next moment, the panther perceived a potential danger and hastily jumped off the ground. Boom! A javelin went straight to the ground on the panther's previous position, causing the clouds of dust to fill the air. The man who had followed young Lyndon saw the scene. A bad premonition suddenly emerged in his heart and his body swiftly reacted as he turned around, trying to flee from the place. The panther descended to the ground, looking at the javelin with boundless anger. It turned its head and happened to see the man's silhouette far away. The panther's cold eyes instantly fixated on him before it leaped into the air, charging after the target at insanely high speed. The man saw the panther chasing after him. He wanted to cry while cursing young Lyndon inwardly for his cunning move. As much as he desired to kill young Lyndon, he couldn't do anything but run with all he had at this moment. Phew! That was close. Young Lyndon mumbled to himself while panting heavily. He leaned against a tall ancient tree to take a breather. Fortunately, the essence profound beast hadn't developed its intelligence until it became a spirit profound beast. That's why the panther earlier had fallen for young Lyndon's scheme easily. Wiping sweat out of his forehead, young Lyndon looked around and discovered a swamp in the distance. A piece of memory instantly resurfaced in his mind as he took out a Lego map from his interspatial ring. The blazing sun mythical realm of a circular shape, with the forest region at the outside surrounding the desert in the middle. Because there was only one swamp in this mythical realm, young Lyndon managed to find his location on the map in a short time. Currently, he was on the western side of the forest region. According to the agreed plan, if any member of his team discovered their position on the map, they had to either move to the northern or the southern area and regroup over there before heading to the center of the mythical realm. Young Lyndon put the map away and walked toward the swamp. When he arrived at the shore, he immediately attracted by a small pink lotus that was floating at the center of the swamp.
No way!
Celestial Buddha lotus. How could it appear here? Young Lyndon was astonished by the identity of the lotus in front of him. This lotus was a divine rank magical plant according to the remnant recorded life. It could be used to strengthen a target's profound vein or using as an ingredient of a divine rank pill. Judging from the color and number of leaves, this celestial Buddha lotus's age should be around 30 years at most. It needed around 1,000 years to be fully matured. Young Lyndon put his excitement aside and looked into the swamp beneath the lotus. Typically, this kind of heaven treasure would have its guardian, but he didn't see any profound beast nearby. After confirming there was no danger around the vicinity, he used his hand to test the water's temperature before jumping into the spring. The swamp was around 3 square kilometers in size with over 100 meters deep. Young Lyndon had to swim for a while to reach the lotus. When he reached halfway, young Lyndon abruptly halted his movement because his instinct told him he was in danger. His body involuntarily tensed up as he took out a long iron spear from his ring and looking around vigilantly. Thud! A heavy throb rang into young Lyndon's ears, and the water's surface started to ripple violently. At this moment, young Lyndon saw a huge shadow in the water, slowly approaching him. With the young Lyndon couldn't even finish his exclamation, the swamp water suddenly forming into a giant wall and descending down on top of him. He hastily urged his profound energy to conjure a protective barrier around his body. Boom! The water wall engulfed young Lyndon entirely and shattered his protective barrier right away. His body ached all over as if he was hit by a truck. Young Lyndon was pushed down deep into the water. He calmed himself down very quickly while inspecting his body. Upon seeing there was no major injury, he looked around, finding a way to go back to the surface. At this moment, his gaze unintentionally landed on the approaching enormous shadow in the distance. His body turned cold instantly because he could see the appearance of this shadow clearly this time. Its appearance resembled a crocodile, but 100 times bigger than a normal crocodile. Its skins were full of sharp spikes, extremely thick to the point that young Lyndon didn't think he could leave a single scratch on them. Abyssal crocodile. And it already became a spirit profound beast. Young Lyndon exclaimed in shock and he hastily circulated his profound energy as he fled toward the shore's direction. Roar! The abyssal crocodile let out a loud roar and rushed to young Linden at high speed. There was no way a human like young Linden could expect an actual water beast like a crocodile. In the span of 10 seconds, the distance between the two had reduced by more than half. Young Linden knew he couldn't continue like this, otherwise, he would become its food in the next moment. He took out a green talisman from his ring and injected a portion of profound energy into it. The green talisman shone brightly and released a surge of wind, enveloping young Linden, causing his movement speed to increase by leaps and bounds. Seeing the prey was going to escape from its hand, the abyssal crocodile shot several water arrows at young Linden. The latter stayed vigilant all the time. He twisted his body slightly and thrust his spear forward, colliding with the incoming water arrows head-on. Bang! Young Linden used the impact to push himself away from the abyssal crocodile. The distance between the two increased greatly and there were around 200 meters left before young Linden could reach the shore. The abyssal crocodile was mad by the result. Although it possessed intelligence, it couldn't firmly control the outcome in the end. When the crocodile saw young Linden climb down to the shore, it let out an angry roar once again before turning around, going back to guard the lotus. After young Linden climbing up to the shore, he continued to run away as if his life was at stake. It was only until he ran out of his profound energy did he stop and slumped onto a sturdy tree nearby, panting heavily. What a bad luck! He muttered to himself and began to replenish his strength. He never thought his first official adventure would end up running away from the enemy 2 times in a row. Nevertheless, he was so excited, his heart beat madly. The long-lost familiar feelings that he hadn't tasted for a long time, emerging once again along with the unforgotten memory. The memory that brought him pain and happiness. Chapter 24, Fisher. 2 days passed by in a blink of an eye. Young Linden still camping around the swamp, unwilling to let the celestial Buddha lotus go. After all, it was the divine rank magical plant, extremely scarce and possibly be the only one in the Azure world. During these days, young Linden hiding himself on the top of the tree, observing the surroundings as well as finding a way to deal with the abyssal crocodile. In truth, he could set up a killing formation to deal with the beast, but his profound stones were limited. He didn't want to waste them here. Young Linden's concealment ability worked very well, many people passing by this spot but never discovered his presence. In the past 2 days, he hadn't seen any of his senior sisters around here. His heart grew worried, and he started to weigh the choices between leaving and staying here. Suddenly, young Linden could smell an intense fragrance floating along with the wind. He cast his gaze onto the swamp and saw the celestial Buddha lotus was blooming, revealing a faint golden color at the middle. The fragrance spread several kilometers away, immediately attracting many people nearby. Within an hour, the swamp became crowded. There were at least 20 people from various forces coming together. The members of the Hua, Li, Chen, Yang, and Qi royal clans were present in the highest number among them were members of the Qi royal clan, 5 people. Why did senior sister Chen come here? Young Linden frowned slightly when he saw a familiar figure among the group. She was one of his senior sisters who came to this place with him. Her name was Young Chan. Young Chan had a beautiful oval face, clad in snow-white robes with a short sword in her hand. Her expression was calm and composed. There wasn't any agitation on her face despite she was facing a group of enemies. Greetings, Misty Cloud Fairy. My name is Yang Ping. Our young master and young mistress told us to cooperate with you. I don't know what do you think about this? A tall handsome youth from the Yang clan took a step forward and greeted Young Chan with a smile. Young Chan gave a slight nod and replied, we can form a team together. Yang Ping called his friend over and discussed a strategy with Young Chan in a low voice. Young Linden didn't hurry to show himself. He continued to listen to the conversation between everyone and tried to find a way to warn Young Chan about the abyssal crocodile. Everyone, why don't we share this lotus together? Said a man with a long sword strapped to his back. He was a member of the Qi royal clan. His name was Songy. Everyone glanced at each other without saying a word. No one was stupid enough to believe in his word. Moreover, they didn't recognize the value of the lotus. Most of them thought it was a high-rank medicinal plant, but they couldn't determine what rank it was. They were not sure if it was worth getting into a conflict because of this unknown lotus. Seeing this, Songy chuckled and said, since all of you don't want it, we will take it away by ourselves. Following that, he and his friends jumped into the swamp one after another. What should we do? Are we going to let them take it away? Yang Ping said anxiously. Yun Chan pondered for a moment and decided to follow them. However, just before she moved, there was a small needle shot toward her and it pinned accurately on her sleeve. Her expression abruptly changed while looking at her sleeve and saw a tiny letter tied onto the needle. She secretly opened it and read the content carefully. After a while, she said to Yang Ping, "We will wait and see first." Yang Ping was upset, but he didn't act impulsively. Even though he was unwilling to see the group of key royal clan's members taking the lotus away, he could still maintain his rationale. Young Linden nodded his head in approval upon seeing Yang Ping manage to hold himself back. Being too greedy could lead to a tragic end. Young Linden had proved this point by himself 2 days ago. He almost lost his life because of his greed and carelessness. In the swamp, the group of 5 carefully swam toward the lotus while raising their guard vigilantly. Essence Profound Realms practitioners hadn't yet developed spiritual sense until they reached the Spirit Profound Realm. Hence, they could only use their eyes and ears to detect a danger around them. What is that? Someone among the group said uncertainly while pointing at a huge shadows beneath the water distant away. What kind of that profound beast? Another person asked.
Hurry up.
Prepare to fight. Song Yi shouted and drew the sword out. Although he wasn't sure about the strength of the profound beast in front of him, he was confident it shouldn't be higher than the peak essence profound beast. Dealing with it was not a problem for his group. Roar. The roar causing a tide of water to form into a huge water wall, charging at the group of 5. Song Yi's group as well as everyone on the shore was shocked to the core by its scary appearance. Run. Song Yi yelled out loudly and frantically fled for his life. Fighting. What a joke. Just a simple roar, he instantly realized that beast before him had already surpassed Essence Profound Beast. Yun Chan was calm on the surface, but she was extremely shocked inwardly. If Yun Linden hadn't warned her, she would be in a danger by now. Coming back to her sense, she said to Yang Ping, "Do you dare to kill them?" Yang Ping was currently in a shocking state. When he heard this, he turned to Yun Chan and asked in a trembling voice, "What do you mean?" "I'm asking, do you dare to kill a member of the Qi royal clan?" Yun Chan repeated. Seeing she wasn't joking about it, Yang Ping swallowed his saliva and replied, "Oh. Of course." Before coming here, Yang Chen and Lang Mingler had emphasized this. Chen, Wo, and Qi royal clan's members were all their enemies. They had to show no mercy toward them when the opportunity arose. Good. Kill. Yun Chan responded, and a frightful aura instantly burst out of her body. She pointed her short sword at Song Yi's group, who were struggling to escape from the abyssal crocodile, and a deep blue light immediately shot out of the tip of her sword, straight at them. Song Yi was currently paying attention to the crocodile behind him. Suddenly, he felt a dangerous aura approached him from the shore's direction. When he raised his head, he saw the deep blue light rushed at him at high speed, causing him unable to put up a defense on time. Boom. The profound light hit Song Yi's right shoulder, causing his body to fly backward and was engulfed by the water wall entirely. The other 4 were also blown away by several attacks from Yang Ping and his friend, and were vanished into the water wall. "What are you doing?" A youth with a spear in his hand shouted angrily from the Chen clan's group. His aura surged, preparing to attack Yun Chan and Lang Ping. Yun Chan didn't say a word in reply. Her gaze fixated at the water briefly before shifting to the youth from the Chen clan. Hazy ice mist slowly emerged from her body. Instantaneously, her figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared in front of the youth as she swung her short sword down on his head with a ferocious wave of sword force. Boom! The youth was shocked by Yun Chan's speed. He panically raised his spear up to block her short sword. However, Yun Chan's attack was too fast and caught him off guard. He was unable to defend properly, and was thrown away by the impact. The onlookers sucked in a cold breath. They heard about the famous misty cloud steps before, but they never thought it would be this scary. Without a doubt, they wouldn't be different from the youth with the spear when facing Yun Chan's swift actions.
Damn it!
Kill her. Another 2 youths from the Chen clan came back to their senses and quickly launched their attacks at Yun Chan. Bang. Ugh. Everyone was expected Young Chan to get injured by the attack, but the reality rendered them speechless because the ones who flew out were the two youths instead of her. The youth with the spear just got up from the ground and saw Hua Fei, a woman from the Hua clan, attacked his two friends in the back. He yelled angrily at her, "What do you mean by this, Hua Fei?" Hua Fei glanced at the youth and said indifferently, "Is it hard to understand? We're enemies, that's why." She brushed her long hair slightly and jumped to Yan Chan's side. "Let's kill them together, Sister Yuan," Hua Fei said with a smile. Yan Chan nodded her head lightly, "All right." The two women along with Yang Ping's group immediately charged forward of Chen Clan's group with murderous intent. While everyone on the shore was in chaos, young Lindan secretly sneaked into the swamp and dived toward the lotus patiently. His body was currently covered with strange ancient runes, glowing a faint golden light from time to time. These runes were specially invented by Yan Lindan to isolate himself from the enemy's spiritual sense. Although the effect was weak and couldn't be used against a high-level practitioner, it shouldn't be a problem to hide his presence from the abyssal crocodile. Erg. A kilometer away, young Lindan saw Songy scream painfully as he was brutally bitten by the abyssal crocodile. Blood flowing out of his body non-stop, along with some of his internal organs. Shortly afterward, he stopped breathing and died with eyes widely opened. Young Lindan didn't feel disgusted by the scene. He calmly moved forward to the lotus while the abyssal crocodile locked onto new targets and moved its large body toward them. Chapter 25, Lee once again almost there. Don't you dare come back at this moment. Young Lindan thought to himself while gazing at the celestial Buddha lotus a short distance away. He didn't let his guard down and observing the abyssal crocodile from time to time. Currently, it was happily hunting the Forbes Song his group and didn't aware that the lotus it was guarding for several years was about to be snatched away by Young Lindan. Come here, baby. Brother will take care of you from now on. Young Lindan became ecstatic when he arrived at the lotus's position. He reached out his hand to grab it. However, the moment his hand touched it, the lotus suddenly glowed in golden light and the ancient runes on Young Lindan's body instantly lost their ability. Roar. The abyssal crocodile immediately noticed the hateful thief trying to snatch its treasure away. It roared furiously and hastily dashed toward the lotus like an underwater torpedo. Fuck. Young Lindan cursed out loud when he realized the situation he was in. He never thought this beautiful baby in front of him would hurt him like this. Without thinking further, he stored the lotus away and frantically fled toward the shore with all his might. Roar. The abyssal crocodile shot out thousands of water arrows at young Lindan madly. It was the only long-range attack in its possession that was fast enough to catch young Lindan. Young Lindan had already expected this beforehand. He conjured a protective barrier to cover his back while shattering a wind talisman to increase his speed. It was the same trick as before, but it was effective enough to let him increasing the distance between him and the crocodile. Boom. Young Lindan's protective barrier broken very quickly by the overwhelming power. When one of the water arrows hit his back, he felt as if he was hit by a truck, causing him to spurt blood out of his mouth. Damn it! This is more powerful than 2 days ago. Young Lindan thought while enduring the pain in his back. He madly escaped toward the shore as the abyssal crocodile quickly shortening the distance. This time it went all out to pursue young Lindan. The abyssal crocodile's spiritual sense firmly locked on him without any distraction. No matter where young Lindan went, it would follow him to the end of the world. Everyone on the shore stopped their action when they heard the roar earlier. Young Chan saw the lotus had disappeared. She instantly guessed that young Lindan had successfully obtained it. Under the joint attacks from Young Chan, Hua Fei, and Yang Ping, the three youths from the Chen clan were completely dead and members of the Li clan had run away from that place a long time ago, leaving only 6 people behind. Hua Fei and the other 2 from the Hua clan walked to Yang Chan's side after disposing of the corpses. Hua Fei asked confusedly, "What happened?" Yang Chan shook her head, pretending she didn't know about it. "Where's the lotus?" Yang Ping asked as he saw the lotus was gone. "Someone snatched it away while we are fighting." "Huh? Did we just make a wedding dress for others?" Hua Fei said with a trace of anger. She didn't like the feeling of being used by others. Young Chan didn't want to linger on this topic further. She said, "What is your plan?" Hua Fei looked at her friends before shaking her head. "We don't have any plan for now. We made an appointment with our young mistress in the southern area. What about you, Sister Yun? Yun Chan pondered for a second. She replied, let's go together. I am heading south too. Following that, everyone set off toward the south direction. While Yun Chan discussing with others, young Linden had reached the shore on the opposite side. The abyssal crocodile still roaring angrily from behind and prepared to climb up the shore. Young Linden didn't bother about it. He poured every ounce of his profound energy onto his legs and shot forward like an arrow in the south direction. The abyssal crocodile's speed was slower on the ground. Its 4 feet stomping restlessly, chasing after young Linden. Every tree on the path was broken into pieces by its tough body. Several profound beasts were scared away by the crocodile, and young Linden got benefited from this. Young Linden was now drenched in sweat, trying to get out of this predicament. His profound energy was constantly depleted. It won't be long before he ran out of energy and probably became the crocodile's food. He popped the energy replenished pill into his mouth, but he couldn't digest it fast enough and his energy was still on the decline. Although young Linden's heart pounding madly, his mind was incomparably calm. He had teetered between life and death countless times before, and this time wasn't anything new to him. The difference was the enemy this time possessed insanely high strength than him, to the point that he couldn't even retaliate back in the slightest. The 3 men perceived the incoming danger. They turned to young Linden's direction and saw the arrow passing through the wind, straight into their position. Bang! A youth with a long spear swung his spear at the arrow, cutting it in half as he shouted, "Who are you?" "It's me." Young Linden yelled back while charging at them. "It's him." Another youth beside the spear youth recognized young Linden. Everyone in the Wu clan had received an order to capture young Linden before coming here. They naturally remembered his appearance. "Capture him," the spear youth ordered. The trio moved forward, launching their offensive techniques at young Linden. Young Linden cleverly dodged the attacks while taking the celestial Buddha lotus out and smeared its scent on the trio's body. He then abruptly changed the direction, continuing to flee. Even though he couldn't fight them head-on, avoiding their attacks was not a problem. Chase. The spear youth was furious at the outcome. The overwhelming anger made him completely ignore the fragrance in young Linden's weird actions. When they were about to chase after young Linden, an angry roar rang into their ears, causing them to turn back to take a look. Boom. 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 Several heavy footsteps could be heard along with the abyssal crocodile's enormous body appeared in the trio's visions. W. What the hell is that? One of the trio stuttered fearfully. R. Run. The spear youth turned around and fled. Ah. Help! The unlucky youth who had the slowest reaction was unable to escape in time as the abyssal crocodile jumped onto him with its frightful mouth opened widely and bit on his body ferociously. The spear youth and another youth beside him turned to look at the unlucky youth. The brutal scene in front of them immediately sent a chill running down their spines. At this moment, they didn't have any thought of helping his friend anymore. Both of them merged their profound energy and continued to escape. The abyssal crocodile swallowed the unlucky youth into its belly. It looked around and sniffed the lotus's fragrance in the air for a while before it finally moved toward young Linden's direction. Young Linden's framing trick failed to deceive the crocodile because he couldn't entirely erase his aura. Young Linden leaned on an ancient tree weakly. He knew it wasn't time to think about other things. He sat down on the ground and tried to replenish his profound energy. Eh? It's you. All of a sudden, a beautiful woman appeared behind a tree shade and exclaimed in surprise when she saw young Linden. Young Linden's eyes snapped open, looking at the newcomer vigilantly. "Who are you?" he asked. The beautiful woman laughed slightly when she saw his body tensed up. She introduced, "My name is Huilin. Huilin is my younger sister. I heard about you before. You are the one who gave her the detoxified prescription." Young Linden didn't relax his guard down in the slightest. He nodded in reply and closed his eyes, continuing to replenish his profound energy. Huilin was startled for a second. She began to doubt herself. Was she not beautiful enough? Why did young Linden have no reaction and ignore her like this? Huilin had a well-ratio shape of the face. Her eyes were clear as a spring, along with slightly arched eyebrows, cute nose, and cherry lips. She was undoubtedly a great beauty among her peers. not to mention her well-developed body, especially in her chest area. She was even more beautiful than Win in young Linden's opinion. It wasn't because young Linden didn't want to converse with her, he just didn't bother to care about her at this moment. Although she was slightly dissatisfied, she wasn't an unreasonable person. She could see young Linden had exhausted his energy and was trying to replenish it. Looking for a place to rest briefly, she walked to a flat boulder 20 meters away from young Linden and sat down calmly, waiting for him. 5 minutes later, young Linden opened his eyes, taking another energy replenish pill, and glanced at Linden. He asked, "Why do you have to suppress your strength when you can make a breakthrough into the spirit profound realm a long time ago? It will easily cause damage to your profound vein, don't you know?" Young Linden could perceive abundant energy within her body. It was evident she had suppressed her strength for a very long time. Linden smiled brightly, as expected from a genius doctor. "You can tell it at a glance." Young Linden rolled his eyes. Even a fool could see it. It had nothing to do with his medical skill at all. Linden's expression suddenly turned serious. She said further, "I am worried about Win. That's why I have to do this, and my decision is correct in the end. My goal for coming here is to kill Wukong. I heard you are also at odds with him. Why don't we team up together?" Chapter 26, Intense Battle. You can't deal with him by yourself. Your strength should be higher than him, aren't you? Young Linden asked back in puzzlement. In his view, Linden was far stronger than Wukong. Linden shook her head. "You have been deceived by him." "Deceived?" Young Linden was confused. "Wen told me Wukong had provoked you back then. What do you think of him?" Linden didn't clarify right away. She asked him a question instead. Young Linden replied casually, "He is arrogant and never puts anyone in his eyes. Also, loved to rely on his background. Nothing more." Linden chuckled, "That's why I said, you are deceived by him. Actually, everything he did in front of you was acting. He might appear to be an arrogant, stupid youngster who flaunting his background and in there, but in truth, he is a very shrewd person. Do you think Yang Chen, a genius who can comprehend a sword intended 16, would actually lose to Wukong in a fair fight?" A thoughtful expression appeared on young Linden's face. He had doubted about this matter before, but he brushed it off because he didn't care about it at that time. Thinking of it now, it was true, as Linden said. A sword intent was not a cabbage to be found easily. With the sword intent, Yang Chen could be said he was invincible among his peers. Then, how could Yang Chen be defeated by Wukong in a fair fight? Unless... Seeing his expression, Linden nodded. That's right. He used an underhand method. During the fight, someone occasionally using a spiritual attack on Yang Chen. This person is very powerful. His method is so clean and traceless. No one was able to detect it. Then how did you know? Young Linden asked. Linden had already expected this question. She replied calmly, "Because I am special." Suddenly, her eyes glowed in pink light while she staring into young Linden's eyes. Young Linden could see the strange light in eyes, and he felt as if something invaded his mind. His consciousness started to fade away. All he could see right now was a pitch-black world. Unknowingly, the phoenix patterns on young Linden's ring lit up, and a warm current quickly flushed into his body. His mind slowly regained the clarity. Bug. Suddenly, Linden got a backlash, causing her to cough up fresh blood. Young Linden completely regained his sense. He took out the iron bow from his ring and aimed at Linden. He asked sternly, "What are you doing?" Linden wiped the blood out of her lips. She answered, "Sorry. It's my fault. I just wanted to show you my power." Young Linden frowned. "Your power?" Linden nodded weakly, "Yes. I possess a special soul that was inherited from our ancestors. It's called illusory flower soul. With this soul, I am extremely sensitive to any soul activity around me. This is the reason why I can perceive that person's spiritual attack. Even I have the strength at essence profound realm." Young Linden thought for a moment before he let his bow down. He studied in medical profound art and he knew about this strange soul. It's just that the name was not the same. He didn't press on this matter further as he took out several formation stones from his ring. "How did you do that?" Linden asked. She was curious, how did young Lyndon attack her despite it was under her spiritual technique? Do what? Young Lyndon asked back nonchalantly. In fact, he was also wondering about it as well. Earlier he could feel a warm current flushed into his body out of nowhere, but he couldn't find the answer. Seeing young Lyndon didn't want to talk about it, Lyndon didn't inquire further. She asked, how about it? Do you want to join me to kill Wukong? Young Lyndon shrugged his shoulders. You should put the Wukong's matter away first. We are going to face an enemy that is 10 times stronger than a Wukong. Do you want to join me to kill it? Enemy? Lyndon didn't understand. Young Lyndon explained, I have offended the Spirit Profound Beast, and it is coming for my life. Spirit Profound Beast? How is it possible? This place cannot contain any Spirit Profound Realm's power. Lyndon responded in disbelief. Well, it's already happened. Young Lyndon didn't want to waste his time talking with her further. He inscribed a complicated rune on the formation stones one by one swiftly. The formation stone was similar to Profound Stone in terms of appearance, but the function was different. The formation stone couldn't contain profound energy for a long period like Profound Stone, but it could need profound energy passing through. It was easy to find compared with Profound Stone, and it was commonly used to set up a formation. Lyndon was sure young Lyndon didn't need to lie to her. She chose to believe in his words in the end. You can inscribe the ancient runes? Don't tell me, besides being a genius doctor, you are also a profound inscriber. She was dumbfounded upon seeing young Lyndon skillfully inscribed several complicated ancient runes on the formation stones. What kind of monster is this? How could someone possess such an unbelievable talent like this? Lyndon's mind was thrown into a mess. Young Lyndon didn't bother to answer her. He quickly moved to several spots and buried formation stones into the ground, forming into a killing formation covered around 200 square meters area. You are a formation master as well. Lyndon was shocked once again. She didn't know how to describe his talent anymore. Young Lyndon patted dust out of his hands and verified the killing formation carefully again. After confirming it worked perfectly fine, he took out 3 low-grade profound stones and put it into the center of the formation, connecting with other formation stones. To save the consumption of profound stone, he only set up the spirit evil profound formation, which should be enough to deal with the abyssal crocodile in his estimation. What is your decision? Young Lyndon turned to ask Lyndon, who was currently opened her mouth wide with a dumbfounded expression. Regaining our sense, Lyndon replied firmly, of course, I'll stay. Anyway, I still need you to help me deal with Wukong. Young Lyndon responded, all right. It's a deal then. Roar. Young Lyndon was about to speak further. A familiar roar once again rang out from afar, causing both of them to look involuntarily in its direction. That. Lyndon's eyes widened open when she saw the abyssal crocodile's enormous body appeared in her line of sight. Young Lyndon's face turned solemn. His right foot placed on the eyes of the formation, ready to activate it at any moment. The abyssal crocodile's spiritual sense immediately locked onto young Lyndon. Profound energy surging out of its body wildly. Instantaneously, it darted toward young Lyndon like a bolt of lightning. I'll activate the killing formation. You can launch your attack right away. Young Lyndon told Lyndon and stomped his foot on the eyes of the formation. Whoosh. The profound stone in the center shone brightly, and profound energy speedily rushed to other formation stones, lighting the ancient runes on them. In the next moment, a barrier was formed into a large dome covering the area. The abyssal crocodile seemed to notice the change of environment, but it was too late. It had stepped into the killing formation completely. Go. Young Lyndon stomped on the formation's eyes once again, and several profound energy blades appeared in the air before barraging at the crocodile. Roar. The abyssal crocodile roared furiously, trying to fend off the incoming attack. Young Lyndon and Lyndon didn't give it time to breathe. They hastily launched offensive techniques on it. Boom. Boom. Young Lyndon's arrows broke the abyssal crocodile's skins, leaving many small wounds on them. Meanwhile, Lyndon sent out a deadly petal storm onto its head, causing the crocodile's blood to splash out like a fountain. The profound energy blades continued to bombard the beast and inflicted several wounds on its body. The abyssal crocodile tried to form a protective barrier, but it exploded one after another almost instant. Young Lyndon didn't stop to shoot the arrow consecutively at it. His attack might not be powerful as Willitten's, but under the bombard, the wounds on the crocodile were gradually deeper and wider. Almost there. Willitten shouted excitedly. This was her first time fighting Spirit Profound Beast, and she was thrilled.
No.
It's not that easy. Young Lyndon didn't finish his sentence because he could feel a berserk power coming out from the crocodile. Boom. All of a sudden, the killing formation exploded into pieces under the abyssal crocodile's immense power. Before young Lyndon and Willitten could say anything, its figure shot forward at them, precisely at young Lyndon.
She?
Young Lyndon exclaimed in shock, and he was hit directly by the abyssal crocodile. Die. Willitten's sword released a powerful force as she struck at the abyssal crocodile's head. Poof. Roar. Blood spurted out in the air along with a painful scream from the abyssal crocodile. One of its eyes was broken right away by Willitten's attack, and a deep fatal wound also appeared on its head. Because of intense pain, the abyssal crocodile instinctively lashed its spiky tail at Willitten. Ah! Willitten was caught off guard, or rather she couldn't put up a defense in time. She was blown away and hit a tree in a distance away, causing her to cough up blood. Estimating our ribs might have broken as well. Young Lyndon stood up from the ground, wiping blood from his mouth. He took a long iron spear out and vaulted it into the air before thrusting down with all his might at the abyssal crocodile's head. Poof! The spear went deep into the abyssal crocodile's head. At the same time, young Lyndon was blown away by its tail. His body flew out like a cannonball, hitting several trees along the path before stopping at a giant boulder 100 meters away. Young Lyndon could feel at least 3 of his ribs and his right shoulder's bone were broken. He lifted his head to look at the furious beast in the distance. Helplessness and despair appeared in his mind for the first time since he came to this world. Weak. He was too weak. Chapter 27, Damsel in Distress Cough. Willitten coughed heavily while struggling to stand up. She glanced at young Lyndon and her face turned unsightly. It wasn't because she had underestimated the abyssal crocodile, but rather it was too strong. The major difference between humans and Profound Beast was the body. Comparing to Profound Beast, a human's body was ridiculously fragile. The former's body was akin to hardened steel. It was tough and flexible at the same time. Both young Lyndon and Willitten's weapons were made of essence iron, which could easily pierce any essence Profound Beast skins. However, it couldn't do much to the abyssal crocodile. Willitten gripped her longsword tightly. Her eyes turned resolute. A powerful aura slowly emanating from her body, stirring countless leaves on the ground to form into a mini tornado. Thousands flowers art forth style, withering blossom. Willitten chanted in a low voice as her body leapt into the air. Countless illusory flower petals appeared around her body, floating in a spiral shape. She pointed her sword at the crocodile while she descending at high speed. The abyssal crocodile perceived a danger. It hastily urged profound energy to form a protective barrier around its body and completed it in a short time. Boom! Willitten's sword hit the barrier and entirely shattered it. The illusory flower's petals speedily rushed to the abyssal crocodile's head, and immediately scattered away, turning into dried leaves as they hit the target. Roar! The abyssal crocodile howled painfully as it wriggled frantically on the ground. Just as Willitten about to smile, celebrating a victory, a strong aura once exploded out from the abyssal crocodile, blowing her away like a broken kite. Bug! Young Lyndon saw the scene. His heart tensed up uncomfortably. He never thought this Willitten would still attack the beast instead of running away while she could. He stood up and took a small ice sword out of his ring. It had an exquisite appearance, exuded a powerful aura. This was his ultimate trump card that was given by Yang Qiangzu. This ice sword possessed Yang Qiangzu's origin power. When it was unleashed, it would have the strength equal to the Earth Profound Realm. Normally, profound practitioners would form an origin power when they reached Origin Profound Realm. However, no one would divide a portion of their origin power to make a life-saving item like this because they would have to part with this portion forever once it was released, and their foundation would be affected. It was obvious Yang Qiangzu loved young Lyndon to the bone. She was willing to give her origin power to him without hesitation. Young Lyndon was well aware of this. If it was possible, he would never use this even if he had to die. He didn't want to harm young Kyungs's foundation. However, when he saw Willitting's miserable appearance because of him, he made up his mind to do it. Die. When young Linden was about to unleash the power of the ice sword, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the distance, along with a beautiful figure descending on the top of the abyssal crocodile. Poof. Roar. A powerful sword force and deep blue light sank into the abyssal crocodile's head, causing it to scream in great pain. The beautiful figure exerted her power to maximum and finally cut the head of the abyssal crocodile off. The abyssal crocodile's body continued to wriggle for a while before it stopped, lying motionless on the ground. It couldn't be more dead than this. Senior Sister Chan. Young Linden muttered blankly. His eyes fixated on the beautiful figure, young Chan, who descended from heaven to save his life. He let out a sigh of relief and slumped his butt onto the ground powerlessly. Eldest Miss Wood Fairy and others arrived at the scene and quickly went to check Willitting, who was lying in a pool of blood. Young Chan's figure appeared beside young Linden. She squatted down and scooped his head up before feeding him a healing pill. Hang on, junior brother Linden. Young Chan had a rare concerned expression on her face. She quickly channeled profound energy to help young Linden digest the healing pill. Thank you. Young Linden said weakly. This time he was truly exhausted. Wait a minute. Why did I feel like I was a damsel in distress and young Chan was a protagonist who appeared timely to save him? A funny thought appeared in young Linden's mind as he closed his eyes, resting. Young Chan didn't understand why young Linden suddenly smiled. She found a relatively clean place and placed young Linden down. Wood Fairy fed a healing pill to Willitting, and the latter sat up by herself, focusing on healing. Comparing to young Linden, she was far stronger. Her injury might look heavier. In fact, it was lighter than young Linden. Yang Pin and his friend went to inspect the abyssal crocodile's remains with great interest. It was the first time for them to see Spirit Profound Beast up close like this. They never imagined the Essence Profound Realms practitioners could actually kill this gigantic beast. I'll go dissect that beast first. Young Linden stood up and walked toward the abyssal crocodile's remains. No one had an objection because they knew young Linden had spent a lot of efforts and resources to take it down. Young Linden took out a sharp silver knife and skillfully dissected the beast's corpse. His movement was nimble, evidently, he had done this countless times before. Since the dead profound beast lost its life, the surrounding energy had completely gone too. He only needed to exert a trace of his profound energy to pierce through its skins easily. Did he often do this? Willitting asked young Chan out of curiosity. Young Chan replied with a proud expression, yes. Junior brother Linden is proficient in various arts. Dissection is one of them. He always taking this job since he was 5 years old. Willitting and others were amazed. When they were 6, they didn't even dare to approach a profound beast's corpse, but young Linden was already started to dissect it. Doctor, inscriber, formation master and this. Are you sure he is still a human? Willitting couldn't help but ask stupidly. Aside from young Linden's low strength, he seemed proficient in everything. A rare smile bloomed on young Chan's face. She took him as her pride and was so proud of him. Seeing young Chan's expression, Willitting clicked her tongue in annoyance. She changed the topic. What's your next plan? Young Chan looked at young Linden for a moment. She replied, we are heading south to regroup with other sisters. Willitting glanced at Wood Fairy and the rest before she said, then we can go together. Everyone went silent afterward while eating their own food. A half an hour later, young Linden came back with several materials. High-grade leathers, crocodile's teeth, fangs, and meat. Everything was tied neatly into bundles. Young Linden placed a palm-sized yellow crystal before everyone and said, this is the Spirit Profound Beast core. Is there anyone who wants it? I don't need it for the time being. Everyone looked at each other but didn't say a word in the end. Normally, Profound Beast core was used as an ingredient of a pill in forging a weapon. Its value was relatively high and an outrageous demand in the market. However, everyone present hailed from the 6 major clans. They weren't short of money, even though some of them had the status of servant. Hence, they had little interest in the Spirit Profound Beast core in front of them. Alright, I'll take it then. Young Linden put it away and started eating his food. Will Living stared at young Lyndon for a long time until the latter couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Do I have a flower on my face?" Will Living snorted softly and asked, "Where's your underspatial ring? You should have one, right? I saw you took weapons out many times, but I didn't see your ring." Young Lyndon's brows raised slightly. It was due to his carelessness and incidentally revealed his ring. He answered after pondering for a while, "I do have the interspatial ring." Seeing he didn't want to show it to her, Will Living didn't press on this matter further. Since he didn't have to hide about the ring anymore, young Lyndon took tents out and set it up for young Chan and himself after finishing his dinner. "Hey! How many tents you have?" Will Living looked at her straw bed on the ground and young Lyndon's tents. She couldn't help but ask about it. "Do you think my ring can hold that much?" Young Lyndon replied nonchalantly. Will Living was taken aback, and she thought it was indeed the case. How could he possibly have so many tents? She let out a helpless sigh and sat on her straw bed dejectedly. Young Lyndon saw her pitiful appearance. He thought for a moment before he sighed and took another tent out, throwing it to her. After all, Will Living helped him deal with the abyssal crocodile earlier. At least he could repay her a little with this. "Here, you can use this. As for the bed, you can solve it by yourself." He then walked into his tent afterward. Will Living held the tent delightfully. "Thank you." She didn't question about his unusual size interspatial ring and went to set up the tent cheerfully. Tonight, she didn't have to sleep in open air anymore. Yang Ping and the rest looked at them and let out a long sigh. Being rich was surely great. Chapter 28, Entering the Desert. Where are we now? Will Living asked. It had been 2 days since she journeyed together with young Lyndon. The relationship between her and him had improved. At least, they weren't feeling awkward when discussing general topics anymore. Young Lyndon looked at the letter map in his hand and answered, "We need to walk another day before reaching the rendezvous point. Well, in fact, this place can be considered as the southern area now." All of a sudden, young Lyndon frowned and took his bow out, shooting at a certain tree in the distance. The impact causing the tree to shake violently and a human figure could be seen jumping out from the top of the tree. "Where are you going?" Will Lyndon also perceived the figure's existence at almost the same time as young Lyndon. She immediately dashed forward, chasing the figure after young Lyndon and taking out the bow. Will Lyndon swung her sword at the target right away. The powerful force pressured the figure to put up a defense in a hurry, but it was too late. Boom. The figure was tossed into the ground by the collision and coughed up blood heavily. "A dog from our clan?" Will Lyndon stared coldly at the man who was lying on the ground. With a spear symbol on the latter's attires, she immediately identified his identity right away. "Where's your master?" asked young Lyndon. He and the rest had arrived before the man. The man didn't reply and secretly gathered power, preparing to make a move. However, before he could do anything, young Chan decisively slashed her sword to cut one of his arms with no mercy. "Erg!" The man screamed in pain while trying to grab the missing arm desperately. Young Lyndon stomped on his chest and asked coldly, "Where's the war come? If you tell me, I promise to give you a quick end." The man struggled for a while before deciding to commit suicide by bursting his profound vein. Seeing this, young Lyndon shot 3 silver needles to seal the man's profound vein, making him to look at young Lyndon in horror. "Trust me. I have countless ways to make you speak. I will give you another chance. Can you tell us now?" Young Lyndon spoke while grinding his foot on the man's chest, causing the latter to scream once again. I'll tell you. Young master has already gone to the desert. He left me here to look for all of you." The man hurriedly told everything in one go. "Did you see my sister?" Will Lyndon asked. The man nodded his head quickly. "Yes. She is with him." Young Lyndon frowned slightly. "Wait. You said he told you to look for us here. How are you going to tell him?" He found this matter strange. Why would Wakun ask to leave his lackey here for no reason? After all, the transmission jade was useless in this mythical realm. Unless Wakun had a way to contact his people. The man swallowed saliva, appearing hesitant. When young Lyndon lifted his foot up, the man hastily said, "We have a secret way to contact each other." He then took a small black jade out of the sleeve and showed it to everyone. Young Linden retrieved the black jade and studied it carefully. A while later, he asked, where did he get it from? Do you know about this? The man shook his head, I don't know. Young Linden pondered for a moment before he said, all right. Since you are obedient, I will give you a painless end. He then shot out another silver needle at the man's glabella to seal his soul gate and thrust his iron spear on his heart, sending him to hell. His movement was fast and neat, causing everyone except young Chan to be surprised. In their eyes, young Linden didn't even have the slightest emotion while killing people, as if he had done this countless times. Let's go. We find my senior sisters first and we will go after Wakun right away. Young Linden put the black jade away and said to the rest. Everyone resumed their journey shortly afterward. Half a day later, young Linden's group arrived at a plain area without trees and saw a group of 5 women sat around a bonfire. The arrival of young Linden and the rest causing the women to stand up in a hurry. Junior brother Young. One of the 5 women exclaimed excitedly. Senior sister Jijia. Young Linden greeted back upon recognizing the woman's identity. All of them were his senior sisters. Young Chan went to greet her fellow sisters with a smile. While young Linden looking around, thinking of something. It's dark now. We should rest first. Young Linden suggested. Although he knew Linden couldn't wait any longer, he wanted to study the black jade first. Linden was anxious and wanted to reject, but she swallowed her word back in the end. She knew that even they set off now, they won't be able to find her sister in a short time anyway. Hence, resting for a night should be fine. Young Linden saw that she didn't object to his suggestion. He took several tents out, giving them to her and the rest before he walked toward the Misty Cloud sect group. After setting his tent, young Linden took the black jade out to study it. The black jade had complicated runes engraved all over its body. These runes were familiar to young Linden, and he was confident to figure out the mechanics behind them. Young Linden studied it for the entire night before he finally cracked everything about the black jade. The creator of this jade was extremely clever by combining several functions together and created the long-range transmission jade that could completely avoid the mythical realm suppression. Is it the Poison Valley who created this? Young Linden muttered to himself. He was certain nobody in the Heavenly Fortune Nation had this ability. Since the members of Yang, Hua, Chen, Li, and even the key royal clans didn't seem to have this jade, the only possibility was someone behind the Hua clan gave it to them. That left with only the mysterious Poison Valley. Without thinking further, young Linden took a normal transmission jade out and using a small knife to replicate the runes from the black jade on it. It took him another hour to finish 2 of them. He then called young Chan to his tent and tested the newly modified transmission jade. It worked. Young Chan said with a great surprise. Her gaze was full of admiration when she looked at young Linden. Let's go, senior sister Chan. We will set off right away. Young Linden put the transmission jade away and went out of the tent with young Chan. After everyone packing up their belongings, the group resumed their journey once again. This time, they headed toward the center of the mythical realm's direction. It's freaking hot here, as my mother said. Linden wiped droplets of sweat out of her forehead while complaining. It had been 2 days since the group arrived at the desert area. This place was true to its name, there was nothing except for the endless sea of sands around here. Young Linden handed a kettle full of water to her. How far has your mother ventured to the center area? Linden elegantly poured the water into her mouth before she replied, my mother had reached the centermost area, but she couldn't get close to the mini-sun-like object over there. Do you have any information related to the object? Young Linden asked further. Before coming here, he didn't expect to enter the desert area. Now, since he already came here, it would be a waste if he didn't get a glimpse of that so-called supreme treasure. Linden gave the kettle to her fellow sister and answered, I don't know much about it. My parents once said the object should be the core of this mythical realm. Whoever got it, they will become the owner of this place. Young Linden fell into contemplation. For some reason, he felt a faint connection between them, the silver necklace, and this place. It was vague, similar to the time when he faced the crown. In the end, he still had no clue about it. There is something over there. Young Chan suddenly spoke up while pointing at the seemingly peaceful sand hill 100 meters away in front of the group. Instantaneously, the sand's surface rippled, and slowly increasing the speed until it formed into a giant tidal wave of sand. There is something beneath the sand. Profound beast. Yang Ping uttered while taking out a sword. Tzzzzz. The dust of sand filled the air, along with a strange noise approaching young Linden's group. Beneath the sand waves, there was something huge, appearing similar to a giant worm, diving toward them at high speed. It's golden earthworm. Everyone spread out. Linden recognized the colossal figure under the sand and shouted out loud. Everyone hastily moved away from each other and created a protective barrier around their bodies. Young Linden raised his bow, aiming at the incoming earthworm with an intense ice power gathered at the tip of the arrow. Boom. The arrow was released, traveling through the air and hit the target accurately, making the golden earthworm to show itself above the sand. Its body was enormous, estimating 20 meters long. It had golden-colored skins, looking extremely sturdy. When it opened its mouth, several frightful teeth could be seen. Ooh, it's so disgusting. Woodfair spoke with an unsightly expression as if she was about to retch up. It's not the time to complain. Attack. Linden said loudly and quickly launched an attack on the golden earthworm. Roar. The golden earthworm howled angrily, and the sand waves finally fell on everyone's head. Boom. The huge sand waves immediately drowned everyone in the world of sand. Chapter 29, Mysterious Creature. What's wrong with these profound beasts? Do they love playing waves that much? And where the hell is this place? Young Linden complained while looking around in puzzlement. The moment when the sand waves engulfed him, he didn't feel much except for a certain degree of impact. Following that, he found himself appeared in a huge gloomy cave with no sign of life. It was as if he got teleported here. The cave was dark and humid, which contrasted with the earlier endless sea of sand. Young Linden made a simple torch, trying to survey the vicinity. The cave's walls were made of solid stone, including the floor. There were 2 tunnels in front of him, and behind him was a dead end. Senior Sister Chan, can you hear me? Sister Hua. Yang Ping. Young Linden said to the modified transmission jade. In the past 2 days, he had modified everyone's transmission jade and connected them together. A moment later, Young Chan was the first to respond. Junior brother Young. Where are you? Young Linden asked. I'm currently standing in the cave alone. Are you the same? Yes. But our sisters are here with me. Young Chan replied. Young Linden was stunned and smiled bitterly while thinking. Ah? How the hell I am here alone? He sighed and said to the transmission jade, be careful, Senior Sister Chan. I think we may see each other soon. You have to be careful too. Young Chan replied back concernedly. Young Linden put the transmission jade away, looking at the tunnels before him while pondering. The old saying left side is lucky. Let's choose the left tunnel then. Young Linden strode into the left tunnel cautiously. Along the way, Young Linden carefully examined the wall and determined there shouldn't be any visitor here before him. The profound energy here was denser compared to the desert area earlier. This made Young Linden started to think this place might be the actual core secret of this mythical realm. According to the typical novels, when the protagonist went to the secret realm and accidentally stumbled into an unknown place, there was a high chance that the place hiding a godly treasure or a super inheritance of a random mighty old man. Thinking of this, Young Linden became ecstatic and looked forward to unraveling the secret of this place. Buzz, the transmission jade in Young Linden's sleeve suddenly vibrated. He quickly picked it up and heard Linden's voice. Young Linden, are you in the cave as well? Yes. I think everyone has been transported here. Young Linden replied while swinging the torch to get a clear vision ahead. I found an underground river here. I'm not sure which way I should go. Any idea? Linden asked from the other side. It's simple. If you wanted to get out of here, just follow the river's flow. If you wanted to figure out the origin of this place, you can try to walk upstream. Young Linden answered. Fine. I will walk upstream. Take care. Linden said and hung up the connection. Young Linden put away the transmission jade and resumed his journey again. He walked for a very long time, but he never encountered anything aside from tunnels after tunnels. Every time he met more than a tunnel, he would choose one randomly and go in. He also used the iron spear to poke here and there from time to time in case there was a hidden passage behind the wall, but he didn't find any of it. An hour later, young Lyndon arrived at an intersection with a small open space and decided to take a break here as his stomach protested a little. Profound practitioners below the origin profound realm would still need to eat to maintain their physical strength. Young Lyndon was worried because his senior sisters didn't have an interspatial ring, and this ghostly place didn't have any creature or any edible plant. He could only pray that he would meet them soon within a week. Young Lyndon put several torches around the place, setting up a simple fireplace, and took out a pan and ingredients. Every time he made food by himself, he would occasionally think back to the time he was on Earth. Another hobby he loved to do besides reading a novel was cooking. His culinary skill could be considered as a professional chef in a 3-star hotel. He skillfully cut a portion of beefsteak, seasoning with salt and pepper, and seared on the hot oil. After the steak was browned, he smashed garlic and threw them into the pan along with butter and herbs. For the past 16 years, he had introduced Earth's delicacies to everyone in the Misty Cloud sect. Whether it was Western cuisine or Eastern cuisine, everyone in the sect gradually fell in love with these never-seen-before delicacies. Especially the young linguist, the Feti, she would pester him to teach her how to make a cake and other pastries from Earth. When the steak was done, young Lyndon slowly cut into a mouthful piece before savoring it one by one. Squeak. Young Lyndon abruptly stood up when he heard squeak sounds ring out nearby. The iron spear appeared in his hand while he looking around cautiously. Staying here for hours, he never met any creature before. This was the first time he heard other sounds besides his own steps. At this moment, a red rat poked its head out behind the tunnel's wall, staring at young Lyndon, more precisely, staring at the piece of steak. Young Lyndon was surprised upon seeing this small creature. Searching for the information about this rat in his mind, he found out that he didn't recognize this creature at all. Its appearance was similar to a normal dirty rat, but the size was 3 times bigger. The notable points were a golden sheen in its eyes, and fiery red furs, making it appear special. Young Lyndon didn't feel any hostility or malice from the rat. He sat down, put the spear on the side, and picked up one of the steaks. He said, "Do you want to eat?" The rat's eyes lit up and started drooling. It almost gave a nod in a reply, but shaking its head in the end after wrestling between hungry and safety for a while. Young Lyndon chuckled when he saw this scene. He tossed the steak toward the rat and the latter received it before hiding itself behind the wall. Since this place was extremely quiet, he could hear an awing sound from time to time clearly. 10 seconds later, the rat poked its head out again, staring at young Lyndon with its big golden eyes, as if it was begging for another piece. The rat never ate anything like this before. This was the first time it tasted a salt and pepper flavor and wanted to get more of it. "Want more? Come here." Young Lyndon seduced it by stuffing the steak into his mouth, slowly chewing with a blissful smile. The rat was hesitating once again, but when it saw young Lyndon's expression as if he was ascending to heaven, the last line of defense in its heart crumbled instantly as the rat ran to his side in a flash. Young Lyndon took out another plate and gave the rat a portion of steak. The bizarre scene occurred afterward. One human and one rat, happily eating a meal together. Have you ever heard this saying before? There is no free lunch, not right, it's dinner now. There is no free dinner in the world. It's time for you to give something in return. What do you think? Young Lyndon poured water to the rat and himself as he asking. To this point, he was certain this rat possessed intelligence and could understand his words. He wanted to ask the whereabouts of others. Squeak. The rat rubbing its stomach and tilted its head cutely when it heard young Lyndon's question. A moment later, it seemed to understand his words. It turned around and rummaged through something on its body. When it turned around, a piece of profound stone could be seen in its hands. Middle-grade profound stone. Young Lyndon didn't mean to let the rat give a treasure in return, but when he saw this middle-grade profound stone, he was shocked. The rat put the profound stone before young Lyndon and let out a low squeak as if telling him to take it. Young Lyndon didn't take it. He asked, "Where did you get it from? Also, have you ever met anyone around here besides me?" The rat tilted its head once again in a confusion. Before it pointed to the right tunnel with a squeak. "You mean, you get this stone from there?" Young Lyndon asked for a confirmation. The rat nodded its head in a reply. Young Lyndon quickly cooked another portion of steak and gave it to the rat. "Can you show me the way?" "I'll give you this." The rat drew it once again, even though it was already full. The temptation was too great. It agreed with young Linden's request almost instantly. Young Linden packed everything up and followed the rat into the right tunnel. Along the way, he didn't meet any creature like before. He was curious where this rat came from. An hour later, the rat led young Linden into a spacious area that resembled a hallway. On the floor lay smooth marbles, different from other places he had been before. The wall was made of solid stone, and there were countless strange rooms engraved all over the place. Young Linden cast his gaze to the center of the hallway and saw a huge human-shaped statue built by limestones, and it was coated by something to protect the statue from aging. The statue was a man wearing exquisite armor and holding a long sword in his hand. His facial features couldn't be seen clearly, as it was destroyed by something. Young Linden turned to the rat. "Is this the place?" The rat pointed its small finger at the foot of the statue. Young Linden didn't see anything special in that area. While it was confusing, the rat ran to the statue and tapped on the statue's foot. Instantaneously, the statue trembled slightly before it slowly moved away from the place, revealing a hidden passage beneath it. Young Linden was surprised once again. This time, he was even more curious about the identity of this rat and why was he so lucky to meet it? Is this the legendary protagonist's unreasonable luck? Wait, did I become a protagonist now? Young Linden made a funny thought in his mind as he followed the rat into the passageway cautiously. Chapter 30, Blazing Sun Monarch. The passageway led young Linden and the rat down to another open space. Along the way, he carefully checked the surroundings in case there was a trap. To his surprise, there was no danger around here. The open area was like a living room with 3 iron doors connected to other rooms. On each door, there was a sun symbol engraved on it. Young Linden's mind subconsciously connected this to the name of the mythical realm instantly. He was certain this place contained a secret of the Blazing Sun mythical realm. He turned to the rat and asked, "Are you alone here?" The rat tilted its head slightly before giving a nod in reply. Young Linden stared at the rat for a while as he pondered. This rat has red furs, and there's a sun here. Don't tell me it has a connection with this place. As a veteran novel reader, of course, he was familiar with this kind of encounter. A mysterious creature that could come and go freely in this kind of secret place. He didn't need to find any information around here to confirm his thoughts at all, because he was almost 100% certain there was a relationship between the rat and this place. What are those doors? Young Linden asked. Squeak. The rat squeaked once and moved to the door on the right side. With a tap, the iron door automatically opened and the rat quickly walked into the room, followed by young Linden. This? Even though he had already expected this, young Linden was still shocked by the scene in front of him. This was a 100-square-meter room made of exquisite marbles. On the ground, there were several middle-grade profound stone piled up into a small mountain. There were also many unknown treasures lying quietly on the shelves nearby the walls. From weapons to unidentified jade bottles, everything was covered with dust. Evidently, there was no one except for the rat had visited here for who knows how long. Young Linden had seen every treasure in the Misty Cloud sect's treasury before, and he was sure their values couldn't be compared to the items in this room. First Celestial Buddha Lotus, and now these treasures. My luck is surely on a par with the protagonist in the novels. Young Linden wanted to kneel down and shouted awesome to the goddess of luck immediately. After coming down, young Linden turned to the rat with a trace of embarrassment. Can I take away all of this?" he asked shamelessly. Squeak. The rat tilted its head cutely once again, appeared as if it didn't understand young Linden's words. Young Linden was speechless. Are you playing dumb now? He moved to the shelf on his left side and picked a small knife up. He blew the dust off before inspecting it. The knife had 2 sharp edges, suitable for being used as a stabbing weapon. Except for the complicated pattern on its hilt, its design resembled the typical combat knife on Earth. In Azure World, treasures were classified into 10 ranks similar to profound strength. It started with the Foundation rank, Essence rank, Spirit rank, all the way until the Divine rank. Young Linden had seen the Divine rank's weapon before. It was the Misty Cloud sect's weapon, the Misty Cloud Divine Sword, which currently within young Kyungsu's hands. Judging from its appearance, the knife in young Linden's hand should be at least the Origin rank. Young Linden felt a trace of familiarity with this knife. It wasn't because there was a mysterious connection between him and the knife, but rather he was proficient with this weapon. After all, it was his second main weapon besides a gun during his time on Earth. He skillfully stabbing and thrusting for a few times before he put it back on the shelf and moved to another treasure. Aside from weapons and some well-preserved medicinal herbs, these unidentified pills in the jade bottles were already expired. Young Lincoln spent more than an hour checking on these treasures and he finally couldn't help but ask the rat once again. "Can I take away all of them? I will give you all my food. How about it? A good deal, right?" Squeak. The rat seemed to ponder for a moment before giving a nod in reply. A greedy smile bloomed on young Linden's lips as he hastily stored everything into his interspatial ring for fear the rat would change its mind. The rat looked at its treasures slowly disappear one by one with heartache. However, when thinking of the stake earlier, all the rationale was thrown away instantly. Young Linden patted the dust off his hands and turned to the rat. "Are there any other treasures? Why don't you bring me to see it?" The rat rolled its eyes at this greedy bastard. It somehow began to regret it. Young Linden laughed slightly. He felt like he was an adult trying to cheat for something from a 5-year-old kid. Nevertheless, he didn't feel guilty at all. These treasures might be found by others one day anyway. Why should he leave them for others? "How about it? You can have all my food right away if you bring me to see the other 2 rooms." Young Linden seduced the rat with a greedy grin. Squeak. The rat responded almost instantly and ran out of the room with a jerky on its back, heading toward the opposite door. Young Linden almost couldn't hold his laughter while following the rat into the room. Upon arriving at the room, young Linden frowned slightly because this room was clearly a bedroom. It was decorated with a simple bed that was covered with dust, and a small wooden desk and a chair on the side. The rat looked at young Linden with its big eyes, as if it told him, "I already brought you here. Now, quickly take your food out." Young Linden was amused by its adorable appearance. This time, he gave the rat a big chunk of jerky without hesitation. While the rat was busy exploring the food, young Linden went to the desk and picked a worn-out book up. He brushed the dust off and opened the first page. 1,000 years have passed by now. I don't know how long I have to guard this place. I don't understand why that person wanted me to do this. In my view, this is clearly a pointless action. The first paragraph made young Linden's brows crease together. The image of the statue above the ground flashed across his mind as he suspected the man was the one who wrote this. Who's this man? Also, who's that person he's talking about? Young Linden was confused. He continued to read further. During this period, I have tried my best to unravel the secret behind the sun, but I found nothing as a result. Alas, apparently, it is true as that person said, only he could control it. I don't know how long I have to wait until he appeared here. The more young Linden read, the more confused he became. Young Linden continued to read further, but he didn't find anything useful besides the writer's lament. This was nothing different from young Linden's ranting diary. He flicked through page after page until he reached the last page. Young Linden saw a piece of interesting information at the bottom of the page. My lifespan is about to reach the end tonight. I never thought one day, the famous Blazing Sun monarch would die like this. Do I have any regret? The answer is probably yes. Even though I have to stay here for thousands of years, I don't complain about it. Reading to this point, young Linden rolled his eyes. Don't complain. All I see is your complaint on every page. You still have the face to say you don't complain about it. He thought and continued to read further. My only regret is I won't have a chance to see that person's face again. Ha ha ha, Yankee, you are such a sore loser. You are the Blazing Sun monarch, but you are willing to follow that person's unreasonable request. What are you thinking about back then? You are stupid enough to die because of that person. What a tragic end for you. The diary ended here. Young Linden was amazed by the last paragraph. Who's that person exactly? To make this Blazing Sun monarch stay here obediently and died out of old age. More importantly, this guy did it unconditionally. If his sexual orientation is normal, that person should be a woman. Ha, this guy is practically a licking dog on earth. What would profound practitioners cherish the most? It was their life. They had practiced the profound ways to go against the sky, to go against the unchangeable rules, achieving immortality, and became the master of their own fates. However, this Yankee had practically thrown away his life just like that. This action made young Lyndon fell into deep thought for a long time. Squeak. The rat seemed to notice the change in young Lyndon's mood. It put the jerky down on the ground and came to his side. Young Lyndon took a deep breath and turned to the rat. "Do you know where is the sun? Can you bring me there?" The rat was confused and shook its head, indicating it didn't know about the so-called the sun, causing young Lyndon to give up on this matter in the end. "What about the last door?" Young Lyndon changed the topic. The rat nibbled the jerky while staring at young Lyndon pitifully. Young Lyndon chuckled and gave another portion of jerky to it. However, this time, the rat accepted it but didn't move away as it did before. Instead, it continued to stare at young Lyndon. "All right. You gluttonous." This time young Lyndon handed all the jerky to the rat. The rat was happy and carefully organized its own food by putting them at the corner of the room before pulling the quilt nearby to cover it. "Hey, no one will steal it from you. You don't have to hide it." Young Lyndon was amused. The rat flashed his sharp teeth at young Lyndon before running out of the room, heading to the last door in the middle. Young Lyndon shook his head amusingly and followed it out. Chapter 31, The Final Haze. "I'm so hungry." Young Gigi grumbled while rubbing our flat abdomen helplessly. "We have to find junior brother Young as soon as possible. I'm afraid he might encounter danger," said a woman with short hair in a Misty Cloud Sect's uniform. Her name was Young Ting. All the 6 women from the Misty Cloud Sect had ventured around this ghostly place for a day now, and they couldn't find any clue about this place. They didn't even encounter any creature or any plant. The spared food they had certainly not enough for them to last until the end of the 1-month time. "Why don't we contact them again?" another woman with an abundant chest said. She was the youngest among them. Her name was Young Lee. Young Chan, who was the leader of the group, took the transmission jade out, contacting young Lyndon. However, after waiting for a full minute, she didn't get any response from him. Her heart immediately grew worried. She turned to the group and said, "Let's increase our speed." Everyone looked at each other and quickly understood something. Young Lyndon was possibly facing a danger right now. Before coming here, they were strictly instructed by young Kyungsu to keep him safe no matter what. Now, if they couldn't accomplish their duties, it was hard to tell what were they going to face after returning to the sect. The group hurriedly moved along the seemingly no-ending tunnel. All of a sudden, Young Chan, who was at the forefront, raised her hand up, signaling everyone to halt their movement as she discovered a group of 8 men in the distance. "Everyone look. We got a jackpot," said a handsome youth with a silver spear in his hand. "Ha ha ha. Our luck is too good." When everyone saw Young Chan and the rest, their eyes lit up and rudely swept on the women's bodies with a rich grin on their faces. Young Chan quickly determined their strength and identities. 5 of them were the member of the Wu clan and other 3 came from the Chen clan. Their strength should be between the 7th level to the 10th level of Essence Profound Realm. "Prepare for the battle," Young Chan whispered while gripping the short sword firmly. The other 5 sisters behind her were also taking out their weapons, glancing at each other with a tacit understanding. All of them were carefully selected by Yunruanu. Of course, they were the best among the best in their generation. Facing the enemy with a higher number, they didn't even flinch in the slightest. On the contrary, a trace of fighting spirit could be seen in their eyes, as they were so excited. The handsome youth with the silver spear frowned slightly. Although he appeared arrogant, he indeed had the intelligence and strength to back it up. When he saw Young Chan's group, he quickly told his comrades to not underestimate them and prepared for the battle with all they had. "Why don't we? Damn it!" The handsome youth didn't even finish his sentence. Young Chan's figure suddenly magically appeared in front of him with a powerful force descended on his head, causing him to urgently block with his spear. Clang! Young Chan's short sword collided with the handsome youth's spear, sending him back to his group. Without giving them a breather, Young Chan lowered her head slightly and several arrows passed above her, rushing to the enemy's group. "Kill them!" The handsome youth blocked the incoming arrows with difficulty while shouting at his comrades. The other 7 men swashed the arrows to the side and made a counter-attack, aiming at Young Chan. Because the tunnel was too narrow, around 8 meters wide, using a spear was extremely difficult. Not to mention there were so many people around. They could accidentally hurt each other if they weren't careful enough. The spear gleamed with a red light shot at Young Chan. The latter didn't try to evade, but chose to confront head-on as she fearlessly swung her short sword that shone with ice energy toward the spear. Bang! The spear's user lost his balance due to the powerful impact, and his body swayed to the side, colliding with another man beside him, causing the two of them to hit the wall. At this moment, Young Li and Young Ting had arrived at Young Chan's side, and both of them swiftly thrust their swords toward the two men, who were slumped near the wall with immense force. Poof! Poof! Young Li and Young Ting's swords pierced into the two men's hearts, ending their life before they pulled the swords out and retreated backward. Everything happened too fast, and the other 6 men didn't even have time to react. 2 of his comrades had already turned into corpses, lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Except for the youth with the silver spear, the other 5 men were scared witless by Young Chan and the other 2's swift actions. This was the first time they witnessed the famous Misty Cloud steps and were hardly put up any resistance in time. Idiot! Standing in a daze for what? The silver spear youth yelled. His profound energy was released to the maximum. All the muscles in his body expanded and his bones crackled. He immediately charged toward Young Chan with shocking speed. In half a second, he had already arrived in front of Young Chan. Then suddenly, the silver spear in his hand bent down slightly before thrusting at Young Chan along with a powerful force. Blood spurted out of Young Chan's shoulder, causing the bones around that area to break. The moment she saw the spear bypass her barrier, she instinctively tilted her body to the side in time. Otherwise, the spear would definitely pierce her head. Sister Chan! Young Ting shouted in fright, but she didn't lose her mind as she sent the silver spear youth away before helping Young Chan up. I'm fine. Go. Young Chan held her left shoulder and said coldly. Instantaneously, the other 3 women behind her charged toward the enemy in a flash, and the battle became intense instantly. With the light of the silver spear youth, the group of men slowly overwhelming Young Chan's group. In the next moment, Young Jiji was stabbed in her abdomen as she flew backward and fell on the ground weakly. Heh. We got this. A man retracted his spear and laughed wildly after successfully wounded Young Jiji. His laughter was akin to a potent drug injecting into the other men's blood vessels. Their confidence soared into the sky and completely overwhelmed Young Chan's group with strong momentum. Why don't you give up, Fairy Young? The silver spear youth said with a triumphant smile. The reason why he could penetrate Young Chan's barrier was because of the silver spear in his hand. It was a spirit rank weapon, Silver Flash Spear. This spear had its own unique ability that could bypass an energy barrier below the Spirit Profound Realms level. That said, there was no protective barrier within the Essence Profound Realms level able to withstand it. Young Chan's left arm hanging down powerlessly as she lost the ability to move it. She glanced at her sisters, who fought with their life on the line briefly before her eyes turned resolute. With a solemn face, she stomped on the ground and let out a low cry. A droplet symbol emerged between her brows, glowing in a deep blue light. No! Sister Chan! Seeing this scene, Young Li cried out loud while desperately blocking our opponent's attacks. Take care of junior brother Young. Young Chan said softly. Her eyes slowly turned into blue color along with hazy mist coming out of her body. She had activated the Misty Cloud sect's forbidden art, the Final Haze. After activating this forbidden art, the user's strength would soar to the next realm in a short time. In Young Chan's case, it allowed her to possess strength at the 10th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. However, her Profound Vein would be completely destroyed after the effect had worn out. A bad feeling appeared in the Silver Spear youth's heart while looking at Young Chan's aura continued to rise. He felt something bad was going to happen soon. His expression turned grim as he stomped his feet and activated his profound movement technique once again and charged toward Young Chan. Blood on Young Chan's left arm turned froze. Her strange blue eyes fixated on the Silver Spear youth, who was getting closer. She twisted her wrist slightly, and the short sword in her hand shook with a frightening aura. Her figure flashed toward and reappeared before the Silver Spear youth like a ghost. No! Before the Silver Spear youth could say anything, his head instantly flew into the air while his silver spear pierced through Young Chan's abdomen. A strong aura burst out of Young Li's body and she sent her opponent flew away. She hurriedly rushed to Yun Chan's side and called her. Sister Chan. Yun Chan coughed up blood heavily, and the blue glowing eyes hadn't dissipated yet. She ignored Young Lee and gazed at the remaining enemies. With another flash, her figure appeared before the nearby man and finished him off with a single slash. This scene kept replaying time after time until there was no enemy left but 8 corpses scattered on the ground. Thud. Yun Chan's body powerlessly fell on the ground after finishing off all the opponents. The blue light in her eyes gradually faded away as her eyes appeared unfocused. There was even an ounce of profound energy left in her body. She had wholly become an ordinary mortal. Sister Chan. Young Lee and the rest arrived at Yun Chan's side, trying to pull her body up. Young Lee quickly fed Yun Chan a healing pill and ran her energy to help the latter digest it. Hang on. Sister Chan. Yun Jia said while choking on tears. At this moment, she had completely forgotten the fatal wound on her abdomen. Yun Chan's lips moved slightly, trying to speak a word, but she couldn't. Her unfocused eyes gazed at Young Lee as she tried her best to convey something. You'll be fine, Sister Chan. Save it and tell junior brother Yun by yourself. Young Lee cut her off. She didn't want to hear a word from Yun Chan for fearing it might be the last word. That's right, Sister Chan. He definitely has a way to help you. Yun Tim chimed. Pack. 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 What an emotional scene. All of a sudden, clapping sounds rang out from the other end of the tunnel along with a man silhouette slowly approached Yun Chan's group. Yun Tim turned to look at the newcomer and her body went cold instantly. She uttered, Luokun. Chapter 32, matched the expressions of Yun Tim and the rest turned unsightly upon seeing Luokun slowly walking toward them. If they weren't got any injury, they were confident in fighting with Luokun. However, with their current condition, they had no way to fight him. This was the worst situation they would wish for. Eh? Where is your young master? Where did he go? Said Luokun with his hands behind his back, appearing aloof. Bring Sister Chan away. I'll block him. Yun Tim's eyes turned resolute. She had made up her mind, sacrificing herself to let her sisters escape. Yun Jia wanted to say something, but Young Lee interrupted her by dragging her and Yun Chan, retreating as fast as possible. Who let you go? Luokun spoke playfully as his figure flashed and reappeared before Yun Ting. A long golden spear in his hand thrust forward at her abdomen at lightning speed that Yun Tim couldn't even react. Poof. The golden spear easily pierced through Yun Tim's body and blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. Sister Ting. Yun Jia cried out loud. 2 streams of tears kept flowing down on her cheeks. TSK. This is a top talent from the Misty Cloud sect. Trash. Luokun pulled the spear out while looking at Yun Tim's pale face in disappointment. Yun Tim grit her teeth and quickly activated the final haze. Seeing a droplet symbol appear between her brows, Luokun, who had observed the entire battle earlier, immediately knew what she wanted to do. His left hand clenched into a fist and punched at her lower abdomen in full force. Ah! Yun Tim screamed in pain as her body flew away like a cannonball before she fell to the ground motionless. The droplet symbol on her forehead gradually dissipated, returning to normal as if nothing happened before. No! Yun Jia struggled hard, trying to break free from Young Lee. She wanted to rush to Yun Ting, but she wasn't strong enough. Young Lee and the other sisters' eyes turned red. They knew they couldn't go back to help Yun Ting. Otherwise, the escape opportunity that Yun Ting had created for them would be in vain. They could only endure the pain in their hearts and continue to retreat. Phew! Thankfully, I stopped her in time. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Luokun pretended to be nervous by wiping non-existent sweat on his forehead. His gaze landed on the wailing Yun Jia and the rest in the distance. Hey! Don't care about her? Why don't you come back and bring her away? Luokun teased and walked toward them unhurriedly. When he arrived next to Yun Ting, Luokun squat down and stroked her cheeks with an evil grin. What a flawless skin. It would be a waste if you died like this. I heard that the woman from the Misty Cloud sect never interacted with a man before. Would you like to try? His hand trailed from Yun Tim's cheeks down to her bosom as he squeezed slightly. Wow. So bouncy? Tears flew out of Yun Tim's eyes. She wished she could die instead of getting humiliated by Luo Kun. However, she simply couldn't move her body and her profound vein was shattered by Luo Kun. There was no way she could kill herself. Luo Kun used his finger to wipe away Yun Tim's tears and licked it slightly. He said, "Don't be sad. Look at the bright side. At least you don't have to die as a virgin. Isn't it good?" He licked his lips while staring at Yun Tim's body with a lustful desire in his eyes. Just as he was about to tear Yun Tim's clothes, he suddenly perceived danger as his body instinctively retreated backwards and swung a spear to block the incoming attack. Clang! Luo Kun staggered backwards several steps before he finally stabilized himself. He raised his head up to look at a newcomer and said coldly, "It's you, Yang Chen." Standing before Yun Ting, Yang Chen, who had arrived at the scene earlier and launched his attack on Luo Kun, gripping his sword tightly while his cold eyes fixated on Luo Kun. Taking advantage of others while they were weak. As expected from an evil creature like you, Luo Kun. Yang Chen said coldly. After coming to this mythical realm, Yang Chen tried his best to find Luo Kun, but he had no clue about it. 2 days ago, he got the news from the Li clan's people saying Hua Winner and Luo Kun went to the desert area. He then hastily followed to the desert and somehow ended up in this place. When he thought he probably couldn't get revenge during this exploration, he suddenly heard a battle sound nearby and came to take a look. Surprisingly, he saw Yang Li's group, as well as Luo Kun. Yang Chen quickly tossed Yun Tim to a Yang Li in the distance and released a terrifying aura before he was also charged at Luo Kun fearlessly. Luo Kun's spear shadows ruthlessly thrust forward while Yang Chen's sword shadows were also shot at Luo Kun. Boom! The collision between the two caused the surrounding heartstones to crack. Both of them instantly flew away 50 meters from each other. Luo Kun stabilized himself on the ground. His eyes narrowed slightly. Not bad. Not only you regained your strength back, but you're also even stronger than before. Yang Chen shook his wrist slightly to get rid of the numbness. From the attack earlier, he realized that Luo Kun definitely hid his strength back then. Even without the interference from that expert, it was hard to tell who was the winner in the end. He glanced at Yang Li and shouted, "Leave here. Go find Brother One." Yang Li hesitated slightly before she caught her fists. "Thank you, young Master Yang." She then pulled everyone away. At this moment, Luo Kun suddenly appeared before Yang Chen with a powerful force on his spear. "You still have time to care for others." Yang Chen flexibly parried the spear with his sword and sent out a punch at Luo Kun's face in return. Luo Kun bent backward to avoid Yang Chen's punch while his right leg kicking at Yang Chen's abdomen, causing the latter to retreat several steps. Without giving Yang Chen a breather, Luo Kun twisted his spear slightly, releasing the mighty force as he thrust forward Yang Chen. His spear shone in golden light and there was a faint image of a dragon coiling around it. Yang Chen's expression turned solemn. He let out a low cry as a powerful aura burst out of his body. The moment he swung his sword down, countless sword-intense shadows appeared in the air, dancing as if they were alive. Boom! The dragon's image and the sword-intense shadows collided with each other, causing clouds of dust to fill the air. However, both Yang Chen and Luo Kun didn't flinch at this. They continued to launch their offensive techniques on each other with all their might. The battle became intense. Countless sword-intense shadows and the golden dragon scattered all over the place and they would collide with each other from time to time. This was the pinnacle of the Essence Profound Realms battle. Die. Golden dragon returned to the sky. Luo Kun's muscles bulged up. His face revealed a frightening savageness, and his explosive roar reverberated through the tunnel. Luo Kun's thrust of the spear was unbelievably swift. It was swifter than any movement he did before. An illusory golden dragon's image appeared around the spear, letting out a terrifying roar as it rushed to Yang Chen. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Yang Chen's eyes. He moved his sword to the front of his face and yelled loudly. Burning flame of annihilation. Instantaneously, a frightening flame ignited on Yang Chen's sword. His figure charged toward Luo Kun as he ignored the golden dragon completely. In his eyes, there was only Luo Kun's figure. It was the first time in his life that Luo Kun's heart gave birth to fear. He understood what Yang Chen wanted to do. Poof! Yang Chen's left arm was struck by the golden dragon's image, causing his blood and flesh to spurt out. However, his movement speed didn't slow down in the slightest. He arrived above Lwakun and quickly swung his flame sword down on Lwakun's head. Lwakun felt a scorching heat descended on his head. He flexibly lifted his spear with both hands to clash with Yang Chen's flame sword head-on. However, Yang Chen's momentum was too great. Lwakun couldn't entirely block Yang Chen's sword, and both of his arms instantly burned. Erg! Lwakun cried out painfully. His eyes turned bloodshot, staring at Yang Chen with extreme hatred as if he wanted to eat him alive. Suddenly, Lwakun stepped back and took a pouch from his interspatial ring out. He didn't hesitate to throw it at Yang Chen. At the same time, he plunged his spear into the pouch, and a bizarre purple mist immediately filled the air. The moment he saw Lwakun took the pouch out, Yang Chen immediately determined it as a poison. He released his profound movement technique and retreated away from the place. He swirled his sword at high speed to create a gust of wind to blow the purple mist back. However, the mist didn't seem to move as he thought. It still slowly floated toward him. Next time I see you, it will be your death date. Lwakun's voice rang out from behind the mist, and his figure quickly retreated from the scene.
Damn it!
Yang Chen was furious. Letting Lwakun escape this time, he didn't know how long he would meet him again. He glared at the purple mist hatefully for a while before he turned around and moved away, tracing Yang Li's group. Chapter 33, The Crimson Throne. The water's temperature is rising again. Williden murmured to herself while staring at a boiling river before her. After walking upstream along the river for a day, she noticed the river's temperature had continued to rise. At this moment, she was certain it had already reached over 100 Celsius. Is it related to the sun-like object? It must be. Williden's eyes lit up when she connected the rising temperature to the sun-like object from her mother's words. Maybe this place is the real mythical realm's core. She came to a conclusion and became ecstatic all of a sudden. Williden increased her pace in the hope she could reach the center area soon. Suddenly, she paused her step, drawing the sword out, and set coldly in a certain direction ahead of her. Who? Sister Lydon. A female silhouette emerged behind the wall and exclaimed in surprise. Sister Mglari. Williden was surprised as well. She didn't expect to see Yang Mglari here. Both of them were the same generation. Since Yang Chen and Hua Winter had been in love with each other, the relationship between Yang Mglari and Hua Lydon was naturally getting closer. They could be considered a good friend. How have you been? Hua Lydon put her sword back and approached Yang Mglari with a smile. I'm good. I'm trying to find my brother right now. Yang Mglari answered. She paused for a moment and asked further, how long have you been here? I've arrived here yesterday. What about you? Williden replied. I've been tracing Lwakun for several days but I lost him now. Yang Mglari then lowered her head apologetically. I'm sorry, Sister Lydon. I can't bring Winter back from Lwakun. She saw Hua Winter together with Lwakun, but she alone didn't have enough strength to rescue her. Is she okay? Williden hurriedly asked. Her face was full of worry. Yang Mglari nodded her head. She should be fine. I think she's already separated from Lwakun after coming here. Along the way, I've killed 3 people from the Hua clan and they didn't seem to know Lwakun and Winter's whereabouts. Williden let out a sigh of relief. She said, that's good. Did you find a black jade from those men? Yang Mglari took out the black transmission jade and said, this one? Williden explained, yes. People from the Hua clan can use this jade to contact each other. Before coming here, young Linden had modified our transmission jade by using this black jade as an example. Now, we can contact each other. Senior Young? He can do this too? Yang Mglari was surprised. What kind of enchanting talent is this? Not only he has high attainment of medical profound art, but he is also a talented inscriber too. She didn't know what to say anymore. Williden nodded firmly, yes. He is a true genius. I'll contact him now. Maybe he has already met the others. She then took the transmission jade out and tried to contact young Lydon. However, there was no response after waiting for a full minute. Williden frowned. Did he encounter something? She then switched to contact young Chan, but the result was still the same. There was no response to her. The frown on Willitten's face grew deeper. She tried again. This time she contacted young Lee. "Sister Young Lee, are you there?" "Sister Hua?" "We encountered Wukun and his men. Currently, we're together with young Master Yang Chen. Sister Chan and Sister Ting are heavily injured." Young Lee's voice rang out from the other side. Both Willitten and Lang Minglei glanced at each other with serious expressions. Willitten asked, "Where's Wukun? Did you manage to kill him?" "No." Young Master Yang Chen said he ran away. Young Lee replied, "Understood. Please find a place to recuperate first." Willitten said with a heavy tone, "Let's go. We need to increase our pace." Willitten didn't wait for Yang Minglei to reply. She speedily walked forward while Yang Minglei following closely behind. "What a beautiful place!" Young Linden exclaimed while looking at the surroundings. When he first stepped into this place through the middle door, a faint heat would immediately hit his face, following by a bright light that could possibly blind him. However, when the mysterious rat raised its hand slightly, everything disappeared instantly, and an artistically designed hall appeared in young Linden's vision. The hall was spacious, estimating 300 square meters. The marble wall was painted in crimson color and there were lifelike fire patterns all over the place. The first thing that attracted young Linden the most was a crimson throne at the center of the hall. He could somehow feel an imposing aura kept emanating from it. Compared to Misty Cloud's throne, this crimson throne was bigger and had a better design. The moment young Linden raised his head to look at the triangular ceiling, he was taken aback upon seeing a red-colored orb floating above the transparent roof, giving off heat waves from time to time. He turned to the rat. "Didn't you just say you don't know about this?" The rat tilted its head slightly before shrugging its shoulders innocently. "Oh? You know how to act innocent now?" Young Linden laughed slightly. He felt this rat was too adorable. He asked further, "Then do you know Blazing Sun Monarch?" He asked this because he thought this rat should have a connection with Blazing Sun Monarch in a way. Otherwise, how could it open the door easily? The rat seemed to ponder for a moment before it shook its head and then raised its tiny hand toward young Linden. Young Linden was speechless. He helplessly took several portions of beef out and gave it to the rat. "Here you go. Do you want me to cook it for you?" The rat hesitated for a while before nodding in the end. Young Linden found a suitable place to set up a simple fireplace and started to cook. During this period, he kept his eyes on the sun from time to find a clue about it. From the Blazing Sun Monarch's ranting diary, the sun was left behind by that person and was guarded by Blazing Sun Monarch, waiting for the heat to arrive in this place. Young Linden wasn't delusional enough to think it was the chosen one. After all, he didn't even have any cheap device until now. Although the silver necklace on his neck might be the cheap device he was hoping for, he didn't think it was related to the sun. A while later, young Linden handed steaks to the rat and decided to look around the place. He started with the Crimson Throne first. Boom. The moment he drew closer to the Crimson Throne, a powerful gust of heat burst out and blasted young Linden away several meters. "What the heck?" Young Linden exclaimed angrily. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and didn't get any injury when he landed on the ground. "What's going on?" Young Linden turned to ask the rat. The rat was busy eating the steaks heartily. When it saw young Linden and got blasted away, a smirk appeared on its lips, as if it was mocking him. Young Linden was speechless when he saw this. He moved to the rat and tried to put all the steaks away, but the rat nimbly avoided him to the side and continued to eat. Young Linden gritted his teeth and swore in his heart to pay back at the rat later. He turned toward the Crimson Throne once again. This time he carefully approached it with small steps. Boom. Young Linden got blasted once again, but it allowed him to get a piece of information. He could not get within 20 meters of the Crimson Throne. Otherwise, he would get blasting out instantly. What should I do? Young Linden touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Now he was certain there was something on the Crimson Throne. It could be a secret of this place or a treasure. Hence, he had to find a way to get near it. He glanced at the rat and let out a sigh. "Tell me. What do you need?" Naturally, the fastest way was to let the rat solve the problem for him. The rat smirked and raised its hand toward young Lyndon, asking for more food. Hey, I still need to eat, okay? I don't have much food left. How about this knife? Young Lyndon pulled out the knife he got from the treasure room before. The rat rolled its eyes as if it said, "Didn't you just take it away from me earlier? Do you think I'm a fool?" Young Lyndon sighed in disappointment. It seemed the rat was not stupid. He looked at the food in his interspatial ring and finally brought a chicken out. Here. Do you want me to cook it for you? The rat sniffed at the chicken slightly and felt it wasn't fragrant as the steaks, but it still gave a nut in the end. Young Lyndon sighed helplessly and set up another fireplace. How did I suddenly become this rat's personal chef? He wondered. 20 minutes later, young Lyndon finished cooking a simple grilled chicken and handed it to the rat. The latter couldn't resist the garlic and pepper aroma as it quickly took a big bite on the golden brown grilled chicken. Young Lyndon patiently watched the rat eating happily without saying anything. The grilled chicken was gone in 2 minutes, leaving its white bones on the floor. It's time to do your job now, young Lyndon said to the big belly rat. The rat glared back at him in dissatisfaction but still did as promised. It slowly walked toward the Crimson Throne and tapped gently on an invisible barrier 20 meters before the throne. Instantaneously, young Lyndon felt there was something disappeared from the place. The invisible barrier had gone completely. Young Lyndon followed the rat behind. When they arrived in front of the throne, young Lyndon could see an exquisite fire pattern that was carefully engraved on it. It was the design that a 0-point on art subject like young Lyndon couldn't understand. While young Lyndon appreciating the Crimson Throne, a trace of melancholy flashed across the rat's eyes when it gazed at the throne. Its expression was entirely different from before. Its current appearance it resembled human more than a simple rat. Naturally, young Lyndon failed to notice it. His attention was solely focused on the Crimson Throne as he searched for its secret. Later, he couldn't find anything and turned to the rat. Is there any secret on this throne? The rat didn't react to young Lyndon's question, but it reached its hand out to touch the Crimson Throne gently. Following that, the pattern on the Crimson Throne suddenly glowed in crimson light, causing young Lyndon to subconsciously take a step back. Finally, you've come. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed throughout the hall. Chapter 34, Remnant of the Sun. Young Lyndon startled for a moment before he reacted. You're the Blazing Sun Monarch. I am. The ancient voice resounded along with an illusory silhouette that appeared above the throne. Young Lyndon raised his head to look at the illusory silhouette slightly. The silhouette appeared as a handsome young man clad in fiery red attire with a black-colored dragon pattern. His brows were sharp and slanted up slightly at the end. His eyes were like an eagle. It was as if nothing could be hidden under his gaze. Young Lyndon didn't know whether it was his imagination as he saw a small fire image within the man's pupils. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Blazing Sun Monarch slowly descended to the ground. His eagle-like eyes stared at young Lyndon for a while before he asked, "What is your name?" Young Lyndon knew he might possibly encounter the typical guardian spirit trap at this moment. He cupped his fists and replied respectfully, "This junior's name is young Lyndon. I pay respect to Senior Blazing Sun Monarch." Young Lyndon? Good name. The Blazing Sun Monarch muttered to himself. His gaze inadvertently landed on a silver necklace around young Lyndon's neck, and his pupils shrank slightly before returning to normal a second later. You can call my name directly. I am no longer the Blazing Sun Monarch. The Blazing Sun Monarch, Yankee, said. Without waiting for young Lyndon to reply, he said further, I know you have several questions in your mind right now, but we can put that aside first. I need you to come with me. Following that, he walked toward the end of the hall. Young Lyndon hesitated slightly, but he still followed him in the end. The two of them gradually reached the end of the hall. Yankee's illusory hand touched the wall gently, and the lifelike fire pattern promptly lit up. In the next moment, a door that magically appeared on the wall, and Yankee beckoned young Lyndon to follow in. Young Lyndon grew numb to this kind of magical secret passage already. He wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if there was another hidden passage right under his feet. The moment he passed through the door, young Lyndon immediately felt a raging heat to hit his body. It was to the point he could feel an intense burning sensation on his skins. He hastily conjured a protective barrier around his body to block the heat with. This is the sun. Yankee spoke. Young Lyndon didn't have leisure time to look around the place before he just finished dealing with a heat wave. He cast his gaze to the center of the room and saw an adult human-sized sun-like orb floating in the air. It glowed in orange-red color and small blasts could be seen on it occasionally. It resembled an image of the sun he saw when he was on Earth. Compared to the orb on the outside, this one was more realistic and more imposing. While young Lyndon was fascinated by the sun, Yankee said further, "Since you've already read my diary, you should know that I was asked by that person to guard this. I've been guarding this for several thousand years, waiting for the destined person to come here and take it away. During this period, I've seen many young practitioners manage to arrive above this place, but none of them can get closer to the sun. Years after years, my will started to collapse as well as my lifespan gradually reaching its end. After I died, I left a trace of my soul here in case the destined person came to this place." Yankee paused for a moment and turned to young Lyndon. He said slowly, "And that person is you." "Wait a minute, Senior. I don't think I have done anything until now. Why are you so sure the destined person is me?" Young Lyndon felt this matter was escalated too fast, and he didn't even have time to consider it carefully. A playful smile appeared on Yankee's illusory face as he replied, "You would have burnt into ashes by now if you are not the destined person." "Fuck." Young Lyndon cursed inwardly. That meant he had almost gone to the netherworld just now. "Come here. You can try to touch it." Yankee beckoned. Young Lyndon shook his head frantically. "No." Yankee frowned in dissatisfaction. He waved his hand slightly. In the next moment, young Lyndon felt a strong force gathered around him before he was thrown into the air and flew to the sun directly. "You?" "Ah." Young Lyndon didn't even have time to curse as his body entirely merged into the sun. He felt a scorching burn all over his body and his consciousness gradually faded into a completely dark world. As expected, he is the one. Yankee looked at young Lyndon, who floated in the center of the sun, and nodded his head approvingly. If young Lyndon were to hear this, he would spit blood directly because Yankee actually didn't have confidence at first even though young Lyndon didn't get burned after coming closer to the sun. But now, he had confirmed that young Lyndon was the one he had waited for all this time. Yankee glanced at the rat that got ignored for all this time and said with a smile, "It's been a long time, my friend. What is this place? Am I already dead?" Young Lyndon found himself in a dark world. He recalled the scene earlier and couldn't help but become angry. "Fuck that simp. I swear I will fucking kill you when we met next time." After venting his anger, he slumped on the ground powerlessly. He laughed to himself while muttering, "Young Lyndon, since when you become this stupid? You got tripped by that sim so easily? Is my brain gotten fed somehow after coming to this world?" He then let out a helpless sigh. "Goodbye my beautiful and sexy godmother. This godson of yours probably never has a chance to see you again. I hope you can take everyone to escape safely." A bunch of 16 years memory replayed in his mind like a movie. From the first day he opened his eyes in young Kyung's bosom, the image when he was taken care of by his several beautiful aunts, to the moment he left the sect under young Kyung's reluctant gaze. Everything was vivid as if it happened yesterday. Buzz, just as young Lyndon immersed into his own memory, a bright red light flashed on his right side, causing him to subconsciously glance at it. Young Lyndon used his hand to block the light before his eyes and tried to comprehend the situation. Although he didn't know what was going on, this red light undoubtedly brought him hope. Perhaps he could transmigrate for a second time. He plodded toward the red light. The more he moved closer, the brighter the red light became. At the same time, he could feel a trace of heat seeping into his body, making him raising his doubt further. Buzz! Instantaneously, the red light blended into a small fireball and shot into young Lyndon's glabella at lightning speed that young Lyndon couldn't even have time to react. Erg! Young Lyndon screamed painfully as he felt an immense scorching heat spread through every part of his body. His muscles involuntarily bulged up and veins could be seen clearly. Within 10 seconds, his entire being was drenched in sweats, and all of them constantly vaporized, shrouding him in white mist. At the outside, Yankee was currently talking with a rat. When he noticed the change on young Lyndon, both of them quickly turned to him with a great surprise on their faces. "He absorbing it?" Yankee exclaimed in shock as he saw the sun slowly shrank in size. "Sure enough. That thing is not ordinary." Yankee spoke. his eyes fixated on the silver necklace that was greedily set at the sun's ore like a vacuum machine. He turned to the rat. "Did you bring him here because of that necklace?" The rat gave a nod to confirm Yankee's statement. When the rat first saw young Linton, its sharp eyes immediately noticed the silver necklace on his neck. Even though it was hidden beneath his clothes, it couldn't escape the rat's keen sight. The rat's intuition told it this necklace was not an ordinary object. It could be something that even surpassed the sun. Hence, the rat decided to bring him here in case it was the one that Yankee had waited for. Coincidentally, young Linton turned out to be one. "You did a good job. I can rest in peace now." Yankee gave a thumb up to the rat, but the latter looked at him with a sad expression. Seeing this, Yankee laughed slightly. "Why don't you go out with this young man after this? After all, this mythical realm will cease to exist when he completely took the sun away." The rat shook its head stubbornly with a firm determination filled its eyes. Yankee fell into silence for a while. He sighed. "Little Flame, you still have several years left. Why are you insisting to accompany a dead man like me? I've wronged you before by bringing you here and I'll always feel guilty about it until now. Listen to me, you should leave this place with him. Look at his pitiful strength. Don't you feel he needs someone to protect him? Also, he didn't treat you badly, isn't he?" Squeak. The rat, Little Flame, appeared hesitant, but it still shook its head in the end with a loud squeak. Yankee stared at Little Flame for a long time before he let out a long sigh and stopped trying to persuade it. He turned to young Linton, who had already absorbed half of the sun, and stayed silent. All of a sudden, Yankee's brows raised slightly. He said with a smile, "We have newcomers." Little Flame tilted its head slightly and looked back at the entrance with a thoughtful expression. Chapter 35, Gaining Control. "This should be the place," Linton said as she looked at the blazing sun monarch statue at the center of the hallway. "The trace ended here. Where did that person go?" Larry looked at the ground and didn't find any trace. Earlier, they arrived at the intersection area and found a trace of a fireplace. They had followed the trace of the footprints and arrived here afterward. There should be some clues around here. Let's search for it, Linton suggested and walked to the statue, carefully examining it. Meanwhile, Larry looked around the wall and occasionally poked it, trying to find a hidden mechanism. "Isn't that young Miss Linton?" "HM? Young Miss Larry is also there as well." All of a sudden, a male voice sounded from the entrance of the hallway, causing Linton and Larry to turn around quickly. "So it's young Master G." Linton calmed herself down after recognizing the newcomer's identity. He was no other than the young master of the Sword Profound sect, Ji Chang. On Ji Chang's side, Keep Tanu stood gracefully, appearing unconcerned when she saw Linton and Larry. Ji Chang replied with an elegant smile, "Did you two just arrive here?" Linton and Larry replied with a slight nod. Larry turned to Keep Tanu. "Greetings, second princess." Keep Tanu only gave a light hum in reply with little interest. Her eyes glued on the statue at the center of the hallway. Just as Ji Chang was about to say something, he frowned slightly as he looked back and saw a female figure slowly appeared in his sight. He greeted, "I didn't expect to meet young Miss Linton and young Miss Winter at the same time. It seems my luck is quite good." The female figure was Winter, who had wandered around this maze for several days before she found a way to this place. When she saw Ji Chang, her countenance changed slightly. "It's young Master Ji? What did you just say? Did you meet my sister?" Winter. Linton was surprised when she heard her younger sister's voice and hurriedly ran out of the hallway. "Big sister." Winter became excited as she speedily came to Linton and grabbed her hands with a sweet smile. "It's good that you are fine." A heavy stone in Linton's heart had been lifted upon seeing her younger sister was safe and sound. "Did you encounter our sisters?" Linton asked. Winter shook her head. "I never met anyone since I came to this place." Linton thought for a moment and was about to tell Winter something, but got interrupted by Ji Chang first. "To Mrs., why don't we go in and talk there? I have a set of tables here." Linton glanced at Ji Chang and nodded her head. "Please." Ji Chang made an invitation gesture, leading the two of them to the hallway before he taking a table and chairs out of his inner spatial ring. As a young master of the Sword Profound sect, he naturally had an interspatial ring. Everyone sat around the table and Ji Cheng showed his gentleman side, pouring tea for them. However, Hua Liting, Hua Wen'er, and Yang Mingleri didn't touch it. Ji Cheng's expression didn't change, he still wore a faint smile on his lips as he asked, "May I ask, how did everyone come to this place?" Hua Liting thought there was nothing to hide this information. She answered, "I encountered the golden earthworm and was teleported here by the sand wave." Ji Cheng nodded with a thoughtful expression. He then turned to Yang Mingleri. "How about you, young Miss Yang?" "I fell into the quicksand and found myself here afterward," replied Yang Mingleri. "It seems everyone has different experiences. I and Tenra encountered nothing, but we appeared here directly after stepping into the desert plain," Ji Cheng said while pondering on this matter. He continued, "There must be something going on here. I never see any record related to this place before." Everyone turned to look at the statue and fell into their own thoughts. At this moment in the consciousness world, young Linden's body trembling non-stop as he gripped his teeth, fighting with the intense pain. His skin had become wholly red, and the new droplet of sweat instantly vaporized upon coming out of his pores. His teeth were clutched on each other, producing cracking sounds from time to time. His forehead was full of blue veins and his eyes turned bloodshot, looking very scary. The pain had reminded him that he wasn't dead, and this burning heat might be related to the sun as he perceived the change within his profound vein. Originally, young Linden's profound vein was a variant type, 3 elements, wood, fire, and water. Wood and water were compatible with each other, but the addition of the fire element caused his profound vein to become chaotic and unbalanced. This was also the reason young Linden's talent was so low. Furthermore, the Misty Cloud sect didn't have any profound art that was suitable to him. Even if he tried to practice the Misty Cloud profound art, he would never reach a high level. However, at present, young Linden could feel his control over the fire element had gone through an earth-shattering transformation. The chaos within his profound vein slowly disappeared bit by bit. He didn't feel any conflict between the wood, water, and fire elements anymore. "I have to endure it. This is definitely my first plot armor." Thinking of this, young Linden became ecstatic as he started to imagine a beautiful life after getting this cheat ability. This change had brought him hope and gave birth to determined ambition. With the ability to fully control the fire element, becoming a fire emperor won't be a dream anymore. Hour after hour, young Linden had already lost track of time. The intense pain had gradually decreased as time went by, and his body could perfectly adapt to it by now. A moment later, the burning sensation within his body had completely dissipated. His eyes snapped open and found himself stood naked on the ground while Yang Qi and Little Flame looking at him with a strange look on their faces. "Not bad. You've fully taken over the sun." Yang Qi broke their silence and nodded his head approvingly. With this, his thousands of years' duty had finally come to an end. "I jumped to the 8th level." Young Linden clutched his fists, trying to measure his new strength. He discovered his profound strength had jumped from the 5th level to the 8th level of Essence Profound Realm. Moreover, his profound vein had turned into crimson red color. It certainly had something to do with the ability to control the fire element. "I know you're exciting right now, but can you put the clothes on first?" Yang Qi was uncomfortable seeing a naked man. Although he was old, it didn't mean he could ignore it. What more, this boy's certain part was abnormally big, unlike the size of a 16-year-old boy at all. This made him fluster when he thought of himself during his youth. "If I had this size back then, I wouldn't have been scolded by the beautiful Kuta-san. Alas, what a shame." Yang Qi lamented in his heart. Young Linden glanced down at his body and was taken aback for a second before he swiftly put the clothes on. "How long have I been here?" Young Linden asked. 10 days. Yang Qi answered. 10 days. Oh no, senior sisters. Young Linden suddenly thought of his senior sisters and became worried. Yang Qi smiled. "Relax. Since you've already obtained the sun, this mythical realm naturally belongs to you. However, it is restricted to the condition that you are here. After you leave, this mythical realm will cease to exist." "Really? Quickly tell me how to control it. I want to know my senior sister's whereabouts." Young Linden completely ignored the latter part and asked Yang Qi directly. Yang Qi was speechless. he said, "where has your manner gone to? Don't call me senior anymore. Did you hear that? This mythical realm will vanish forever if you leave here. No sentiment at all." Young Lyndon snorted. "Heh, I've already lost all the respect for you since the moment you threw me to the sun already. Don't think that I don't know you are actually not confident whether I am the right person." Yankee was shocked. How did you know?" Young Lyndon rolled his eyes. "Cut the crap. Don't pretend in front of me. Now, tell me, how can I locate my senior sister's position?" Yankee laughed slightly, with no shame. "Heh, young man, clamp down first. Have you ever heard this sentence, haste make waste?" Seeing young Lyndon was about to curse him, Yankee hurriedly said further, "You can go to my blazing sun throne," and injected a trace of fire element profound energy into it. Young Lyndon ignored Yankee and went straight to the Crimson Throne. He did as Yankee said, and the throne suddenly lit up. A moment later, several translucent projections appeared out of thin air before the throne, projecting every single one who was currently resided within the mythical realm. CCTV? Young Lyndon was surprised. This was the first time he encountered this kind of technology in the Azure world. His eyes scanned through the projections one by one until he paused at a group of 6 women and 1 man. When he saw young Chan and young Tim's miserable appearances, his complexion turned cold instantly. "Which bastard did it?" Young Lyndon spoke coldly in a low voice. A fierce killing intent exuded from his body, causing Yankee and Little Flame to look at each other in amazement. They never expected a 16-year-old boy could produce such a murderous aura, and it made them wonder how many people had died in his hands. Young Lyndon continued to scan through the projections. On one projection, there was a fierce battle between 2 sisters, Yang and Larry, 3 of his senior sisters, and several people from Sword Profound sect as well as Scared Flame sect. Willidon's group was currently overwhelmed by the opponents, and they probably could not hold for any longer. "It's about this place," young Lyndon said to himself. He turned to Yankee and asked, "Is there any trap around here? I know you definitely have one, right?" Yankee smiled mysteriously. "Of course, I have." Chapter 36, Learning You Are Certainly Shameless, Ji Chang. Hui Winter blocked an incoming slash with her sword while staring at Ji Chang coldly. Ji Chang made a beautiful somersault and perfectly landed on the ground. He smiled faintly. "What do you mean, Fairy Winter? I haven't done anything disgraceful, have I? Why are you calling me shameless? Put away your hypocrite smile. I want to vomit every time I see it." On the side, Willidon said while slashing at one of the Sword Profound sect's members and sent him away. Currently, Willidon's group had no way to escape as Ji Chang's people had blocked the route. No matter how strong she was, Willidon couldn't go against 15 people with only 5 members on her side. She could only pray for her other sisters and Yang Clan's people to arrive at this place. "Oi! You guys, don't hurt their faces. Understand?" A tall handsome youth with strange red hair said. He wore the Sacred Flame sect's attire, but it was more extraordinary than other members of his sect around here. He crossed his arms, staring at Willidon's body with a lascivious smile hung on his face. "Understood, young Master Hua." Everyone from the Sacred Flame sect said in unison and burst into waves of laughter afterward. They were familiar with their young master's lustful nature very well. Without a doubt, these women would become young Master Hua's playthings tonight. "Work hard. There will be a share for everyone," Hua encouraged. The confrontation between the Sacred Flame sect and the Misty Cloud sect was imminent. He naturally no need to spare them. As for Willidon, Hui Wen'er, and Yang Glei, they could be counted as a bonus. Ji Chang glanced at the arrogant Hua with a slight dissatisfaction. He hated this kind of person the most. He thought they were too uncultured and didn't know how to cherish a flower. However, he didn't plan to say anything since they shared the same goal at this moment. Meanwhile, Keep Ten appeared as if she didn't care about it. However, if one looked closely, one would see a trace of jealousy in her eyes when she looked at Willidon. She was jealous of Willidon's beautiful face and great figure. She wished she could have this kind of devilish body that could attract every man wherever she goes. Hence, seeing Willidon got beaten was a kind of joy for her. "I will use the final haze," one among the 3 Misty Cloud sect's members said. Her name was Young Jing. She was one of the strongest members besides Yang Chan and Yang Ting, and she could also use the final haze as well. The other two women hurriedly stopped her. Don't. Sister Jing. We can hang on for a while. I believe our sisters will arrive here soon. Yang Jing struggled for a while and chose to listen to them in the end. Although she was strong, compared to Yang Chan and Yang Ting, her personality was milder and wasn't as decisive as the two. There was a possibility she couldn't defeat all the opponents before the final haze's effect ended, and she would become a burden by then. Therefore, she decided to hold on, enduring a bitter fight further. Die. A petal storm emerged around Hua Liting's figure. She lunged her sword at a man from the sacred flame set before her, and the petal storm coiled around her sword before shooting straight to the man's heart. The expressions of Ji Cheng and Hua abruptly changed when they saw this scene. It was already too late for them to save the man. The petal storm was akin to a sharp spear, piercing through the man's heart, rubbing his life away. Hua Liting retracted her hand and moved back, avoiding the attacks from other opponents nearby her. Trash. Hua spouted coldly. He didn't have any sympathy for the dead man and even insulted him. Nevertheless, he didn't move an inch from the place and continued to watch the battle without intention to take action personally. At this moment, a powerful aura burst out from Yang Li's body as she swung her sword on the profound sword sect's member before her, cutting his head off directly. Ji Cheng's eyes narrowed, and a murderous intent emitted from his body. At first, he thought everything was in his grasp and there shouldn't be any casualty among his subordinates. Unexpectedly, Yang Minglari and others were far stronger than them. Ji Cheng drew his sword out, standing still for one breath time before a frightening aura erupted from his sword. His figure traveled a short distance in a split second to the front of Yang Li and ruthlessly thrust his sword toward her collarbone. His speed was extremely fast, that his sword became several sword shadows. Yang Li's expression abruptly changed when she saw Ji Cheng appear before her in a ghost-like manner, and she was too late to react as she could only hastily flex her sword, attempting to block the incoming attack. Poof! Blood splashed in the air as a fatal wound appeared on Yang Li's left collarbone. The sword shadows from Ji Cheng didn't stop only that. They continued to bombard Yang Li, forcing her to the corner of the hallway with no way to fight back. Hua Liting saw this. She quickly pushed her opponent away and vaulted to Ji Cheng, along with a petal storm coiling around her sword. Ji Cheng had always paid attention to Hua Liting for all this time because she was the only one among the opponents that could harm him. Hence, when Hua Liting attacked him, he could effortlessly evade her sword and make a counterattack by slashing back at her. Clang! Their swords collided with each other, producing a loud noise that reverberated through the hallway. Ji Cheng was forced to take several big steps back while Hua Liting successfully arrived on Yang Li's side. Yang Li's current state was miserable to the extreme. There were several holes on her robe and many fatal wounds could be seen beneath it. She lifted her head up and replied, "I'm fine." However, she knew that she couldn't use her left arm anymore. Hua Liting didn't have the luxury time to take care of Yang Li as Ji Cheng had launched another attack on her. Fighting for several hours, her profound energy was almost exhausted. She had consumed several of the replenish energy pills, but they were not enough to sustain a prolonged battle. She needed to find a way to break through the current predicament. "Now you know how to control it," Yang Qi said with a smile after teaching young Linden to control a profound formation around this place. "Are you sure there's no transmission formation there? How can I bring my senior sisters here then?" Young Linden asked while staring at the battle on the projection. Earlier, he found out the sun-like object that was floated above this hall was a fake one and served as a controller of the profound formation of this place. Now he gained control over every profound formation of the entire mythical realm and didn't see a transmission formation within the maze tunnel. Thus, he wanted to confirm with Yang Qi on this matter. Yang Qi shook his head. "Young man, you should learn how to be content with what you have. If you want to see them, you can either go to them or waiting for them to come here. Simple as that." Yang Qi looked at the projection and said further, "When I built this place, I didn't intend to bring anyone here directly. All of you appearing here was a mistake, to begin with. If it wasn't because the profound formation could not suppress the sun any longer, you would never find the way this place." Young Linden went silent for a while. The only thing he could do at this moment was to eliminate the enemy above this place first. However, there was not a single killing formation around the statue. He could not directly kill them. He spread his right hand slightly and the sun orb slowly descended into his palm. The moment he touched it, he could feel a connection between him and every profound formation around this place. A moment later, his mind moved, controlling the statue to shift backward. Williden and Ji Cheng fought with each other for some time now. The strength between the two appeared to be equal. No one gained a complete advantage over the opposite party. I didn't expect young Miss Williden to hide your strength this deep. Those people who judge you as a fallen genius are truly blind. Ji Cheng gave Williden a compliment. However, Williden knew this guy was a hypocrite. She didn't put his words in her eyes and continued to slash at Ji Cheng consecutively. It seems I need to get serious now. If I accidentally hurt you, please don't take it to your heart and you don't have to worry that I will disfigure you. After all, I am a man who knows how to cherish the jade. Ji Cheng drew his sword into a horizontal line and several swords after images emerged around it. Williden's expression turned solemn when she saw several after images around Ji Cheng's sword because it was a sword intent. She never thought there would be another person who could comprehend a sword intent aside from Yang Chen at the age of 16. Yang Chen's sword intent was heavily focused on destructive power, but Ji Cheng's sword intent was solely concentrated on speed as he firmly believed that speed was the essence of a swordsman. As long as you moved the sword faster, the lethality and sharpness were naturally increasing along with its speed. Ha! Ji Cheng let out a low cry. His figure instantly vanished from the spot and reappeared before Williden. He lunged his sword forward and several after images of his sword were ruthlessly shot at her. Williden had already expected this. She formed a petal shield beforehand and used it to block against Ji Cheng's endless sword storm. Layer after layer, Williden's petal shield was torn into shreds by Ji Cheng. She gritted her teeth while forcefully pouring all of her profound energy to strengthen her petal shield. Yang Minglari saw this scene. She hurriedly took out a small dagger from her sleeve, injecting profound energy into it before she threw it at Ji Cheng's back. HMPH. Ji Cheng snorted and bent his body to avoid the dagger. Williden took this chance to make a slash on Ji Cheng and successfully forced him away several steps. Buzz! While everyone was concentrated on the battle, the statue at the center of the hallway suddenly moved backward and the hidden passage beneath it slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Sisters, get in. Williden didn't even think for a second as she shouted at Huawei and others, telling them to enter the passageway. Block them. Huawei yelled at his lackeys, but no one could react in time. Williden's group had already entered the passageway. Follow them. Huawei shouted angrily and chased after Williden's group with his lackeys. Young master, do we need to chase after them? One of Ji Cheng's subordinates asked. Ji Cheng pondered for a moment before he replied, let's go. There might be a treasure down there. Following that, he brought Kitana and others to the passageway. Chapter 37, Burned to Ashes. It's a dead end. Williden and the rest quickly arrived at the spacious hall with 3 doors and found they could not open it. Where are you going? Huawei and his subordinate stepped into the hall, and when they saw Williden's group desperately tried to open the door, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed the goddess of luck was on their side. Williden gritted her teeth and said to others, look like we have to go all out now. Even if I have to die, I'll drag all of them down together. Yunjing stepped to the front and prepared to activate the final haze. This time she couldn't avoid using it anymore. Huawei smiled wickedly and took out a crimson-colored sword with an exquisite design from his interspatial ring. He was going to end this battle as soon as possible, in case Williden's group escaped once again. Go. Huawei ordered his subordinates to attack Williden's group while he ignited a powerful flame on his sword. Williden threw several energy-replenished pills into her mouth and violently chewed them. Her profound energy surged, releasing another petal storm around her body. Creak. When Williden and the rest were about to engage in a battle, the iron door in the middle suddenly opened. Her eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope as she hastily led everyone passing through the door, arriving at another spacious hall with a crimson throne in the center.
Damn it!
Huawei cursed out loud when he saw this scene. Why did the door have to open at this moment? He didn't think much about it and quickly chased after Williden's group. Meanwhile, Ji Chen's group just arrived at the place and saw the scene. They didn't hurry to follow Hue in as Ji Cheng felt something was not right. Why did the door open by itself? Ji Cheng was in doubt. Keep Tenra looked at the sun symbol on the other two iron doors and vaguely guessed, look at this symbol. Perhaps, this place is the real core of the blazing sun mythical realm. Ji Cheng stared at the sun symbol for a while and tried to inject his profound energy into it, but nothing happened. Should we follow them? Keep Tenra said. Honestly, she wanted to follow Hue in as soon as possible. She didn't want to lose an opportunity to get a treasure if there was one over there. Ji Cheng appeared hesitant as his instinct told him there was something dangerous in that room, but he still followed in under Keep Tenra's urge. The moment Hue Living and the rest stepped into the vast hall, the first thing that came to their sight was a handsome youth sitting on the crimson throne along with an illusory figure and a strange red rat on his side. Junior brother Yan. Yan Jing immediately recognized young Linden at first glance and became ecstatic instantly. Senior sister Jing. Young Linden nodded and turned to Hua's sisters and Yang Glei. Sister Hua, Sister Yang, we meet again? You too, Fairy Hua went up. Please all of you, come to my side. Hua Living and Yang Glei were confused and curious about how did young Linden appear here, but they didn't have much time to care about this matter as Hua and his subordinates had arrived in this place. They immediately moved toward young Linden. Oh? Isn't that young Master Young? How come you are here? Hua lowered his flame sword and looked at young Linden with a frown. He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart upon seeing the sun orb in young Linden's hand. This is our second time seeing each other. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Hua from Sacred Flame Sect. Hua tried to distract young Linden's attention and prepared to escape from this place. However, young Linden already saw through his thoughts, but he didn't intend to make his move because he still waited for Ji Cheng to come in. He smiled faintly while playing with the sun orb in his hand. I'm glad to see you again, young Master Hua. I think you should know my name already. I'll skip this part then. When young Linden finished his sentence, he saw Ji Cheng's group appeared at the entrance, and this made the smile on his lips grow wider. At the same time, Ji Cheng and Keep Tenra saw young Linden calmly sitting on the crimson throne. Their expressions turned back instantly, and Ji Cheng tried to flee right away. He didn't even care about his fiancée, Keep Tenra at this moment. But how could young Linden let him go? He quickly used his mind to close the iron door, blocking the retreat path directly. Bang! Ji Cheng turned around and stared at young Linden while ignoring Keep Tenra's icy gaze. His false gentleman appearance was already shattered since the moment he chose to flee by himself earlier. He didn't need to pretend anymore. I'll report Royal Father about this. Keep Tenra spoke coldly. Ji Cheng glanced at her and sneered, report. Do you think you can go back alive? Why don't you use your stupid brain to think about the current situation first? He pointed at young Linden and said further, don't you see? He is obviously can control this place at will. Since he is so confident leading all of us here, do you think he doesn't have the way to deal with us? Keep Tenra was startled for a moment and came into a realization. She turned to young Linden and said coldly, I am the second princess of the Qi royal clan. I command you to open the door. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape my father's wrath when you return to the outside. Idiot. Ji Cheng sneered and didn't bother to look at Keep Tenra again. He shifted his gaze to young Linden while his mind spun rapidly, trying to think how to get out of this situation. Young Linden shook his head slightly and wondered how could this princess be this stupid. She was clearly the typical father character that no one would remember. He replied, I'm afraid I can't comply with your command, Your Highness. Do you know that your royal father is backing the Sacred Flame Sect and the Profound Sword Sect to attack my sect? Don't you think your statement just now is ridiculous? Keep Tenra was stunned for a second. She now understood why young Linden didn't plan to let her go. She was unable to say a word. Although she was the princess, she couldn't access some information as she pleased. This was the first time she heard about this. She never knew before that her father currently had a conflict with the Misty Cloud sect. What do you want to do? Hua, who was standing on the side, had realized how bad the situation he was in, but he still pretended to be calm and collect. Young Linden looked at him and said plainly, it's simple. I am going to kill every single one of you. Hua, Ji Cheng, Keep Tenra, and the rest felt a chill running down their spines upon hearing the seemingly plain sentence. They stared at young Linden as if they wanted to eat him alive. Ji Chen quickly scanned through the place. Except for the lifelike fire patterns on the wall, he didn't find anything unusual. He could not make a guess on a method that young Linden was going to use. Thus, he simply drew his sword out, preparing to engage at any moment. Ha ha ha. What a big tone. I want to see how are you going to kill me. Hue laughed wildly. His face turned hideous while gripping the flame sword in his hand tightly. Meanwhile, Hua's sisters, Yang Minglei, Yang Jing, and the other two senior sisters became excited instantly. Although they didn't know young Linden's method, from his confident appearance, they believed he could definitely kill all of them. Fine. Be careful. Young Linden gave them a pretentious warning and spun the sun orb in his hand slightly. Instantaneously, the fire patterns on the surroundings wall shone brightly and everyone except for young Linden's group could feel the temperature in the hall had skyrocketed. Go to hell. Hue charged at young Linden at lightning speed and leapt into the air, slashing his flame sword at young Linden's head. Unfortunately, before he could reach the target, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared before Hue and threw him away several meters. Erg. Help me. Hue landed on the floor without harm, and suddenly heard a desperate cry from one of his subordinates, making him turn to look at that person. The scene in front of him made his entire being turned cold instantly. The person who cried out earlier now became a human torch. A raging fire was covered his body and burned him into ashes in a split second. It was not only him. Except for Hue, Ji Chen, and Tenra, everyone had turned into human torches as well. No. Spare me. One of Ji Chen's subordinates wailed in horror as his body slowly turning into ashes a moment later. Soon, all of Ji Chen's and Hue's subordinates had turned into ashes as well. Ji Chen gritted his teeth unwillingly and constantly poured his profound energy into strengthening his protective barrier around him. His bloodshot eyes stared at young Linden with a deep hatred. He never ever thought about this situation before in his life. A proud young master of the profound sword sect that often looked down upon the world was going to die so easily like this. Ji Chen, help me. Tenra was at her limit. Her luxury robe started to burn bit by bit, revealing her white snow skins that were gradually covered by a raging fire. She looked at her fiancé, pleading for his help. Ji Chen didn't even take a glance at her. His eyes were still fixated on young Linden. Ah! Tenra let out a shrill scream when the fire completely engulfed her body. A second later, she had wholly disappeared from the world, leaving a pile of ashes on the ground. Erg. I'll kill you. Hue roared unwillingly and threw his flame sword at young Linden. Unfortunately, his attempt was completely useless. The sword was simply reflected away by the invisible barrier. As a young master of the sacred flame sect, his affinity with the fire element was naturally high. He could endure the fire longer than anybody. However, how could the fire made by blazing sun monarch possibly be ordinary? Within 10 seconds later, Hue had also turned into ashes, leaving this world forever. Young Linden looked at Ji Chen with surprise. Without a doubt, among them, Ji Chen was strongest, but he didn't expect him to last this long. You will die soon. Ji Chen uttered word by word with difficulty. I don't know if I will die that soon as you said, but you are going to die for sure in a mere second later. Young Linden replied expressionlessly. Ji Chen's attempt to disturb his mind was nothing but a childish play in his eyes. Ji Chen was disappointed upon seeing his plan failed. He closed his eyes as his body slowly turned into ashes in the next second. Chapter 38, Aftermath. So tired. Hue Linden uttered and slumped onto the ground powerlessly. Big sister. Hue hurriedly caught her sister and carefully checked her condition. Young Linden waved his hand and several beds and a set of tables appeared on an empty space. He said to them, you can use this bed. Hue Linden did not stand ceremony as she brought herself onto the bed with the help of Hue Wen'er and closed her eyes, falling into deep sleep afterward. Young Linden turned to Yang Minglei and beckoned her to lie on the bed. He fed her a strong healing pill and used silver needles to stabilize her injuries. From the look of it, she needed at least 10 days to reconnect her collarbone. Thank you. Yang Minglei said. Her face was pale due to blood loss. Rest. Young Linden responded and let her recuperate. Junior brother Young, do we have a way to find Sister Chan's group? Young Jin asked. She didn't know how did young Lincoln manage to control this place, but she didn't care about it because she was extremely worried about young Chan's group. Young Lincoln gave her a reassuring smile. Relax, senior sister Jing. Following that, he waved his hand, and several projections immediately appeared in front of them. Young Jing and the other two senior sisters were amazed by this magical scene, but they didn't have time to think about it when she saw young Chan's group on one projection. How could it be? Sister Chan was forced to use the final haze. Young Jing's eyes widened open in disbelief when she saw young Chan's miserable appearance. To her, young Chan was the strongest among her peers. She didn't think anybody can force her to use the final haze. Even a powerful practitioner like Ji Chen couldn't possibly do so. Not only her. Sister Ting too. One of the two senior sisters pointed at young Ting, who was lying in young Jiajia's embrace. It's Wakang. Yang Minglari opened her eyes and said. She then explained the situation to young Linden and others. Young Linden frowned. Why didn't they contact me? Yang Minglari replied, Sister who had tried to contact you before, but it couldn't get through. Maybe it's related to this place. Young Linden took the modified transmission jade out and contacted young Li, but it failed. He called the sun orb into his palm and searched for the clue. A moment later, he understood there was an isolation formation around here, and it blocked every communication tool. He disabled the isolation formation and contacted young Li once again. Senior Sister Li, can you hear me? In the projection, young Li was taken aback for a second before she hurriedly took her transmission jade out from her sleeve. Junior brother Young. Where are you? I am in a safe place with Senior Sister Jing. Young Linden replied. Senior Sister Li, listen to me. I'll tell you the way to get here. You should hurry to bring everyone to my place. Young Li was startled. How do you know our position? I'll tell you later. Please hurry up. Senior Sister Chan and Senior Sister Ting's conditions are not good. They need to be treated as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will never regain their profound veins again. Young Linden urged. All right. Young Li responded and quickly told everyone in her group. They then started to move under young Linden's navigation. It seems we are not important anymore. How about we find something to do? Yankee calmly sat on the chair, staring at a cup of tea that he could not drink while asking Little Flame. Little Flame stopped drinking the tea, looking at Yankee and smirked at him before continuing to drink further. Yankee smiled bitterly. He had long forgotten the taste of tea already and wanted to reminisce about it once again. Unfortunately, it was only a trace of a soul. Even though he could touch it, he won't be able to savor it. Normally, a person who found himself being a destined person, and obtained a supreme treasure, should feel proud, exciting or become arrogant. However, young Linden didn't even have a slight emotion toward this matter. No joy or sorrow. He acted as if everything was within his expectation, to begin with. Furthermore, young Linden was extremely decisive when it came to killing his enemy. At the same time, he was so kind and considerate to his allies. All of these traits didn't seem to match a 16-year-old youth at all. Suddenly, a wild conjecture flashed across Yankee's mind when he stared at young Linden's face attentively. Don't tell me. He is? No, how could it possible? Yankee muttered to himself in a low voice. The conjecture he had earlier had been quickly denied by him. 2 hours passed by in a blink of an eye. Young Li's group finally arrived at the hall. Young Linden inspected young Chan and young Tim's condition and used his healing profound art to restore their profound veins. You are fine now, Senior Sister Chan. But you can't practice during this week. Young Linden wiped sweats out of his forehead while talking to young Chan, who was currently lying on the bed. Young Chan was extremely shocked when she found her profound vein had been restored. She looked at young Linden and said with tears in her eyes, Thank you, Junior Brother Young. Thank you. The moment she decided to use the final haze, she had already abandoned all the hope and prepared to live as an ordinary woman when she returned to the sect. However, young Linden not only restored her profound vein, but he also restored her hope. She didn't know what to say anymore at this moment, as she was emotionally overwhelmed with gratitude. What are you talking about, Senior Sister Chan? I am your junior brother. If I don't help you, who am I going to help then? Young Lin chuckled. You should take a rest. I'll go over there first. He then stood up and walked toward Yang Chen. Thank you, Brother Yang, for helping my senior sisters. Young Lin bowed his head slightly, expressing his gratitude toward Yang Chen. Yang Chen hurriedly stood up. What are you doing, Brother Young? What I did is not that great compared to what you did to me back then. Besides, Luo Kun is my mortal enemy. I naturally won't let him go. It is a coincidence to meet all the Misty Clouds fairies. Young Lin didn't talk about this matter further. He only nodded his head and sat down on a vacant chair between Yang Chen and Lang Mingleri. Your injuries you'll be recovered in 2 days at most. Young Lin glanced at Yang Chen's left arm and said. This time, I won't let him escape again. Yang Chen clenched his fist. He was so frustrated when Luo Kun managed to escape from his grasp last time. Don't worry. We know his position. We can deal with him together. Yang Mingleri comforted her younger brother. Yang Chen shook his head. No. I want to do it by myself. He then took a glance at Wen'er, who coincidentally looked at him, too. Their gazes met as inexplicable feelings arose within their hearts. Since Yang Chen lost to Luo Kun many months ago, he never contacted Wen'er again, even once. Even though they met each other once again, there seemed to be an invisible wall stood between them. Wen'er gave a smile to Yang Chen and turned away. Yang Chen took a deep breath to calm himself down upon seeing this. His expression turned cold and asked Young Lin, can you show me Luo Kun's position? Young Lin nodded. I can, but I want to go with you. He dared to hurt my senior sister and even humiliated her. I don't want him to die easily. A cold glint flashed across his eyes when he said the latter sentence. Yang Chen didn't refuse this time. He understood Young Linden's mood very well. Yang Mingleri looked at the two and said, I'll go too. Before Yang Chen could reject, Yang Mingleri said further, don't forget there are still many people from Luo clan out there. Not to mention those from the Qi Royal clan and the Chen clan. We can't rule out the possibility that they have regrouped with each other before we reach the Luo Kun's position. Both of you can't deal with all of them. Yang Mingleri had asked about Young Linden's ability to control this place and realized except for this place, there was no killing profound formation in the maze tunnel. Hence, she didn't think Young Linden could deal with all the enemies by himself as he did to Ji Cheng and Hue earlier. Perhaps in Yang Li's mind, Young Linden had always been a doctor with low fighting prowess. That's why she had no confidence in him, even though he had already reached the 8th level of Essence Profound Realm. We will go too. Young Li and Young Jing said in unison. The scene where Luo Kun humiliated Young Ting was still vivid in Young Li's mind. She wanted to take revenge. The same went for Young Jing. When she heard about this matter, her anger was soared to the sky at once. Right now, she wanted nothing but to tear Luo Kun into pieces. Count me in. Wu Living spoke from the side. She had recovered her profound energy over 70% now. Luo Kun was her goal for coming here in the first place. She normally wanted to kill him as well. Alright. We will leave Senior Sister Jia and 2 Senior Sisters to take care of Senior Sister Chan and Senior Sister Tin here. The rest go together. Young Linden made a decision and everyone agreed. Let's go. After confirming Luo Kun's position, Young Linden's group of 10 immediately set off under Yang Qi and Little Frame's eyes. Chapter 39, another match. There are a group of 3 from the Chen clan in the left tunnel and a group of 5 from the Qi Royal clan in the right tunnel. We can't avoid them. Young Linden said to everyone while looking at the translucent projection before him. We can choose the right tunnel. Yang Chen expressed his opinion. Wu Linden nodded in agreement. Since Qi Tenra is already dead, they don't have a leader anymore. We can eliminate all of them at ease. What about another prince? Young Linden asked. Before coming here, he saw a prince in the group, but he had no idea about his ability. Him. Wu Linden sneered. He is nothing but another trash. Aside from the Wu clan, she hated Qi Royal clan as well. Let's go. Young Linden did not linger on this topic further and immediately moved to the right tunnel. After the group walking for 5 minutes, Young Linden stopped everyone and said, let me do this. I haven't tried my new power yet. Young Linton sat on one knee, holding an iron bow in his hand with 2 arrows in the position. He pulled the bowstring to the maximum range, waiting for a target to appear at the end of the tunnel. Everyone watched young Linton with a surprise on their face as they suddenly felt his entire beings had blended into the surroundings as if he was not here. If it wasn't for an intense fire on the tip of the arrows, they probably didn't feel young Linton's existence at all. At the end of the tunnel, a group of 5 men, clad in the key royal clan's attires, walked and talked toward the turn. They had been here several days but never met any profound beast before. Hence, they relaxed their vigilance and guard down a lot. When the 2 men on the forefront reached the turn, all of a sudden, their heads were pierced by the fire arrows and died without them knowing. What? The other 3 were shocked by the sudden ambush. Before they could react, Yang Chen and Hua Living had already appeared before them and brandished their swords at them. You? Before the man could say anything, his head was chopped off by Yang Chen along with another man beside him. Meanwhile, Hua Living managed to kill another man almost at the same time. Their battle prowess was even fiercer than before. Young Linton arrived at the scene, along with the rest. He said, "Follow this tunnel. There are 2 tunnels at the end. We will separate into 2 groups to surround Wukong. Brother Yang, Sister Hua, and Fairy Hua Wen should go together on the left tunnel. All of you will face Wukong in the front and leave his retreat path to us." Yang Chen nodded his head and looked at Hua Wen briefly before he said, "Go." He then led Hua's sisters to the left tunnel while young Linton's group entered the right tunnel. At this moment, the primary target, Wukong, was trying to contact his subordinates to regroup with him, but he was helpless, as he didn't know the direction. Looking at a trace of burning in his arms, his anger flared up as he kicked the wall furiously while cursing. Suddenly, he felt something was amiss. Since he was young, he was extremely sensitive to danger. Wukong took his golden spear out and stared ahead at the end of the tunnel. He waited for several minutes before he saw 3 figures appeared in the distance. Wukong's eyes narrowed with a gloomy expression. He bellowed angrily, "Yang Chen! You can't run away this time." Yang Chen responded calmly and drew his sword out. Wukong turned to Hua Wen and said, "So you reunited with your lover?" "As expected from a bitch like you." Before Hua Wen could reply, Hua Living stepped forward and yelled, "Yang Chen and my sister are in love with each other in the first place. It was you who broke them apart by using despicable means. You still have the face to call my sister that?" Wukong didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha. I understand now. So both of you serve this trash together on a bed. No wonder you were so desperate back then when I destroyed his profound vein. You?" Hua Living lost her composure and was about to charge at Wukong, but Yang Chen blocked her in time. "Let me do it, elder sister Hua," said Yang Chen. A powerful aura was released from his body as he rushed to Wukong. HMPH. Wukong snorted and a golden dragon image appeared around his spear while he thrust it at Yang Chen's sword. Boom. Their weapons collided with each other, causing a tremendous impact on the surroundings. Both Yang Chen and Wukong were forced back several steps by the collision before they successfully stabilized themselves. Die. This time Wukong didn't intend to clash head-on. Instead, he threw a poison pouch on Yang Chen along with a powerful thrust of his spear. Yang Chen didn't avoid the poison as he brandished his sword at Wukong's head. His sword cut the poison pouch into half and a purple mist quickly spread out. However, Yang Chen regarded the poison mist as nothing. His desire to kill Wukong had far surpassed his own safety. He exerted all his strength into this slash. Erg. When the sword clashed with Wukong's spear, he once again received a painful burning sensation, making him let out a painful cry. Cough. Yang Chen stagnated 2 steps back and coughed heavily. His skin suddenly turned purple and he could feel a pricking pain crawled into his body. Ha ha ha. You're dead for sure. Wukong laughed madly when he saw Yang Chen's skin turn purple, but he had no time to ridicule him further because Hua Living had arrived with a petal storm. Brother Chen. Hua Wen cried out and rushed to Yang Chen. Don't come here. This poison is too dangerous. Yang Chen yelled. However, Hua Wen didn't stop her movement. She quickly hugged Yang Chen tightly and cried. I don't care. Yang Chen looked at the beauty in his embrace and wanted to push her away, but he couldn't in the end as his strength slowly left his body. He could only sigh bitterly. He thought he could finish Luo Kun off with that slash, but the poison was acting too fast. Hence, his sword missed Luo Kun's vital point. "Brother Chen, you have to hold on. Senior Yang definitely has a way," Hui Winter said anxiously. She didn't know where did young Linden go. He was supposed to arrive at the scene by now. "So you suppress your strength for all this time?" Luo Kun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring coldly at Hui Linden. Hui Linden didn't reply. The petal storm revolved around her body once again as she vaulted into the air, aiming her sword toward Luo Kun. Luo Kun's eyes narrowed. His murderous aura surged out when he lifted his spear. A golden dragon image coiled around his spear, letting out a roar, and rushed to Hui Linden with a powerful force. Hui Linden's petal storm immediately scattered away in a disorderly manner. The impact from the golden dragon destroyed her balance, causing her to flick backward midair. Die. A cruel smile emerged on Luo Kun's lips when he saw his spear was about to pierce Hui Linden's heart. Set before Luo Kun's spear could reach Hui Linden, suddenly, two arrows broke the air at lightning speed and pierced Luo Kun's both hands. Ah! Luo Kun let out a painful scream, and the spear slipped out of his hands. Hui Linden used this chance to twist her body and kick the spear away before she spun around and fell onto the ground heavily. "Who?" Luo Kun turned around and bellowed angrily. Poof! However, what he received was another arrow sunk into his belly, causing him to scream once again. "Sorry, we're late. I didn't expect someone to turn up in the middle of the tunnel." Young Linden gave an apology to Yang Chen and Hui Linden. Earlier, there were two people magically appeared on his path. They were people from Qi royal clan that just stepped into the desert plain and coincidentally got teleported to this place. Young Li's figure flashed from behind young Linden, arriving in front of Luo Kun and brandished her sword to destroy his profound vein. "No!" Luo Kun wailed in despair when his profound strength slowly leaving his body. Young Li didn't stop at that. She stabbed her sword in his crotch, completely cut off his manhood. Erg! Luo Kun let out a shrill scream. His current appearance was miserable to the extreme. A dignified and arrogant eldest young master of the Luo clan was now reduced into a eunuch. "Leave him, senior sister Li. Don't let him die easily." Young Linden stopped young Li, who was about to take another stab and fed Luo Kun a healing pill. With an evil grin, young Linden whispered to Luo Kun, "It would be too easy if you die just like that after humiliating my beloved senior sister." He injected his profound energy to heal Luo Kun and said further, "I'll let you know that being alive is worse than death." Luo Kun looked at young Linden in horror. This time, he was truly scared. He knew how strong young Linden's medical profound art was. Certainly, young Linden knew which spot could bring him the most intense pain. If Luo Kun could choose, he would rather fall into Yang Chen's hands than a doctor like young Linden. Chapter 40, Worse Than Death. Senior Young, please help Brother Chen. Hui Winter shouted anxiously. Young Linden looked up and saw Yang Chen's body almost turned purple completely. He left Luo Kun to Young Li, speedily arrived at Yang Chen's side, and checked his condition. Purple thorn poison. Young Linden recognized the poison right away. This poison was rare in Heavenly Fortune Nation and was extremely deadly. When the target infected by it, they would feel as if countless needles had drilled into every part of their body. Moreover, this purple thorn poison was acted incredibly fast. In just 2 seconds, its effect would immediately show on the target's body. Young Linden inserted several silver needles on Yang Chen's body to slow the poison's effect down and said solemnly, "I don't have medicinal ingredients to concoct a detoxifying pill for him. Let's bring him back to the central hall first. Maybe there's someone who can help him." Young Linden's group returned to the central hall hours later. "Senior Yang, can you get rid of this purple thorn poison?" Young Linden went to ask Yang Qiu after laying Yang Chen on the bed. Yang Qiu squinted his eyes and smiled playfully. "You are willing to call me senior now?" In fact, young Linden still held the previous grudge, but right now wasn't the time to be petty. He said with a solemn expression, "Please, Senior Yang. This is not the time to make a joke. I don't have medicinal ingredients in my hands right now. Otherwise, I can concoct a detoxifying pill for him." Yang Qi didn't continue to tease him further. He moved to Yang Chen's side and frowned slightly. How did he get this poison? Although I haven't left this place for thousands of years, I still know something about the outside world. This poison shouldn't appear around here. Young Lindian glanced at the lifeless Wukong, who was tied up by Yin Li, and replied, "Senior, have you ever heard of the Poison Valley?" "It's them." Yankee's expression changed greatly. Young Lindian was surprised by Yankee's reaction. He asked Yankee this question without hoping to get a piece of information from him. He didn't expect Yankee to actually know the Poison Valley. That meant this notorious group had existed thousands of years ago, too. It seems this Poison Valley is scarier than I thought. Young Lindian thought inwardly. He nodded. "Yes, it's them." "Can you tell me about this, Senior Yang?" Yankee went silent for a while before he turned to Yang Chen and sent a trace of crimson energy into his body. A moment later, the purple color on Yang Chen's skin returned to normal at a visible rate. Yang Chen opened his eyes in disbelief and got up from the bed, looking at himself with astonishment. "Senior, thank you for saving my life." Yang Chen about 90 degrees to Yankee. Winner on the side was overjoyed and also gave a deep bow toward Yankee. "Thank you, Senior, for helping Brother Chen. I have nothing to repay to Senior. Please accept this bow." Yankee waved his hand dismissively. "You don't have to bother saying this. Even I want you to repay me, I won't be able to wait that long," he said in a joking manner. Winner glanced at young Lindian as if she wanted to ask something. Young Lindian introduced, "Everyone, this senior is no other than Blazing Sun Monarch who built this mythical realm." Everyone had an incredible expression upon hearing this. What kind of concept was this? Their ancestors explored this mythical realm for thousands of years, but no one had successfully met the owner of the mythical realm. However, they somehow did it unexpectedly. How could they not amaze? "Greetings, Senior Blazing Sun Monarch." Everyone quickly bowed their head toward Yankee. Yankee laughed slightly, appearing like a benevolent old man. "Raise your head. As all you juniors see, I am no longer Blazing Sun Monarch now. Just treat me as an old man in his last moment." Everyone looked at each other and said nothing. Yankee looked at these juniors and sighed emotionally. "All of you are good people. Oh, sorry, except that boy over there." He pointed at Wukong with a chuckle, and the latter stared at him as if he wanted to eat him alive. Yankee said further, "I have nothing to teach you much, but there's one thing I want all of you to remember in your heart. Just don't lose your good heart in your profound ways. We will remember Senior's words in our hearts. We'll live and let everyone to express their gratitude." Yankee turned to Yang Chen and said, "Boy, I see you are a sword practitioner and also using fire element melee. You're similar to me back then. I'll give you my profound arts." He pointed his finger at Yang Chen's forehead and a crimson light immediately drilled into him. "Let's go to the next room," Yankee said to Young Lindian. Young Lindian shook his head. "Please wait for a while. I have to finish something first." Yankee glanced at the Wukong and nodded his head, sitting on the chair beside Little Flame. Young Lindian cut the rope on the Wukong and smiled slightly. "Are you ready?" The Wukong shrank backward in fear. What are you going to do?" "What am I going to do? Are you stupid, young Master Elwo? Did you lose your cunning brain somewhere?" Young Lindian teased and stepped forward, grabbing the Wukong's right hand. Crack. Erg. The Wukong screamed out loud when young Lindian broke his index finger. "You used this hand to touch my senior sister, right?" Young Lindian asked plainly and broke Wukong's other finger, causing him to scream painfully again. When profound practitioners were crippled, unless they were practicing a body-refining technique, their bodies were not much different from ordinary people. They could not use profound energy to ease pain like they used to do during a battle. A young master who rarely got injured like a Wukong naturally could not bear such pain with a body that was similar to an ordinary person. The shrill screams from Wukong continued to reverberate throughout the central hall as young Lindian broke all of Wukong's fingers, toes, arms, legs, and inserted needles into his nails, as well as his ears and eyes. The scene was too brutal that even a brave woman like Lindian could not bear to watch further. At the same time, she felt young Lindian was simply a reincarnation of a devil. She didn't know where did he learn all of this torture method. Young Tim looked at young Lyndon with tears in her eyes. She was extremely touched deep down in her heart. This junior brother of her had avenged her in the most satisfying way. At present, all the grievances she suffered from Luokun had completely vanished from her heart. Kill me. I'm begging you. Luokun uttered hoarsely. He screamed until his throat became dried. At this moment, he wished he could die right away. He didn't want to experience all this pain once again. Oh. That's it? Where is your arrogance gone to? Don't worry. As I told you before, I won't let you die easily. A smile on young Lyndon's face was akin to the devil in Luokun's eyes. Luokun was terrified to the core. He wanted to pass out several times, but young Lyndon pressed on acupuncture, preventing him from fainting. Young Lyndon used his profound energy to heal Luokun and started with his fingers over again. Ah! Luokun screamed miserably. All the veins on his body popped out visibly from pain as if they were about to break at any moment. His face was distorted abnormally, leaving no trace of the previous handsomeness. Yankee and Little Flame looked at young Lyndon with interest. Especially Yankee. One had to know he had lived for thousands of years, possessing vast experiences, but he still felt a chill running down his illusory spines when seeing young Lyndon's method. He glanced at Little Flame and said, "Old friend, what do you think of him?" Little Flame turned to him and let out a low squeak in reply. Yankee nodded. "You're all right. He didn't seem to be a person from this world." "If so, where did he come from exactly?" "From the way he did to the poor boy, perhaps he is the one who understood the principle there is no absolute evil and absolute good the most. He didn't care whether these little girls will change their views on him. He did what he needs to do. Good will be returned with more good. Evil will be paid back with 100,000 times more evil. He can be a saint to his friend and a vicious devil to his enemy. Everything in his mind is clear, even clearer than those old geezers from Central Continent. He is definitely not a 16-year-old boy as he appeared to be." Yankee said in a low voice that only he and Little Flame could hear. At the same time, his previous conjecture appeared in his mind once again. "Huh. It's not fun at all, young Master Elro. I will end this as you wanted because my hands started to sore now." Young Lyndon shook his head with disappointment, looking at Luokun that had nothing resembled the previously handsome young Master Elro. He took an ordinary kitchen knife out and whispered softly, "Don't worry. I'll return your head to your father when I go back. I wonder what kind of rewards he will give me." "Bug of..." Luokun uttered a strange noise as his neck being slowly sliced by young Lyndon bit by bit. Because the knife wasn't sharp enough to cut him in muscles, Luokun could not die fast enough as he wished. His eyes were dimmed without a trace of vitality. A bunch of memories since he was born, growing up as a lofty young master of the Wa clan, kept replaying on his head vividly until his last breath. Young Lyndon stored Luokun's head and his belongings into his interspatial ring. Then he tossed a fireball to erase his corpse, along with the dirty blood on the ground. "Why are you guys looking at me like that? Is there a flower on my face?" Young Lyndon turned to look at everyone with a harmless smile while touching his face innocently. He wanted to crack a joke to ease the tense atmosphere, but sadly, no one responded to him. They looked at him with a trace of fright in their eyes. End of Part 1. Novels Hall Dynasty.